This is March 25th, 1974, and this is Val. Mother and Dad are out here in Encino visiting us. They came out for Bob and Annetta's wedding on March 9th. And we just decided it would be kind of fun if Mother told me a little bit about what she could remember when she was a little girl. So we thought we'd put a little bit of that down tonight. What is the first thing you can remember, Mother, from when you were a little girl?
The first thing I can remember, I can remember my father bringing home a red high chair for my brother Sven. I can see him when he came around to the back door with his high chair, carrying it on his shoulder, rather. And my brother Sven was just beginning to get old enough so that he would need a high chair. So I suppose I did not have even a high chair when I was a baby. This is my first memory, the first recollection of anything from childhood.
How old do you suppose you were then? How much difference is there between your age?
I suppose I was a year and a half, maybe. There was only May, let's see, April, May, June. I was born April 29th, 1892, and my brother Sven was born July the 4th, 1893. He was born the day before we had the big hailstorm that took all the crops around Tyler. Everybody were poor, every one of them, every one of the farmers didn't have anything. Then the pastor Peterson said, "Let's build the church now. We're all poor. Let's build the church now." So they started to make preparations to build Dynamo Church.
That's interesting.
And the day after Sven was born, of course I can't remember that, but that was when maybe I did say that, that was when the big hailstorm hit. And I can remember my dad saying I took quilts from the bed and held them up in front of the window so the glass wouldn't break. So that was a bad time for the farmers. They had to work hard for what they got.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. Now, what can you remember after that then?
Well, the next thing I think I can remember especially is when I was 5 years old. I can remember little things maybe, but this was when I was 5-year-old. We went, the congregation went to the Indian Grove for a spring picnic or June picnic after school was out. It's really for the children more so. So they all went together in lumber wagons, one lumber wagon behind the next, behind the first, and so on. And I remember that I sat in one of these lumber wagons further to the front than my mother. And my mother had my sister Gunver on her lap. And I can remember I didn't like this, that I couldn't sit by my mother. I was 5 years old, so I'm not a very old girl. And I'd look back, turn around the seat and look back to see if I couldn't see my mother way back there.
Who were you sitting with?
Who I was sitting with? With a couple of old ladies. One was an old maid, the one that I sat next to in the lumber wagon. And I kept doing that several times, getting up, kind of looking back, couldn't sit still, to see if I could see my mother. So the Dagny Olson said to me, "Now, can't you sit still?" And I didn't like that, but I did. Now I thought to myself, now I can't look back and see my mother anymore. Shortly thereafter, there was a screaming and hollering back of us. There had been an accident. A man was driving a wagon with a kind of lively young horses, and he was driving too close to the wagon in front of him. So when somebody unfurled a flag or whatever it was they did there, they frightened the horses and they reared up on their hind legs and came down and took the spring seat on the lumber wagon, the last spring seat on the lumber wagon, with them down, back, and under. And in that seat my mother was. She was sitting in that seat. They went down. Dagmar Lund Peterson had just, before this happened, asked my mother if she shouldn't hold my sister Gunver on her lap for a little while. I think Dagmar must have been about 8 years old. So mother let her hold her because mother was pregnant at that time. And she went down with the spring seat.
But Gook didn't then,
What?
Didn't Tanagook and the little girl, didn't they fall out?
No, they didn't. She was fast. She stood up fast enough. They didn't fall out. She got up quickly, as young girls can. And when I came down that way, what I remember was seeing my father and a friend of my mother's, lady, Mrs. Elsa Deuce, walking up to the farmstead close by with mother between them. Mother had a big, well, what'd she say? They hit her right here in the forehead, something or other did. And her ears were almost torn off, both of them. So I remember later on how we children would like to get up in a chair and count the stitches behind mother's ears.
So there was a doctor then in the community that could tend to her?
Well, there was a doctor. He wasn't along there, but he attended to her naturally.
How did they get her to the doctor then? Do you remember that at all?
I don't remember a thing about that.
No.
But I remember that I remember after being at this festivity out there in the Indian Grove, a picnic, I wished all the time, oh, if I only could get home to my mother now, if only to see how mother was. And by when the picnic was over, I don't know who I drove with, I don't remember who that was, but someone took me along in their lumber wagon, and when they got to the church where we lived right across from the church, as you know, then they let me off so I could run in. But instead of running in, I didn't dare run in. I knew there was something wrong, and I didn't want to go in, so I walked around on the lawn out in front of the house and cried. And while I was walking, they were crying, some men across the street, some traveling men. They usually walked from the hotel downtown up to down by the corner of the church there and back again, because we had wooden sidewalk there, from there and way downtown. And I can remember they called to me and says, "What's the matter? What are you crying for?" And I can remember I didn't answer them. I remember that too. I didn't answer them. And shortly thereafter, someone in the house must have seen me because they opened the door and called me to come in. So I went in, and there was a bed put up in the living room for Mother to lie on. And this accident was a bad one. My mother lost a baby. I remember that. It must have made quite an impression on a little girl, a 5-year-old. No.
Now, while we're talking about Indian Grove,
Oh, yeah.
tell me something about what you can remember
Well,
about the Indian Grove,
mhm.
because that intrigues me.
Well, I can do this. I can tell you what I can remember. We're often out there, and I remember at the bottom of the Indian, under the trees, were some beautiful flowers. Jack in the pulpit and violets and whatnot. I could mention them. And there were many trees. And in among the trees was a little hut, little house, I call it. And in that house lived the Indians, the Indian family. I don't remember their name, but they lived there. And a little ways from the Indian's house, was a little plot where some Indians were buried. And they had put a little fence around it so we could stand and look at the graves on the other side of the fence. And in the house, once when I was in the house, of course, lived the Indians. And once in a while, when I was out there, we were asked to come in. And I was scared. I remember I was a little girl, and I thought, "Oh my, they're Indians! I'm scared of them." But I walked in enough with the older people, so that I got inside the door at least. And there they sat, squat on the floor. And the few chairs they had, they gave to the white people that came to visit them. I can also remember later on now when I lived in Highland Court next door to Mrs. John Donovan. She told me once that when her babies were small, when George was a baby, she was a young wife, she and her husband would go to the Indian Grove for dances on. They'd build a pavilion out there.
Oh, they had.
And they called it Tivoli. And so they had not orchestra, I wouldn't say that because I suppose they only had some violins and something like that playing while they were dancing. And so she would take George to the I'm talking about. She would take George and leave him with the Indians on their bed while she went dancing in the pavilion out a little ways off.
Well, if it was the Indian Grove, as they call it, why was it such a good place for picnics, and the Indians didn't actually own the land then? Or, I mean, it wasn't just anybody had access to it?
I imagine yes, anybody had access to it. I imagine they called the Indian Grove because these Indians, that family was living there.
How did they have a farm or anything like that? Or how did they?
I don't know what they did for a living. Maybe they had a little plot, I don't know. Really.
But it was sort of a community place that was used by the whole community?
For a while there it was, yeah. It was a place to enjoy yourself in the summertime. I mean, maybe they had some goodies out there they could sell. I don't know that. I don't remember, though. Some refreshments of some kind. Otherwise, I don't think I can remember much about the Indian Grove, especially. It's always fun to pick flowers out there. Remember that? Their trees were close. They were nice. Sort of wild, Wild growth that wasn't kept in shape, very, very much in shape.
Well, what else can you tell me now?
Well, I'm not going to go back to Tyler again, being out in the Indian Grove, and talk about my school days.
Yeah. Tell something about what you were telling Lindy the other day. That was fun.
And what?
Tell some of the things you were telling Lindy the other day. You were telling him about when you were a little girl and you played whatever it was you played in the barn and all that stuff. But tell the other things, too. I don't mean that.
I'll tell this one. I told Lindy then first. I told Lindy when I was a bigger girl, I suppose I was 7 or 8 or something, 9 maybe. I always liked to pretend everything, to pretend. And I can also say this, that I pretended when we got to bed at night upstairs, my sister, two sisters, and me, then I would tell them stories that I made up. And often I'll say, "Are you sleeping?" And they say no, and then I kept going in my stories. But if I said, "Are you sleeping?" and they didn't answer me, then I knew they'd fallen asleep. So then I quit telling. And these were some of this little bit of what I can remember. I pretended that we had a little train outside our house, a real little train. And we could get on that train and we could go out to my grandfather, Anders Utah's, who lived out southeast of town. We could go out there in this little train and we could come back again. And we could go whenever we wanted to. That was a big treat. And I can remember too, I pretended we had little playhouses built over between the church and the parochial school, and a little street for a few houses. And that was our playhouses. And we had curtains by the windows, and we had flowers in the windows, and we had just about everything that was nice and pretty. And we had dolls and doll buggies, but the dolls were alive.
The dolls were alive.
They were living dolls, but they never grew bigger. They never grew bigger. And so you see, I had imagination. In school, my teacher was R.J. Martinson. I thought he was a good teacher. I liked him. He couldn't teach me how to. He couldn't teach me my arithmetic. I could not learn the multiplication table. And I've cried many tears over that. When I was a little girl, I could not get my multiplication tables. My dad would try to help me, and he had even a little song he could sing to me in Danish.
Yeah, you taught that to me too when I was having trouble with my multiplication tables.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember that. That was the only thing I really didn't.
That was Aqua tabellen svær.
Og jeg arme pige, jeg den sikkert aldrig lærer, hvad vil moder sige. I min nye billedbog læser jeg så gerne, men de tal, hvordan de dog plejer, kan min jævne. Til i morgen lærer skal jeg 70 stykke. De tal, de slemme tal, bliver min ulykke. Skrivetal, det går nok an, der jeg fejler sjældent, men jeg aldrig huske kan additionstabellen.
Yeah.
Det var den. That was a song that my father taught me. And then I cried tears when he sang it because I was so sorry I couldn't get my multiplication table. In school, we played a game at recess up by the church. We played troll. One of us was a troll, and the others were somebody the troll was get after and catch. And if the troll could catch us, Then he put us inside a line by the church so that we were caught now. And nobody could get us out unless they could get in there and touch us before the troll got there first to touch us. And that was quite exciting. Very exciting. Better be careful, not the troll could get you. And then we also, we were a little bigger yet, and we also had many things going on in school in the noon hour when our teacher Martinson went home for lunch. We had lots of fun. Sometimes we put on plays, and sometimes we did this and sometimes we did that. And sometimes we took the teacher's desk and put it up on top of the desks in front of him. There, the smaller desks, so we could dance up there. And they would teach the boys how to dance. We girls would. And the boys have told me later on that sure we learned, really taught us how to dance. But then Martinson could tell we did this because it was so dusty. So he said we couldn't dance anymore. We had made too much dust. But we couldn't keep away from it anyway. So we had someone stand by the window and watch by the time we thought he might get back. And we saw, as soon as he saw him coming up around the corner up by the church, hurry up and open all the windows. We hurried, got all the windows open, the desk back in its place, and if there need to sweep, I suppose we swept. I don't think it needed it though, but we did anything we could to air it out. We never said anything more about it. In the wintertime, he liked to play marbles with us. So we should see who can get closest to the wall, a ways off down to the wall. And he's so good at it, Martinson. He could win them from us like nobody's business. And he won them and he kept them. He had a great big sack full, I remember. And that's the right way to do it, of course. Keep them when he won them. But he knew all the floor. It was, you know how floors are in the old days. They weren't so straight and so smooth. Neither straight nor smooth. But he knew just where they were, so he could he could just tell how to throw his marbles to get up there where he wanted to get it. And won our marbles. And the boys, in the summertime, he'd play outdoors with the boys with some ball out in the street, I don't know what. And then he called it soy hole. He had the ball was a kind you use for croquet balls, so it was kind of a bit look out, not get close to them when they were playing out there. You could get hurt. It was real. Remember that too. And we'd go down the farm barns.
Yeah, I was going to be sure you told about that, because I remember you telling about that.
Mm-hmm. There were farmers' barns. We had 2 farmer barns down towards the highway now, where there are open places where they play ball now.
Oh, is that where
And
they
we
were?
had 2 farm barns that were standing east and west, you know.
Is that right?
Yes.
But you know what? When I was a little girl, they had a farmer barn.
Yeah,
there.
there was
that was up by the college. Right
yes,
across the
there was
street.
one there too.
Oh.
That was there too when I was a little
still
girl.
there when I was a
But
little
we didn't play in that. I don't know why, but we played in the others. Hide and
Now
seek.
tell what farmer barns are.
Oh yes. Just say anything, ask me anything and say anything to me, so don't forget. Farmer barns were built to house the horses when the farmers came to church on Sunday or other meetings for that matter, but especially for church. They'd unhitch their horses and give them hay or whatever they wanted to give them in the mangers in the farmer's barns. It's a long barn with a big door, big double door that at each end of the barn. And there were two together. Not they weren't just about a little part, of course, but there were two down there. And that's where we played hide and seek. And then there were some rafters above to hold well, I don't know if you see the roof of the whole thing together. And I can remember how we would sometimes slide on our across there on our stomachs. We I don't see how we could do it without falling down if we didn't, though. And then we hide in the mangers and wherever we felt hide. We had lots of fun. Sometimes we also played where we had to be vaccinated, and so we'd bring some red tissue paper along to school, and then in the noon hour we'd go into the stone hall. That was not locked, and then we'd play. We were doctors, some of them were doctors, and they just put this red tissue paper on our arm, so get it wet it first, of course, an arm, and then we get red spots. That was our vaccination. We always had to be vaccinated in those days for smallpox or what have you. There were also some long ropes at that time in the stone hall, at the south end of the stone hall. Some long ropes way up from the ceiling way down. Heavy ropes. Real heavy ropes. So we'd stand on one side on some, I don't know what you'd call it in English. I really don't. We call it plinton. It's something they use when they have gymnastics.
It's a
Yeah, kind of a box, slanting up,
Yeah.
up to the top. And then there was some.
So it's really what.
We stood on that, and then we sprang from one side, from west to east or east to west, across, back again. At the end of the rope was that big knot, right?
What do you suppose that rope was there for?
The knot?
No, what do you suppose the rope was hanging there
That's
for?
for gymnastics at that time.
It was.
Mhm.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what they use it for, but they had
Oh
some
yeah. Well, no, they just rope
exercises.
climbing and stuff like that.
exercise, I suppose.
Is that before the gym hall was built, or did they?
Yeah, long before.
They had gymnastics in there. Then.
They had gymnastics in there, and they also, before the church was built, the stone halls was built. The stone halls was used, for church services on Sunday. In fact, I was baptized in the stone hall.
Oh, you were.
Mother and father were buried in the stone hall. I was baptized. We didn't get into, what was I going to say? I think we started to build the,
Well, you just said you started to build it right after that hailstorm.
yeah, not just right, shortly
Yeah,
after.
but in that period there.
Yeah, 4, 5, or 6.
And before that, then the stone hall was the church too.
Yes.
It was the whole thing. Or
That's
the
why-
only thing.
That's why it wasn't. We used it for everything, for gymnastics, for other meetings, and for Christmas. We had a Christmas tree in there, like we had later on in the gym hall. That's when my dad was Santa Claus, and had built he used to dress as Santa Claus. He was usually Santa Claus, I think, in those days. And he's not too tall. And they'd put up around him boxes that looked like bricks, red boxes with a white edge, and built it up like a chimney up around my dad. And then at a given time, we all sang as we walked around the tree, And then at a given time, the whole chimney came apart. And out of the chimney came Santa Claus. And he had these little boxes. They were all with goodies in each box. Had goodies in it, candy and things. And so they were passed around to the children. They all got a brick.
Oh, how fun.
Called that.
Yeah.
I remember that because I remember that when that happened, this chimney came apart, and my father got out of that as Santa Claus. My brother Sven didn't like that. He was old enough to be. I can remember his mother was holding him on her arm. He was a bigger boy. He could talk already, but he was crying. He says, "Daddy cannot be Santa Claus." He said in Danish, "Far må ikke være Santa Claus."
It's too scary. Yeah.
Then I remember the big tree, way tall, evergreen, wherever they got it, I don't know. Maybe bought it, maybe it's brought in.
Yeah, because there weren't groves of evergreens around there
No,
then.
not then. Mm-mm. I remember Johan your dad telling me about his mother. She took a branch. That's when they lived in Iowa. She took a branch and twisted tissue paper around all the branches so it looked colorful. That was the Christmas tree when they were first married and had the children, little children. I remember one Christmas, my mother wasn't well. I was 7 years old then, and I was just wishing I'd get some toy of some kind, either some dishes or either some other kind of a toy, maybe a doll or maybe something else, something to play with. And at the Christmas tree, I didn't get any toy. My father had been downtown because mother wasn't well. And I think that was the Christmas that before Fulmer was born in August thereafter. So my father had been down to try to find something for us for Christmas, and he had bought a little vase, I suppose about 4 inches tall. The little girl's kind of kneeling with a crock on
Oh, I know that.
her
I
back.
remember that. Very distinctly.
That's home on my shelf now, too.
Oh, yeah.
And that was, when I opened it, this was what I got. And I was very disappointed. And I can remember I stood over in the bay window and kind of cried a little bit myself. I felt so disappointed. I wanted something to play with, I hoped for that. And my daddy came over there to me, my father did, and said, "Don't cry," he said. "Don't cry. I gave you this little vase because you're such a big girl." That was the way he comforted me.
Yeah.
And I think I got a pair of knitted mittens from mother. And then we danced around the tree in the living room. And it was always festive. As we grew older, we always looked forward to the Christmas magazines we got from Denmark for children's Christmas magazines. The children loved them because they were interesting pictures and they were good little stories. And so we'd always, I can see us yet, go down to the post office downtown and say ask the postmaster for $1.71, please. That's what my father had taught us to say. So every day when we went to get the mail, $1.71, please. And when the magazines came from Denmark, from Fassaman, my father's sister, it was really something. Then it really got to be Christmas. We got them. What else would you like to know?
Oh, well, you can tell something about when you were a Donnaboy, when Knudsen was there and you were the babysitter and all that sort of stuff. I remember you telling things about that.
Oh yeah, when I got a little older, then of course, Mrs. Knudsen needed some nursemaids, or what do you call them, to take care of her children. Because it wasn't always so easy with it. Some boys, they were big boys, or not big, but they were active boys, I should say, more so. And we had to be watched. They had to be watched. So I was hired as a nursemaid, or as a babysitter, or what have you, and lived over there. I went home to sleep though. Came over there. I don't know how often, how long a day it was. But I was there when Augie Knudsen was born.
How old were you then, and was this during the summer when there wasn't school, or when was it?
No, it was during school, spring, when the girls were there. That's what I remember most anyway. The girls were there.
Well, what age child were you then, or why weren't
About
you
14.
in school? Weren't you in school then?
Hmm?
You weren't in school then yourself.
No, not there. I was just through, I guess. And these boys, they were kind of maybe a little spoiled because all these girls, you know, college, or not college, but at folk school, there that spring I was there, they liked to talk to these boys, and they kind of got spoiled because they got too much attention. So I was over there, and that was in the spring of 1907. And I remember Mrs. Knudsen told me to go out and get the boys out down from that ladder. There was a big ladder set up to second story. They were taking down stones and putting on screens. And the boys had climbed up. And I went down I went out there then to get them down. And I stood down down below by the
Bottom rung?
yeah. What colors? I can't say what I want to say now.
Not at the bottom of the ladder?
Ladder, that's what I want to say.
Oh,
Bottom of the ladder. And told the boys, looked up at the boys and said, "Come down, you have to come down. Your mother wants you to come down." They spit down at me. They spit at me.
Can you remember how you got it down?
So I went in and told Mrs. Knudsen I can't get them. They don't want to come down. I can't get them to come. So she had to get out there and get them down. But she was a very good mother. All the time I was there, 3 months, I never heard her angry. She had a quiet way to talk to the children. And Augie was a baby. He had just been born on March 22nd of that year. And I remember the day he was baptized. And they had come home from church, and he was lying in the buggy in the red living room. We call it the red living room because it had red walls. And there was another one next to it, a smaller living room, you might say, with bay window in, with all Mrs. Knudsen's beautiful plants. And that was called the green room because that was painted green. And they had put little Augie was lying in this buggy, and I was standing there with him with the taking care of the buggy, you might say. When the girls, you know, that at the folk school, they had been to church, and they came to see this baby in the buggy. And I can remember Miss Olga Miller, who was then engaged to Olga Miller. And she looked down this little boy and she said, "Oh, det är sån ett könt namn."
No.
No wonder.
Sure.
Augie is such a pretty name. That's what she said. But then Falkvar, he was really the one I had first. The oldest one is Harold, and then Johannes, and then Falkvar, and then and Augie was the baby then.
Where's Falkland now? Is he
Falkland,
dead
he
now?
lives in Chicago now.
Oh, he does.
And he was such a dear little boy, but he was such an active little boy. And he ought to have, every noon he should have a little nap, you know.
How old was he?
A couple of years, I suppose, something like that. I think so, something like that. Not any older. Not any older. So we have one of these swings, you know, with two seats on one side, you know, we can swing
Oh,
in
yeah.
it. And lawn swings. I sat there every day, and he had his nap. And when I thought he'd napped long enough, I woke him up. Because I didn't want him to sleep too long, you know, because if he got a long nap, I couldn't make him sleep in the evening when I put him to bed. So I woke him and said, "Come on, Ogie, we're going over to my mother and have a cookie now."
Falkland, yeah.
Oh, I said, yeah, not Folfa. So we all went over to my mother and had a cookie after his nap. Maybe it wasn't every day, but quite often anyway. Yeah. Then the next year, 1915, I was going out to be hired girl for Carl Hansen that had the telephone office now. And his wife took care of the telephone, the people that called in, I mean. Now I was going down to help Mrs. Hansen. Not so much with the telephone part, but with the housework in general. And Mother had been so very busy making clothes for me and aprons and what have you, so I'd be presentable, I suppose. I had enough to change with. And that night she had a stroke. The night before I was supposed to go down there, start my work. She got a stroke. So that ended that. I had to stay home instead and take care of Mother and the house and the meals and what have you. It wasn't very easy because I didn't know how to bake bread. I didn't know those things. But I remember my first rye bread I baked there then was just as hard as a rock. We just couldn't eat it. Impossible. It's just like couldn't even cut it. Not burned it, but I had baked it so long there just was nothing left.
Well, how bad was your mother then? Could she not,
It's pretty bad.
she couldn't get up or she couldn't talk?
No,
Or,
I mean, she could talk, not very well, but she never really got over that. And my father, when I had baked this bread and I cried about it, I thought it was terrible. I couldn't bake bread. Oh, he said, "Don't cry," he says. "Next time it's going to be better." And next time was much better. We could eat it. And I remember I made buttermilk for Mother. That was another thing I learned to make.
What's that? We never had
Buttermilk, they had warm milk, and then they had dumplings like we put in soup.
that. Yeah.
We put it in the milk instead.
Oh, was that right?
I remember we had such a cold house. They weren't insulated, their homes. They hadn't even had storm windows, I don't think. And I remember when it was real cold in the wintertime, we couldn't see out of the windows. There was a white rime, what do you call it, on the windows. So we'd heat it an iron, one of iron. Not too hot, of course, but enough so that if you put it on the window, it would make a little opening in the sides of the iron, so we'd peek out. And then I remember I should make the beds upstairs, where we slept, the children. And it was so cold up there that when I had to pull off the bed, not the bed, but the quilts to make the bed. I had to pull all my mic because it was frozen to the
To the
wall. See, the bed stood up by the wall. That's the reason. I never liked it. I always wished I wasn't the oldest. Then somebody else would be older. And I was always the one who was responsible for everything up there. Blowing out the lamp. And Sven would cry in the night and wake up with an awful dream he'd had about a man in the closet. I'd have to get up and light the lamp and get over to the closet door and open it and see, no, there isn't anybody in the closet. And you could fall asleep again. I didn't like it. Be upstairs. So when Dad said, now you have to go to bed, and then I'd go up, and then I'd leave just enough opening with the door to put a finger in between, maybe, so that the door wasn't completely closed. And then I'd go upstairs, and it was just something that comforted me. That door was open that much. I wasn't completely shut away up there. And then I'd sometimes not listen, and sometimes my dad would see it wasn't closed, or he'd go and close it. Oh, then I didn't like that very well, but then I had to like it. That's all there's to it.
Is that because of the heat?
Mm-hmm. It's because of heat, yeah. We had what do you call it? A chimney, not a chimney, but what do we call it?
Stovepipe?
Stovepipe, yeah. We had a stovepipe going up through our room up into the chimney up there.
That was all the heat there was?
Mm-hmm.
How could you stand it?
I don't know.
Must have gotten almost down to zero in those rooms.
And you know
I
what
should
our
think.
mattress is made out of?
No.
It was a big piece of canvas or something, not really canvas, not that thick, but something they use for pillows too, to make pillows so the feather
That
didn't
sort
get through.
of ticking?
Yeah, kind of a ticking, I'd call it, maybe a little thinner than ticking what we had, I don't know, on the maybe not, on the bed that was filled with fresh straw when we had thrashers and we all that straw, that big straw pile. We'd fill these with that straw. That was our mattress. There was a mattress. And we weren't the only one. That's the way people did it.
So, I was born at Lakeview, Iowa in 1888. So that's a few years ago. And this is some of my memories from my early childhood. One of the first things I don't know how old it was, but I remember there was a 4th of July celebration at Lakeview. And that's where I heard my first firecrackers. I'd heard talk about them, but I didn't know what they were. That's about all I remember. Of course, there's a lot of flags there. But otherwise, I don't remember any celebration part of it at all. Well, and another memories is when I got my first knee pants. I had in them early days, the boys, they had dresses like the girls, or as well as the girls. So there wasn't any, and I had white curly hair. I don't remember how long it was or what it was, but that's the way it was. And then when I got these pants, or I suppose they were knee pants, you never saw children with anything but knee pants in them days. When we got our long pants, that is generally about confirmation time generally. So times have changed. Well, I had, when we were at Lakeview, I remember I had a little sister that passed away in infancy. And all I remember about it is that my mother was crying, but I wasn't old enough to understand what was taking place really till a little later on when it was explained to me. And then I started to go to school in Iowa, but that is mostly for my sister Anna's companion, because that'd be a companion for her, because she didn't like to go. So I went along to school, and I think I had an ABC book or something on that order. But and we went across country to get to the schoolhouse. There wasn't any real road, only towards town, and that is sort of out of the way. Well, then I remember at our auction sale, before we moved up here, there's a boy there that at the auction with his father, and he had a pair of felt boots. You probably don't know what that is, but I did at that time. And I really wish I had something like that. That is mostly what I remember. And then they had the cattle, sold cattle. But my dad didn't sell any horses. We had 12 or 15 horses. And when we were after the auction, then our household goods, it was hauled to town and put in an immigrant car together with the horses. And that is the only animals we took along. We had some hay and straw and feed, so we could feed, or my dad could feed the horses on their trip from Lakeview to Ruthin. And we, after the sale, my mother and Chris and I, we stayed at our uncle, Lars Jensen, in Tandasina. Well, my grandmother was there too, in that same house.
What about Anna?
And then we slept there the first night. And then the next morning, Uncle Lars, he took us to town, so we took the train. And we got to Sioux City. And there was they must have written to me, because the Danish minister there, he met us at the depot and took us up to his house, and we stayed there overnight and left the next morning quite early from Sioux City going to Ruthin. And I remember on our way when we got to Pipestone, my dad came in the train where we were, and we were so happy to see him. He had left the car there. They took that to Ruthin, and he stayed in the passenger train with us. So when we got to Ruthin, my uncle was there, and Jurgen Johansson, and he took us out to the place. It was about, I don't know, 5 miles or something like that, in a lumber wagon. That's all we had them days. I don't know how there was 4 or 5 children there. I don't know how they made room for us because it's a very small house. But the next day, we moved over, we were taken over to the farm. They had loaded our furniture and bedding at Ruth and hauled it over there, so we were taken over there. The farm my dad had bought was a tree claim. That New House, he bought it from New House. He had taken it as a tree claim. And that joined it up with our Uncle Jurgen's farm. So there's about 3/4 of a mile between the buildings. So there was a prairie road across the country over to there. I remember. Well, we got settled. I don't remember much about that. But I do remember that we got lined up, and we had all these horses. We had some trouble there because there wasn't any real barn there. There was sort of a big straw shed, and some of the horses had to stay outside overnight. I don't know about, well, we didn't have any cows or anything. It's just the horses.
How old were you?
I say the horses.
Yeah, I say, how old were you at that time?
What?
How old were you?
Oh, well, I was 6 years old when we moved to Minnesota. So that was in 1894. And I don't remember very much about it, only we started to go to school in the spring, and Anna and I, we walked across the prairie. There wasn't any real road. And otherwise we had to go all the way. Well, it was way out of the way, so we always, part of it was pasture, part of it prairie, and part of it field land. And that was my first experience in going to school. And
Mm-hmm.
well, I'll have to describe the farm there. I talked about the barn, but the house was pretty good. And we had a living room, and then the kitchen and dining room combined. And in that, yeah, we had the kitchen stove in that part. There's a dining room too, for every day at least. And then there's 2 rooms upstairs. But that first year we were out there, my dad, he built a sort of what we called a summer kitchen. And then when it got warm in the spring, then we moved the kitchen stove out there so it didn't get so hot in the kitchen in the house. So, but our water supply, we had to carry all our water in. We had 1 pump in the yard, but there was no water there. And there's a couple of wells quite a ways away. We had to carry the water for the house. and it was close to a slough. So the water tasted a little of the slough. And that's one thing I didn't like about the water. That is its taste in the slough. Well, we were out there 3 or 4 years, and then my dad, he bought a place up by Danville, the Hopedale Farm now, and there's just 40 acres. And he bought that, and then we moved up there, and we stayed. They wanted to get up so we could go to the parochial school at Danville and take part in that. Out there, see, that is about 6 miles, and we had to go to Sunday school. And then my dad, he drove in lumber wagon, and on the way in to Danville, he'd pick up children along the roadside or prairie road that wanted to go along to Sunday school. I think there's two Jurgen Johansson's girls, Anna and Maria. They went with us too. But that was a long haul in a lumber wagon and horses. So we got pretty hungry before we got home and got our dinner. But my mother always had the meals ready for us, so that's about. But when we went there, we went around sloughs, and it was practically prairie road, all of it. And then we got up to Danville, we started to go to school up there in the spring of the year, and I don't remember much about it. We got acquainted with the children that went there, and of course we could walk to church every Sunday with my parents. We were only about a half mile or 3/4, so it didn't pay to hook up the team and ride in a lumber wagon. So we always walked to church, and then we walked home after church. That is I wouldn't say it's a must, but it's a routine. We wanted to go to church. And the weekdays, then we had another thing I remember is our Christmas tree up at Danville. That was a Christmas tree was put up or set up in the stone hall. And then there was a chimney, looked like a chimney, set up of well, I don't know. I think probably it was, I don't know if there's animals in these little square boxes. So it looked like a chimney. And we walked around this Christmas tree and sang. And then all of a sudden, seemed like the chimney fell all apart. And there was Santa Claus. He was in the chimney. We couldn't see him till, I suppose he pushed these boxes that was built up around him. It looked like brick. And Santa Claus, that was Kristen Hansen, serious dad. So then he started, well, he got help. They started to dish or give us these packages. And then we also got an apple. And then we played some games. I don't remember what they were like. But anyway, that was our Christmas celebration up at Danville. Of course, we've had already had our Christmas tree at home. And that that was the first time we had an evergreen tree. Otherwise, it was a makeshift of a branch that we had for tree when we were in Iowa. So that is something. And then we had the lights on there. They were all
Sitting
I
right
gotta
there.
talk about olden days, real olden days.
Yeah.
And when we lived on the home.
Do you want to tell about it, Dad? Go in the middle of the night to get a doctor. Do you want to tell about it, Dad?
Where's the
You don't have to talk into the
Well,
sitting
I
right
gotta
there.
talk about olden days, real olden days.
Yeah.
And when we lived on the Hopedale farm. That was my first experience to get a doctor. Peter, he had pneumonia, and he
Oh, was it Peter? I thought you the other night you said Chris, but it was Peter. Oh.
and he had I had to get in and get the doctor, you know. No telephone, no electric lights. Had to go down the barn with a lantern, get on a horse and a bridle on it, and go to town. And not that it's a far, mile and a half or so, maybe a little more. Then I got in there, I had to tie the horse up to a hitching post so I could get up and call the doctor. He lives up over the Larson store building. He had an office up there and slept up there. So I'm no street lights. All we had was these old kerosene light posts. And there's one on every corner and one in the middle. So there wasn't much light. But I fumbled my way up there and hammered on the doctor's door, and he answered. And I told him what the trouble was, and he told me, you go down to the livery barn and tell them to get my horses out, hooked up, ready to go. Bring them over. And I had to go across the street, and it was pretty blame dark with these old kerosene lamps on every corner. But I got up to the livery barn. First greeting I got was a couple of mad dogs. They barked and growled, and I didn't know just what to do. I had to get a hold of the liveryman. But somewhere or another they heard the dogs, and they came out and asked me what I wanted, and I told them. So they got the doctor rigged up, so he came out to see Peter when he had pneumonia at that time. So that is my first experience with a doctor. Nowadays you just press a button and the doctor answers you. That's a different story then. And that isn't the worst part of it. But when I had got the delivery man and the doctor lined up, I had to get on my horse again. It was cold and freezing, and I had a heck of a time getting on the horse and get going home again. But I made it, or I wouldn't have been here, I guess. But I remember one other experience. That is when we first came to Minnesota. I think it is Peter and is going to be born. And we lived 6 miles out in the country. And so they had to get to Tyler and have a doctor come out. And my daddy told the hired man, "You pick that brown mare. She's the fastest. And you go across the prairie." There weren't many roads we could see. So winter or snow, you know, and here and there was a little spot of the road. Otherwise, there weren't many fences, so we cut across the field. And I remember that the doctor came out there. That is a doctor by the name of Cox. He was the only doctor in Tyler. And Pete, he survived. That's really the main thing of the whole story. I don't know if I have anything else to tell you. Everything is up to date, modern nowadays. I'm sitting here talking to nobody and still think I'm telling somebody something. So I think I'll just stop for the time being and let somebody else take over.
Dad, I can remember you told us when we were little about the badgers growling on them that were out in the prairie and people were afraid of them.
Yeah.
And didn't they put coal in the heels of their shoes?
Yeah.
Did you ever have any?
No, we
You
never
never-
put it out. We didn't hunt badgers.
Did you ever? You didn't ever see any either.
What?
Did you ever see any badgers? Did you see them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We saw their den and their little ones.
really?
They played around there. Yeah, we had a badger den on the farm.
Huh.
So we, and they were really cute. And they were playful. And we stayed far enough away. They'd play with one another. But the old mama badger was kind of watching out to see what we were going to do or what we were up there for. But we didn't go near them. We didn't dare.
No, I can understand that. Did you see any other prairie animals that you remember then? I can't remember that you've told us about. You ever see
Well, of
fox?
course we saw there's jackrabbits,
Yeah,
cottontails, there's ducks
yeah.
and geese. That is in the spring of the year and well through the summer.
Yeah.
And that time there was ducks. So you never had to go out with your gun and be afraid of not coming home with a duck or two. So that's the way it was then down Swan Lake or Hannibal Lake. I think we hunted more there than any other place. But it was mostly teal or small ducks that we got. I don't know, there's nobody around here. They all ran away.
No, I'm right here.
Oh,
But
Ah.
now Swan Lake, that's the old Dana Boat Lake, wasn't it?
Huh?
Swan Lake, that was Dana Boat Lake.
yeah,
And that came right up to your barn, didn't it?
yeah,
On the
right up,
farm.
yeah,
Yeah.
right below the barn.
Well, I didn't realize that ducks were so plentiful.
We had our boat and the dock or down below there, so we could, in the summertime, harvest and haying time, every night when we were through with work, we went in and took a swim.
I bet that felt good.
That is the big deal of the day.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. We played back the tape now and discovered that we didn't tell why they put coal in the heels of their shoes. Why don't you tell them, Dad?
Well, when they went hunting for badgers, their boots were big enough so they could put coal or gravel or something down in them. Because if the badger got a hold of their leg, it wouldn't stop till it heard something crash or crack. And so that's why they put coal in the shoes when they did badger hunting. So that's, but we didn't do too much of that. That is before, a little before our time, although we had that then. There was 5 or 6 young ones, and then the old mama badger there. That's about it.
Dad, the other night too, you were telling us about when you first started to smoke, and
Right.
your dad found a pipe in your pocket.
Oh, well, we got to talking about smoking here the other. And I told him my first experience that I really knew my dad knew I smoked. It's in a kind of closet we had in the old house. And between the living room or the dining room and the kitchen, there's a walk through there, 2 doors. As we were going out from breakfast, I don't know, but I suppose my pipe was stuck up a little so you could see the stem of the pipe, and he'd pulled it out of my pocket and showed it to me. But he didn't say anything. He just stuck it back in my pocket again. He didn't tell me not to or to smoke. So I smoked to start with, but I got wiser and quit it entirely. I don't smoke at all anymore.
You know where it is?
But the weather is real nice here. We got a little bit of snow, but we've had a wonderful fall and a wonderful winter. So we won't have no reason to complain.
It's really my mother's going to tell. Well, today it's April 17th, and Mother and Dad have been visiting here in Phoenix for almost 2.5 weeks, or a little bit more in fact. And that's been really great because we hadn't expected they could stay that long. This is Gunver, of course, and we have been trying to get time to record. We've been so busy all the time,
And we wanted to hear a little bit about Mother's childhood. No, not her childhood, her youth after her childhood. And I don't know if she wants to add a word or two now while she's getting ready to leave or not. Can you think of anything right now as you're packing up and all
Now,
cooked?
about my youth, I can't think that far when I haven't thought about it. What to say.
No? What's the
But,
first thing you think about?
My youth?
Yes, in your youth.
How do you call my youth? When's my
Well,
youth start?
you know, you talked, I know you told up to about the time your mother got the stroke and you were
Then
supposed to have gone on a
15 years
job.
old. Then I was 15 years old.
Yeah, so after that,
Well,
you went to
of
Des Moines
course,
and worked, I know.
Yes, I went to Des Moines for work for half a year, for 6 months
How old were
in
you
the
when you went?
summertime. Oh, I was about 17, I suppose. Imagine.
Weren't you engaged to Dad when you
Oh,
were down
maybe
there?
I was 18. Yeah, it was the summer. Must have been 18. Yeah.
So maybe you would rather tell a little bit about before that time when you had started to go with Dad, I know, before your mother died.
Oh yeah, just barely. Yeah, we had been going together a little bit. And I was 18, just barely 18. I had my 18th birthday when Dad and I were engaged, and we were engaged for 2.5 years. And we weren't together all the time. He was working here and there, and he got he bought a hardware store, I should say, in Arco, and moved up there. By that time, he'd like to have he would like we should be married, and so I could go up and be with him. And I did. We did. We got married October 3rd, 1912.
Mother?
Yes?
I do remember you went to visit him, you said, on the 4th of July. Wasn't that the summer before you were married? You
Yes,
went up
that was
there?
the summer before I was married in October.
Right.
Oh my.
Yes, tell about it.
I tell you what, we had a young people's society meeting up there. All young people's societies from different communities
Yeah, where did you have that
in
meeting?
Arco, Minnesota.
Oh, you did.
And that spring I was a student at Danbury Folk School. But I went up with the rest of the title people being John was up there naturally, for this youth gathering.
Yeah?
And John begged me to stay for the 4th of July. They were going home before the rest of them. The meeting was over then. And of course, there's nothing I'd rather, so I said, okay, well, my sisters, they can go home and tell my dad I'll stay then, till after the 4th. But when they got home, my dad surely didn't like that. This was the 4th of July was the last day of just right before the 4th, that's 6th. Was the last day of folk school. And he wrote me a letter and reprimanded me for staying. He couldn't understand, he wrote, how I could leave, or rather how I could stay up there and not come back and say goodbye to all the girls I had been with for 3 months. And he didn't like that a bit. He wrote me this in that letter, and I felt awful. I'd never thought of that, because those girls, they were all right, and I liked them, but I never lived over there, you know. I had to go home every night to sleep, and I had to go home and help in the house, and part of the day, being mother was dead, and when I was the oldest. So I don't think it got to mean what it should to me to be down at folk school. It really meant more if I could have been there all the time, gotten in everything that went on up there, over there. But I didn't. Well, of course, I was just going now. I better go back to when I got this letter, when I thought I better go home. John surely didn't like that. He felt really bad about that, and I want to go home. And I could stay with him till after the 4th. But I couldn't do anything else. I felt like I couldn't face my dad if I didn't come home, because he was opposed to this that I stayed. So I got my ticket and went on the train back home to Tyler. Got in 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon, the 4th. No, it wasn't maybe the Sunday, but at least the 4th of July. My dad never said a word to me about it, and I never said a word to him about it either. But I thought I'd done my duty at least. But John, he slept all day 4th of July. He didn't care to go and do anything. He was disappointed. I don't blame him. And I didn't think it was quite fair for Dad to feel that way, but who knows? At least I felt that way. He shouldn't have posted like that I stayed with him. So after all, I stayed out with his uncle and aunt out in the country. That's where I was. They said I could stay with them. I did. So it goes. We don't always know what's best and what's right when we're teenagers, I guess. I guess that's it now. I'll have to go and get my things out to the car. Now we're leaving. We have to be in the airplane in a little while. Leaving at 5:45, I think it is. 5:25, I believe it is. But I know Gunver knows, so I don't have to worry about that. Now, Gunver, I'll
Yes.
say that's all for this time. I haven't got time for
No,
more.
that's fine. I'm
Okay.
real glad we got this.
Yeah.
And we'll get more next time.
Now I know where I got to.
Now, later. It's May 4th, and I'm about to send this tape to Tyler while Val is there. And perhaps, Mother, you can add more. If not while Val is there, then maybe later on sometime. So much has happened in the 17 days since you and Dad left here. But I do remember my thoughts and feelings those first days after you left. And as I went about collecting myself, as you do after you've been preoccupied for some time, it's pretty hard to describe, but it was sort of a wellspring of thankfulness and just sheer joy that you had visited us again. And now, after all that has happened, I've been trying again to collect myself. We've been in the depths with you, Dad, as best we can, through your surgery. And now you're better. I know you can improve so much, much more. And I'm also very sure that you will. And there's an awful lot for you to get well for. You just better believe it. Just being you. That's the best place to start. And if it doesn't hold true back there, then you better come out here again, because there's an awful lot that you can give out here. I know I couldn't quite get you convinced of that, but there is. I guess I did keep on a little longer than I really had intended, but it'll perhaps give sort of a picture, an overall picture of April and May 1974. And then I hope, Mother, that you can tell some more about your youth. Now, I remember 3 things, at least, that you told about your childhood that isn't on the tape. The first that I think of is you're telling about playing with little mice. And then I remember you're telling about how you loved to dress up in long skirts, and it seems to me you walked across a field and someone called to you, or something like that. And also I remember you're telling about playing with your neighbor boy, I think his name was Kai, and how his mother came over a little perturbed because he had told her that you had thrown, his head was dirty and you had thrown sand at him. But your mother didn't accept that because she had seen him stand on his head in the sand. And now I just remembered something more. I remember that you told about how you loved to treat the children, how you got some money and treated them. I'm sure you can remember what I'm talking about. And your dad discovered how you got it. I really don't want to be telling these things because I know you can tell them so much better, so perhaps you will. Then, about your youth, I'm sure you'll tell about the boat trip across the lake and picking mayflowers. And also, it seems to me I remember you telling me that after a young people's gathering or something like that, you liked to drink coffee out of Dad's cup after it came back out into the kitchen. Also, you probably have something to tell about the summer you worked in Des Moines. Those are just a few suggestions. And then I would like to make one little comment on that first tape that you made for Val. And it's about that part where you are going to go to work for the Hansons. You said it was in 1915, and I know what you meant to say was that you were 15 years old. So this will explain it if there's ever any question. Perhaps you'd like to explain it when you continue the tape. Just mention it or something. Now, I'm sure this is enough suggestions, and I'm going to quit. And now
we're going to break in unexpectedly here and try to put a few more words in this tape, as long as there is more length to it. I'm sitting here in the living room waiting for Mother. She's in the bedroom now. And I want to ask her a few questions, perhaps about her youth that you have been talking to her about, Gunver. It's the 14th of April. Did I say that before? I've almost forgotten. Anyway, this is one of the sad things in life is that all love affairs must end in tragedy, because one must die. And so it is that it seems that happiness is not a thing which can be sustained forever. And so here I am in Tyler because of that fact, I guess. But I do want to ask Mother some things about the beginning of the love affair and the beginning of their long life, Dad and Mother's long life together. When you talked before to Gunver about your youth, there's one thing that you didn't say anything about. Well, that was your wedding, and I was just wondering what you remembered about.
My wedding?
Yeah. Do you remember about it? Do you remember, what time of the day it was?
The afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Wait a minute. Wait till I finish now.
Oh.
What time of the day it was, and who was invited, and where you had the reception, and that sort of thing. About all your relatives who were there. Just tell me a little bit about
I'm going to try to tell. I suppose the first thing I should say was my wedding, that I talk about my wedding dress.
Yeah.
Most girls have different kinds of wedding dress. But I had it's beginning to be used with light colors and
stylish.
yeah. Sometimes they were just dark dresses they wore for weddings. That
Really?
could also happen, but not when I got a satin dress. Mine was not a cotton dress.
What color was it?
It was cream color, if you want to call it that. That's what we call it then.
Yeah.
And Marn Anderson, who was a seamstress here in Tyler, sewed it for me. And I had some braids, very nice braids, to trim up the dress with it. It was quite a dress at that time.
Yeah.
But then we had no attendance like they do now. When we came to church, we walked up together, up the aisle, John and I, up to the front seat on the right-hand side of the pew, as you came towards the altar.
Yeah.
There we sat till the pastor called us up to the altar. We sang a few songs, or hymns I should call them, I suppose, in church too. I can't just say what, in a hurry,
No.
what they are.
You don't remember what hymns you sang at your wedding, huh?
Yet who's got a big, I think, I'm not sure about that. Maybe that
Yeah.
came in a little later
Yeah.
on.
I imagine at that
Uh,
time you weren't so concerned about what kind of hymns you were singing. Yeah?
No. It was I think we also sang Love from God Above, that's contagious, that's Cali hit for Gui, Spring and Lee some killer cloud rain. But later on, after Ian Monson had been in Denmark, that's many years later on, he came home and told us that Cali hit for Gui was a song that a young man had written to tell his girlfriend how much he loved her and how much he believed in that kind of a love, because her parents were very much against her marrying him.
Oh, I see.
And then he wrote Cali hit for Gui and sent it to her. So
Well, then after the wedding, Mother, where did you go to?
then after the wedding, we went down the house.
To the house?
Yeah, down the house where Cooks live now. They bought that house. Where Svendua lived and where Cooks.
Why did you go to that house?
That's where we lived. The father's house.
Oh, why, that's right across the street from the church.
No, not that old house. That's not my first home.
Oh, I didn't know you lived anywhere else.
Yes, we built that big house down there by the barns. There, Dad had a barn down there. He and Mother had planned they were going to build that house.
Where is that?
Right across from Hattie's almost.
Across the street.
From Hattie's. Do you know where she lives?
Well, I know where she used to live.
Yeah, Martinson's too, you know.
Yeah, across from Martin.
Yeah, that big house is a little farther back than all the rest.
Well, that's in Nils Utah's house, wasn't it?
Yes, my father built that house.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The year after Mother died.
And you lived in it?
Yes,
Oh, that's
That's-
the first time I ever knew that.
that's where we lived when I was married, and Dad had built that house, and it's a big house, and I guess he couldn't afford to get any painter to come in and varnish all the woodwork, so that was just left as it was when we moved in.
I see.
And then the year after, when I was going to be married, I varnished all this woodwork.
I see.
I varnished till I got sick to my stomach
Well,
with all that
when
smell.
did he build the house he lived in the rest of his life then?
And he built the house
Such
up by
an
the church where we
When
were.
did he build that?
After that, he sold that house down there.
Oh, shortly
And
after
then he
that.
built that house not too many years, a little later.
I see.
I can't just remember what year it was.
So they had the reception in that big house down there.
Yes,
And Nils Utah, did
just
he
the
buy?
reception, not really the reception. We had the reception in the gym hall over by Dannenberg. That's where we had all long tables. We had
Oh,
400, we invited 200 guests.
well now wait a minute. Let me get it straight.
Yeah,
After the church, you went back. After the church service, you went back to the house.
yes.
Did all
Just,
the
no, they all waited for, I don't remember that, you
yeah?
know.
But do the guests all come down to the house?
Maybe they did, because that's where we were, I can't remember.
Then did you go back to the gym hall after that?
Yeah, and there the meal was on a very nice meal. I tell you, it was fancy.
Yeah.
We had a cook that knew how to make it fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Ida Jensen, her name was. She was sort of the cook of the
Now,
community.
were only relatives invited?
Oh no, all our friends. I know John. You know how Bedstefar or John
And practically everybody in town then.
Hans Johanssons.
Yeah.
You know, they had so many friends, and they liked to invite all their friends. They were
Yeah.
very hospitable, you know.
Yeah. But like you
And-
didn't invite the whole young people society or anything like that.
Not like that. No, it's individual.
Yeah, individuals. Yeah.
Individual
Yeah.
invitations were
Yeah.
sent out.
Mhm.
And then we went over and had a meal over there.
You had a meal.
And there was people that spoke at the wedding, and
Oh, I see.
Bedstefar,
Oh, yeah,
Cousin
like-
Hansen did.
Mhm.
He spoke about it.
That was in the gym hall?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
We could just remember at this minute just come out what he told us.
Mhm.
Oh yes, the most important thing he told us was, I think, at least I think yet,
Mhm.
was that after you get married, there might be a knot on a thread,
It might get to be a knot on your thread.
When you said in Danish.
Ja, en kur på tråden.
En kur
Så
på
kan,
tråden.
kan det være, at det kunne være en kur. K-U-R-R-E, kur.
Ja.
En kur på tråden. Skal I'll say it in Danish now, and then maybe in English afterwards. Så må I ikke glemme, at I må ikke trække for hårdt i den snor. I skal trække lempeligt.
Ja.
Og se pille det, siger han sådan. Og se på lempeligt kornet ud af tråden. Ikke trække den sammen, så I ikke kan få den op igen.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to say.
Yes, let me translate that.
Yeah, you translate that, will you? Okay.
This is what Christian Hansen said at Bedstemor's wedding. He said that when you have been married, then there may be times when there will be a knot on the string, which he would. And then he said it is important for you not to pull the string taut, so that the knot becomes tighter. But instead, you should pull very lightly, so that you will be able to unravel the knot and have a string which is has no knots in it. In other words, so that your marriage would be without any problems again, right?
Very good. Exactly what I told us, and we've also always remembered this.
Mm-hmm.
We've also had knots on the thread, but we never
Yeah.
tightened this. We never went to bed.
So you remember your father telling you that, huh?
Oh yeah. There's nothing he said. Remember to always keep I can't see it now. I want it.
Say it in Danish.
Husk endelig altid at knapperne syet i hans bukser. Be sure to remember to have
Sure to remember to sew on his buttons, said
from his pants. They didn't have
yeah.
slippers in those days,
yeah.
you know. And some,
They were about for show inside,
they also had the suspenders, you know, and
yeah.
there were several places on these pants that needed nuts.
Oh,
or that
yeah.
needed,
Yeah.
needed buttons.
Well, as you can see, that was in the days before women's lib, when a woman was expected to sew buttons on her husband's clothing. You see.
Absolutely, man. We never think of not doing it.
So we've come to a new age nowadays.
Yeah, I guess we have.
Then, do you remember anybody else saying anything?
Then I remember all these people over having. No, I don't. I remember Charlie Sorensen spoke, and I can't remember. I wish I knew. I wish I'd written it down.
Yeah.
I might have it someplace among more
Yeah.
things I wouldn't know for sure. I might have.
But did Hans Johansson, did he speak?
Yes, he did too.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember. But my dad had always been the kind that would figure everything out. And
Yeah.
yeah, he spoke too. I think of Hans Johansson was so much older than he was. She was so much older than. No, it was Hans Johansson that was so much older than 1 year older than Dad for a few months.
Yeah.
Then he caught up, and then they were the same
Yeah.
age, you know. He told that.
Yeah.
I think somewhere or other he mentioned that. My
Yeah.
dad. He always had something to.
He always had something funny to say in
Yeah.
some clever way.
They're
He
all-
spoke in allegories, and I think that was interesting about the string, you know,
Yeah,
that he would.
yeah.
That he
It
would.
was, I think. So even if it was my wedding day, I still remember something of it.
Yeah.
I wish I'd
Well, that
remembered
was
more.
that little story about the thread. I think that's very interesting, Bedstemor. I never heard that before.
I'm glad I got to tell you. I'm glad that that's one thing I've always appreciated. That's told us that
Yeah.
and told us don't forget.
So then after the wedding is over.
Well, then after the wedding was over, then we cleared everything out.
Mm,
Oh, I remember about the wedding. You know, Mrs. Edith Jensen who did the cooking and all that. I must tell that too. I can't go away from it that fast. She made a wedding cake for me in Kranzakar,
yeah.
about a foot and a half tall,
Oh yes.
big one.
Mm-hmm.
And she decorated. And what do you suppose she decorated it with? Little baby ribbons, we call them, little tiny narrow ribbons
Yeah.
in red, white, and blue. Can you think of that as decorating a wedding cake? I couldn't then,
Patriotic, huh?
but I couldn't see. I thought that was for the 4th of July or something
Yeah.
like that. So, but I never said anything. But I
No.
wished it hadn't been
And
red,
that-
white, and blue at
Yeah.
a wedding. She did that. That's
Well,
when
it'd been red and white, it would have been all right.
Oh yeah,
Been
better.
the Danish flag, huh?
No, no, I don't think it should have been red at all. I think it should have been white. As I said in that little verse I made up about my home. When I left home, I had written 3 verses shortly before I was married,
Mhm.
and put them in with John's last letters to me from Arco before he came home to marry me. And he found them 50 years later, or 60 years later. No, 50 it must have been. 60. Yeah, 50 some years later.
Really?
Found it. And I wrote, this is what I wrote. You want to hear it?
Sure.
You heard it, haven't you?
I don't remember.
Farvel mit barndomshjem. Nu skal jeg videre frem. Af stien, hvor min lykkestjerne tænder. Minderne tager jeg med fra dette kære sted. Der er meget, som jeg vil erindre. Her svandt min barndomstid, og her har kærlighed udfoldet sine skønne hvide blade. Her har også sorg jeg kendt, som aldrig bliver glemt. Her har jeg levet alle mine dage. Gud, du som er så god. Lad mig da fast og ro i der, hvor min gerning blive skal herefter. Ja, lad den lykkes mig, så den kan tækkes dig. Lad mig bruge mine bedste kræfter. Those 3 verses I had written, and I'd forgotten all about them. And they could have been burned, put away, and never come, but I had written them shortly before I was married
Yes.
in October.
Who did you write them to? Just for yourself?
Myself,
Just for yourself.
just my thoughts, the way I felt.
I think you did send me a copy of that. That's
I know I have. I'm sure I have.
But really, I know if I wish I had it in writing now. I could translate it into English.
Yes,
So that anyone else who listens to the tape would know what it means. It's
I
really
can't.
beautifully written.
I can't translate it.
No, and I
Not
probably
in a
can't.
hurry like this. I mean, you probably could. You could do it. I'll give you sometime if you want. But anyway, getting back to the nice wedding cake that was decorated red, white, and blue. John came home a day or 2 before the wedding, a couple of days before the wedding. And so he came up to see me naturally up there by the house. And I went out to meet him by the door, and we talked out by the porch, out by the door, on the porch. When I came in again, I was reprimanded for, you haven't got time to talk to him now. You'll have to wait, the cook said. We have many things to do. See, I couldn't have a wedding without doing a lot of the work in the kitchen too, for 200 people. And she had made butter decorations. She had made, you've seen them too, and I'm sure some of you at least, made out of clover leaves. The butter was made into clover leaves, and butter was made into something else too, different things like that. Can't just remember now what the other thing was, especially remembered. And it was very pretty, decorative. Everything was very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got to this part now where we have to talk about what you asked me what we did after we had our dinner. I did tell you that the wedding was at 4 o'clock in the church at Danbury. When we were married, I mean. Well, we cleared the table and we danced in the gym hall.
Oh, yes.
We had someone who played the violin and we danced. I remember I danced with my dad.
And did you?
Of course, I danced the first one with John.
Yes.
We danced all alone at first.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we did it in those days. Alvor Gammon, Kakos Salmon, is one of the sayings in Danish, where we say that seriousness and happiness, or what? That's quite they go well together.
Yes. Mother,
Yeah.
who played the violin? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. But in the basement, in the sixth plex where I live, down by the furnace, where there was a little place given to us for our tools and what have you, when we moved in.
That was Bedstefar's workshop.
Yeah, that's Bedstefar's workshop, but he didn't work there very much. He'd rather be upstairs and sit down there alone.
Well, what happened then after he delivered milk to start with? What else did he do? Tyler.
Well, then of course there was that hardware store that also was closed. Many people lost everything they had. People that had put all their money, had been farmers and put their money in the bank. That was enough to live off the rest of their life, they thought. And they lost all the money in the bank. And that's what we lost the two we'd had in the bank, but instead we
You had it in the farm.
lost the farm. We had to give that up.
But you did say, I remember, that if you had stayed on the farm, you probably would have kept it like other people did that stayed on their farms.
Well, we could maybe have managed it.
Yes.
But you see, there was this hardware store. We already had moved to town, though we lived in Jess's house with Paul and Sven. They were not married at that time, and they had a little money, and they came to Dad, John, and said that if you'd like to buy that hardware store, you could buy it very cheaply. If you would do that, buy it, then they would lend him the money if it would help him to get it. Of course, it helped him because he didn't have any money to buy it for otherwise. Maybe he got a loan, I don't know, but at least that was what helped him. It didn't take so very long before he could pay it back. I asked Palmer one day recently, did you ever get all that money back that you lent us? Yes, he said, we got it all back.
Yeah, I think Bedstefar was very good at that.
Oh, yes. But they were hard times, you know.
They must have made that money in the corner store. They had the corner store, I remember,
Yes.
when we were on the farm.
Yes, I'm sure they did well in the corner store.
They stayed with us for a while, and it was a big deal when they brought home the cookie crumbs from when the cookie boxes were empty. They sold them, you know, out of boxes, put them in the
They
sack.
stayed with us out in the farm for a
Yeah.
while.
So we get all those nice broken cookies and crumbs.
I can't remember that.
This must have been before either of them were married. Too.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. You said Fulmer was a partner of Bedstefar's for a while.
I think for a short time in the hardware store.
Was that right at the beginning?
Yes, I guess so. That I don't know for sure, just but I think it must be pretty close to the beginning anyway. But he got married, you know, and his wife didn't like all
Elsie
that.
didn't?
No, she didn't like that job he had with coming home with grease all over his face and his arms and all his clothes. And so Fulmer bought the grocery store.
You know, it seems to
The one with the grocery store where the supermarket is now. What would you say?
I was going to say, I don't remember that Dad had the hardware store while I was still in high school. And I graduated in '34. I think he bought that after I was away from home.
Yes, he must have, because remember we lived 6 years in Jess's house?
Yes, but so your only income during that first period of time in town was from the milk business, right?
Yeah, right to begin with.
Yes. 5 cents a quart.
Oh, that must have been hard. How did you ever live on that? pay them?
Well, it wasn't too bad, you know, but I know he came home one day and said that there's a lot two doors up that's where Burmester guy lived, you know, built the house. There's a lot there that can be bought for $75, he said. And I would like to buy it, but I haven't got $75. So he didn't buy it. That's what he said. And then later on we could buy that little lot that George Diamond owns, where we built the house.
You don't remember what you paid for that?
No, I don't remember what we paid for the lot.
And the house did not cost very much to build.
No, it cost us $5,000. It was built well, because FHA came and inspected it and see that everything was right.
Yeah, it was a nice house, well-built house.
It was
warm.
very well built.
It was well insulated, it was warm.
Yes, and I'd like a fireplace, but Bedstefar said no. We wouldn't use that very much. So we didn't get a fireplace. And I didn't get a dining room either, because it says, that's waste space, dining room.
Well, I thought you felt that it was waste space too, no?
Well, not really, but
Oh,
see, we had to cut where we
Yes.
could, you know.
yes.
We couldn't build a house just the way we like it. But we had to build it as nice as we could for what money we had to could put into it, you might say.
But you must have learned to like what you could have, because as I think of it, I thought this was very ideal to have your living room and dining room all in one.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
But I always was always very happy with the breakfast nook in the kitchen.
Yeah, that was nice.
And I really think it's fun now that for ever so many years after, that Barbara had to have a breakfast nook like ours at Highland Court. And it's right in the same place when you come out from the dining room. There it is, on the left, under the window, the table,
Yes.
and the benches. And there was a counter right there where we had our counter.
You're talking about, just to clarify it, Barbara's and Joe's home. They
Yeah, here,
remodeled their
right here
kitchen.
in Phoenix.
Yes.
Yeah, they remodeled the kitchen in that old house they bought. They remodeled it, made a lovely home out of it. I thought Barbara was funny. She said, we even got a pair of false teeth out of the deal. We got everything in some of the furniture, the bedroom furniture that she bought, but all of what's there happened to be in the drawers. Didn't she?
Yes.
And there she found them.
Well, I remember I used to think Bedstefar's false teeth were just the greatest things in the world.
Yeah.
Don't forget his bald head. Maybe
Man,
you
his
don't
bald
remember
head,
that.
too.
There was a man out there, Bert, out at your
Church?
church yesterday who had just as bald head as Bedstefar.
Yeah, I remember you commented on that.
Yeah. To him, yeah.
Yeah.
I did. Tickled me kinda.
When did Eilif go into the hardware store with Bedstefar?
After he got out of the army.
Well, that wasn't until then.
That's what he thought he would like, and he just didn't like it. He couldn't stand to be indoors like that in a store. It wasn't just against his wishes after he tried it. Of course, he did plumbing and such, so he could get out and work outdoors or other places.
The war years must have been good for the business in the store.
It got much better. We did well, but I can laugh when I think of the tiny littlest thing we could sell to begin with.
nothing really. How thrilled we were. We sold that little thing.
I still have a green measuring cup from his opening day or opening event.
You do?
Yeah.
Do the store?
Yes.
Or the hardware store?
Yes.
They gave away those things?
I'm sure it was because I was not home at that time. I don't know what else it could have been from. I'm sure it was from the opening.
They must have given something away. But they could have.
Right.
They had the money.
I don't use it.
No.
No, I wouldn't. I'd put that in your china
Green glass.
closet.
Yeah.
That's valuable.
I was just going to say something else. I have two that I remember we sold in the store. I say we. And that was a cream skimmer, a little cream, well, not a separator, but a skimmer that would fit right down into the neck of the glass
Oh, I
bottles.
remember that.
And then it has a little,
Ball.
yeah, at
Oh,
the end
on
of
a
a
stick.
metal. I have one of those too.
remember them, but I hadn't thought of them for years.
Did they sell them in the store?
Oh, yes.
Well, I remember they used to have cream separators there too. The hardware store.
Yes.
The big machine, you know.
Yes.
I have a nice picture of Bedstefar in the store. Where he's standing opening the lid to a washing machine.
I remember that.
Well, what about, now you built your house in 38 in Tyler? You began building it when? In the spring? 1938?
You moved in for Christmas in 1938.
Yes, we must have built it that summer.
Did you have Christmas in the basement?
You
then?
mean Arco? Is that what you're talking
No,
about
in
now?
Tyler, in 1938 when you built the house.
Oh. No, we didn't have Christmas down there to begin with.
No.
We didn't finish the basement off
No,
until 1941.
you finished it off before your wedding.
Right.
So your wedding was really the first event there.
Yeah, then we had tables down there set up.
And I can still remember the children mostly ate down there, and one of them dropped one of your Fostoria goblets on the cement floor, and it didn't do a thing to it. It was just perfect.
Is that right? Still have those Pastoria
Yes.
glasses yet.
Well, who built the house for you?
Chris Larson.
That was Chris Larson.
Hmm.
And you drew the plans yourself.
Yes, except I did made a mistake. The first plan I showed them, there was no place for, no room for the chimney where I wanted it. So we had to move the chimney over on the other side of the door in the kitchen,
Where did you want the chimney?
out in the hall. There was not room. See, I hadn't measured it out like that. But they could easily do that. The carpenters knew what to do to help me out in that problem.
Then your broom closet was right next to it, right, in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm. Broom closet right next to it. Yes. I remember when up at the sixplex, or maybe it was a fourplex when they built that. Martin Anderson said, "Well, it's terrible." She said, "There isn't even a broom closet." And there isn't. I often wish there was. Some little place you could hang
Right.
a broom or other little things like that.
Did Bedstefar do the heating and plumbing in the house then?
No, I imagine he did. I can't remember
You must have.
who did it. I think he had. He must have, you know, because he could do it.
Yeah.
That was his business.
Yeah. In Arco, they also sold cars.
They did.
Uh-huh. Bedstefar could go out and sell a car to a farmer,
My goodness.
or go up to Minneapolis and get a new car
For a
to
farmer?
sell, you know. I went with him once. It was going to be a pleasure trip for me, you know. But it rained and rained, and there was so much mud we couldn't drive on the roads because they weren't graveled, you know. So sometimes we had to drive some field, you know, by the side of the road to get across the mud and all. And we got stuck in that field. And so we had to get the farmer to pull us out, and I can't remember how much he had to have for that. He had a couple of dollars for it or something.
Pull you out, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he asked. So he's just waiting for the next one to get stuck there, get another couple of dollars, or the next one to get stuck again to get another couple of dollars.
It's a pretty good deal.
Yes. Well, Bert,
Maybe we have enough here for now, huh?
I think we better say enough. It's good right now.
Okay. Do you have anything more you want to add, Mother?
No?
Okay.
Have you, Bert, anything you want to add?
No, not now.
Okay.
Later.
Maybe you'll think of something, I'm sure.
What's the coconut song now? Who is it written by?
It's written by a man in Denmark by the name of H.B. Gagoon. K-A-A-L-U-N-D.
And what number is it in the book?
It was written in
58.
58, yeah.
What number is it in the book?
In this book, it's number 292.
What's the book? S.U.J.'s songbook.
Danish
Songbook for
people
the
in
Danish
America.
folk in America, huh?
Yeah, the Danish folk in America, you're right. You read Danish better than I do today. You sure do. It's,
Is it published in Denmark?
no, over here,
Over here.
in America. Maybe we can see let's look and see who is published.
Oh, it's published by the Lutheran Publishing House, Blair, Nebraska.
Uh-huh. But it's, of course, you can't buy it anymore, I'm sure. There aren't many more to be bought.
No, it's published in 1949.
Uh-huh, that's a long time ago, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I'll see if I can get back to that song again. I'm going to drop the
292.
Can you see it?
Sure.
Not there.
No.
It has a little mark in the book of it. Here
There
it
it
is.
is.
Couldn't see it. It starts like this in Danish. En kokosnød på havet flød, omtumlet vildt af vågen. Ved Asiens kyst en stormig høst, den rev fra kokosskoven. Og klage den, hvor skal jeg hen? Vi blev min kerne moden. Blandt val og hej, jeg kan dog ej, i dybet feste roden. Spildt er min kraft, min sunde saft. Jeg kvæger ørkenens arme. Kold er din grav, du store hav, og jeg behøver varme. Men Herren lå, han klæder jo hver markens urt og lilje. Det mindste frø kan ikke dø, når ej det er hans vilje. So many I know by heart. But there are many more verses.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more verses. But you see, then there's coconut. But now, oh yeah, I'll tell you what the next verse is. Bei havesvann der visste han, lå øen i det fjerne, med frugtbar grund, men uden lund den ventede på en kerne, og nøden drev op på dens rev, fra verdens havets våge. Den faste rod, og snart der stod, undskyld, snart dækt med kokosskove. No, I don't want to keep on that because
Do you
I'm
want to
just,
tell me what it says? You want to
Yes.
translate it?
you see, I told you part of it now, you know the beginning of it.
Why don't you do it again?
Okay. There was a coconut. Floating out in the ocean. And it was thrown hither and thither out there. It was from Asia's coast. It had been torn away from a coconut tree when there was a storm. And that's why it had been blown down into the ocean. And now it was lamenting and why on earth that should happen to it, because it could never set root out in the ocean. It had to be in a warm climate, and here it was floating out there and they could do nothing to lament about it. I'll see the next verse. I'm strong and I could set root, but I need something. I need something warm, to some good soil to
root in.
To root in. Yeah, you help me when you help me. But God in heaven laughed, or our I wouldn't say God in heaven.
Our Father in heaven.
Not Father either. Helen, that's the one who is above everything.
Lord.
The Lord. That's what I wanted to say. The Lord left. He knew better. The Lord knew better. But he knew where there was a coast, barren coast with no coconut trees. And that's where this coconut was finally driven up on that one coast where there was no coconut trees. And it wasn't long before it had set root, and before too long there were many coconut trees growing there. So that's where it ended up. But we could tell in much better words if we just forget all about the verse, and they just tell it in our own way.
Well, you look at the verse and then tell it in your own way.
Where did I put my magnifying glass? There it is. I will tell you what the verse said, because I'm not... when the skippers, what they call them,
The boat,
yeah, the boat, yeah.
captains.
Captains, or whatever you want to call them, others too, who got to this island now. The skippers, yeah, then it was not a barren island anymore. Up high towards the sky. High towards the sky. In the, we call it Palmer's leaf.
Shelter of the palms.
Shelter of the palms, yeah. There they stood, these coconut trees, with the evening sunset. You know, the beautiful evening sunset. You see here too in Phoenix. Every word of truth, you know, that we speak. Every truthful word spoken, outspoken on this earth is Gunver always see that man nu när Lena.
What?
Det är sanningsord, uttalt på jord, med nu när att Lena.
You compare it to the coconut.
Det er et frø på vildens sø, men Gud kan det velsigne. It's like a seed out in the wide ocean, but God can bless it. As you speak about that coastline there, it's open to something, you know, like an open chest or open, you know, open heart, or you might call that too. You can find it in this world. And you never know if you can, or you won't know, or maybe, well, you might know. You might know, I should say it that way. Egen sjæl. If you can't, you have to touch one's soul and win it for heaven. That's what I said in that verse. So speak it out. He says, that's the one I can remember by heart. So speak it out and have faith in God. Even if have faith in God and let the stream or water, whatever you want to call it, tear it away, is word you've spoken. It can happen that a palm tree to, I would say, again,
Palm tree to what?
to in a calville. Can't see the she's in there even.
Shelter.
Shelter, yeah. A palm tree to shelter the coming,
Storms?
no, not storm, people, selector. Not one after the other, what do you call them?
Crowd?
No, not crowd, but yours, select, that's my next generation. The generations, that's what it is. Now I get it. A palm tree to shelter others, coming generations. In this word of truth, it happened to be to the coming generations what you had spoken of. One word, even. You never know what some people can, when you speak to people, what they get. But if they just get a little bit, I remember Folker Cook came to China once when we were young and we were living on the farm then, and we went up to listen to a lecture he gave at Danneboy. And he spoke about soul force, and it was the most touching lecture. That night we both came home, both of us, uplifted from what he had said. But we're not the kind of people that could bring it back in the words he had spoken it.
spoken to us in. We knew there was really something he gave us there that was great. That's his word of truth, you know.
Thank you, Bedstemor.
It was very, very bad, though, the way I put it.
Okay, what were you going to say?
Well, I suppose they like to scare little kids too quick.
You heard many stories about dead people when you were...
I think I must have, because I was also afraid.
Yeah,
There's so much to be afraid of.
You can't remember any stories about
No, I can't, but I know they...
well, what about your father? Wasn't
If I listened, you know, like children do,
yeah.
listen to the grown-ups talking,
Oh,
maybe
I
they told ghost stories and all that kind.
Didn't your father have, when he was little in Denmark, didn't he tell you about that with the shock of wheat?
Yes, he did.
And he,
He had thought it was a ghost over there. He thought it was a ghost.
it was by the, wasn't it by the cemetery or something?
No, it was out in the country. It had nothing to do with the cemetery. But the cemetery was a place to shun. But you see, when the people died in those days, they didn't have any mortuary to bring them to. So if they were brought in by train,
You mean in Tyler?
in Tyler, yes, from other places.
Train. Oh, you mean if
They
somebody
were-
died out of town? I was thinking if somebody died in their home and they brought them in. But,
No, when they died out of town, like my uncle John Uthoff,
oh, yeah.
who was taken to St. Peter and died a week later.
Yeah.
And when he had these awful spells where he wanted to fight them all off, you know, they had to hold him by force, you might say. He'd say when he got over them spells, he said, "Oh, I hope I didn't hurt anyone." It was awfully hard on my father. He almost felt like he'd almost have a nervous breakdown taking care of him. They had to bring him to St. Peter, and you never knew when he got these spells. He was brought to St. Peter on my birthday, and he died a week later on his daughter's birthday, Johannes, the 7th of May. But I remember that my mother didn't tell me when they brought him back. They always put them up in that little crying room in the church, right there by the narthex. Not in the basement. There one up there by the narthex.
Yeah.
And so they had brought him in there, and other people too sometimes. But my mother found out that someone was going to be put over there, you know, till the day they had to be, next day maybe or next again, when the funeral had to be held. She'd see that I got out in the country or someplace to visit with some of my friends, so I didn't see that they put anyone in the church. Because it was so hard for me, I couldn't fall asleep at night then. I was scared. And our windows my window from our room turned out to that side where the church was too. So it's scary to me.
But you know, Mother, that may be part of it even. The fact that they tried to shield you. That made it seem like there was something really bad if you had to be shielded.
But I didn't know it till the next time. I didn't know. Mother has
Until
told
you
me
were
that.
grown up?
Mother has told me that later, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Well,
that's
even
what she
so,
did to
yeah,
me.
Even so.
So then I could sleep well in the evening. I didn't have to worry about somebody that's dead
you
over.
were out in the country during the day.
Yeah, she sent me out there when she knew they were bringing him in at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, usually for the east.
Yeah.
So I wasn't home when school was out. Before.
Yeah.
But it was I was also frightened. I was so afraid, nervous about everything.
You were?
I was the oldest. I always felt like I had to protect my own brothers and sisters. Upstairs when we had to go to bed, it was me that had to take care of them. I was sort of like their mother up there. Like Sven, when he would wake up at night and cry that there was a man in the closet. There's a man in the closet. He had a dream. He woke me up. No, there is no man in the closet. I said, yes, there is a man in the closet, he'd say. Then I'd get up and take a match and light the lamp.
That's the scariest part of it all.
And then I'll go out, go over there to open the closet door and say, look in for it. So he saw it. And, no, there is no one in there. There's no one in there. That was all it took. Then he could fall asleep again.
Are you taping this, Bert?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, didn't you?
No,
That's
I don't know
right.
what I said.
Those are little memories. There's one memory I remember too. We had a hired girl. Mother wasn't always well. So sometimes she had a hired girl helping her. And she had one at that time. Her name was Anna Peterson. She had a boyfriend. He lived south of town. And his name was, what was it now? Rasmussen was his last name. Can't remember his first name now. Walter Rasmussen was her boyfriend. And she was working for us, and it was in the summertime, and she had to give us our baths in the kitchen, in the tub, you know. And so we snuck away from her, Sven and me, both all stark naked, and ran around the house. And she kind of came out to catch us, you know, and get us in. And just at that time, her boyfriend passed on the road. She told me this.
Yeah.
Just at that time, her boyfriend passed on the road, and she felt so embarrassed. And you should see that.
Is that the Walter Rasmussen I remember from Thailand?
Yeah.
And is it? Was
He
that
moved
the-
out to California, and they
Yeah.
died in so long.
Was she the one that he, or did they marry? Did she marry him? This one that took care of him now?
And she married him.
Oh, she did.
And then they had a runaway up at the church once, and she was hurt a little bit, somewhere or other, that runaway. So they took her into the parsonage. That's where the big parsonage is now. There was a small parsonage then. They took her into the parsonage, and I happened to be over there. And I was out in the kitchen. And out there in the kitchen there was a mirror. And I happened to look into that mirror, and I saw the door was open into the living room, and I saw him kiss his wife. And I felt like I had just intruded in the most holy place, you might say, to see that he kissed his wife. It was not for me to see, you know, that's the way I felt. And it wasn't maybe meant for me to see, but I saw it through that mirror.
What happened to that parsonage?
It was moved up on a hill there to the south. That's where George Holmes lived for many years. They were the ones who lived in it first, after it was moved up there. And that's where Norman and Haakon and the girls were brought up. That's why they could come down to our farm, Hopedale Farms, just about every day to play.
What side of the road was it on?
On the west side, where all the houses are now. Not now, because the other house on the other side, no, it's true. At that time, there was only houses on the west side. And I remember Siren came down to play, Siren home. And I kind of talked her into staying and have supper with us. So she did. But then the older children came down and said, you have to come home. Mother's very angry with you. You're not supposed to stay down here like that. And then she was crying when she heard that. Je protest. She knew she had to go home, and that means I'm getting licking when I get home. I'll get licking. And she suppose she did, because her mother had a stick someplace that she took down and smacked them with when they wouldn't behave. Listen to her, what she told to tell them to do. They had to behave.
That is Kenton's aunt, Bert.
Oh,
Yes. Haakon was one of them. But she didn't come down like Norman did, because Norman and Over were the same
same age.
Norman told me a little story about, when they were, how teenagers are. Remember them? Can you? Or how you were when you were a teenager? The boys would go out with that south of town, south of Hopedale Farm, where that road parts there. One goes east and one goes up and goes west.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you'd stand down there, and when people came, they'd stop them. And then they'd say, "Can you tell me the way to Tyler?" And several told them, you know. But they kept on stopping different ones that came. And then one knew them and said, "We knew you know the way to Tyler, I don't have to tell you that." That's over Norman, what things they cooked up.
Okay.
Norman told me this.
Yeah. Did you ever ask Obi?
No, I don't think he can quite remember it though, but Norman could. There's nothing that would hurt anyone either, you know, but it's just teenage stuff.
Funny.
In the spur of the moment, you might say.
What can you remember about the lake?
Oh,
Was it Donovo Lake or Swan Lake? Or what was it called?
it was Swan Lake. That was the name of it. It was a nice little lake.
Were there swans in it?
No. Maybe there had been, I don't know. There were sailboats on it, and rowing boats without sail. And we could skate there in the wintertime. All the college students went down to skate, and we went out to skate there. Before I even grew up, we had some skates that were hard. You could hardly stay on my feet. With 2 runners on instead of 1. That's the way it started out. 2 runners on the skates, I mean. And then I remember too, when I was a teenager, I was skating that lake with Bedstefar, your Bedstefar, John, Johan. And then one Sunday afternoon in the summertime, he had, you know Johannes Johansson, you remember him? He's died now recently.
Oh, I saw that somewhere.
Yeah. And he, that was Tyler paper you saw, Tyler Tribute. He and his wife, they were newlyweds, and they were going out for a boat ride, and John had told them that he'd row up from the farm and get them, and then he'd take them on a boat ride over to the south end of the lake to pick crocus.
You mean your Bedstefar?
Yes.
Your
Johan.
John, your Johan had told them that.
And so he came. But how I got in on that, I don't remember. If we were just down by the lake like this often, there was one girlfriend that was with me. She worked for Kemp's, who was one of the teachers at Donovo Folk School. She's about my age. She'd come over from Denmark. She could speak the Danish language beautifully. And we were good friends. We were down there too when John came in with his boat to get, if this was arranged by Jan and Johannes, they maybe had told me I could go along or something, I'm not sure. But we all got in the boat. Jan, Johannes, and Johan, and myself and my friend Sophia Masson, and we all went over to the other side, the south side, where Christopher Jensen had a little bit of virgin prairie left on his farm. Christopher Jensen's farm is the one that Margie and John's living on now.
Oh.
And we all went over, and we got off the boat, and we picked a few crocus, a little bouquet each. But then when we were going to row back home, my John, couldn't row because he had these flowers, you know. So he asked me to hold his flowers. So I did. Have you heard this before? Maybe you have.
I think you did tell it once.
And
Go ahead.
so I did. And you know what? They were so warm by his hand.
Holding.
From his hand. Just melted my heart, you know, because I was in love with him. Beginning, you know, to get falling in love. And so we rode back again then to where we came from, to the north, down by behind the gym hall, where we landed again and got off the boat, and then Johann was going to go back to the farm again. Then Sophia Masson says, she told me, oh, he likes you, she teased me. Oh, no, he doesn't at all. See, he doesn't care for me. And then she said, you forgot to give Johnny flowers, Johann your flowers. His flowers, of course, not your flowers. So I handed them down to him. And then he said, you can keep them.
What did she say then?
She didn't say anything. I can't remember what she said. I took them along home, and I kept them for many years, till in the box where I kept them there was nothing left but some little dust.
When did you find that? Didn't you find that when you were cleaning house before you moved out to your apartment?
And that's when I threw it away. I had them, I knew where they was and everything. I knew it that I couldn't throw that away, no.
I can remember that box.
Can you?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Do you still have the
Gunver
box?
can remember the box.
You still have that?
No. I don't know where it is. It was just a paper box, you know, it was a cardboard box. I think it's the one that had been stationary in once upon a time, as far as I remember.
But you did throw it away then?
Yeah, I had burned the whole thing. It was dust.
I think I'll designate the Mayflower or crocus as the Johansson family flower.
And that's why we got the crocus in our family, to be
Should
such
be.
a very important flower. Every year Bedstefar would go out there, and John would go out there. Way out south, about 7 miles out, there was still some virgin prairie there yet to this day, I think, because it's not fit right there, that certain part, for any farmland. He'd go out there and pick me a bouquet of flowers, or more than just one, a bouquet, maybe his handkerchief full of them, and bring me for my birthday, or other time in April.
I was out there with
He
him.
did that till his dying day, you might say,
I was with
as
him.
long as he could drive the car anyway, so he could drive out there. Because the day came where he couldn't drive his car anymore.
Yes, when I was home in 72 for your 80th birthday, he and I went out there. I drove out there to that place where you picked the mayflowers, and we went and picked them. And
I remember once when I came home from out here, on the kitchen's table stood a little tiny glass with 4 crocus. And a Masson had put in there, and a Bolas and Masson had put them in on my kitchen table to greet me when I came home. I don't think she knew anything about the story about the crocus, though. But I'll never forget it. It did me so much good to see those crocus standing there on my kitchen table.
Yeah.
Thrilled me that she'd done that. It was a very nice thing of her. Thing to do for as a greeting to me when I came home.
Do you remember anything else about the lake?
No, not especially. Of course, it finally got dry years, and it dried up, and all the dead fish were lying there around the edge of the lake. It was an awful sight. It smelled, you know, too.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, I can't.
And then they drained it, didn't they?
Yeah. Then there was one year I came back in April too from out here, and it had so very much rain that year that the farmer could take a little boat ride in the backyard up at Dunwood.
In his backyard.
Just a little bit, you know, just really not a boat ride completely, but I think it was a boat ride though. Just for himself, he could row a little bit. But the lake was just full of water. So I went up to Dunwood that day after I came home with my camera, and I took a picture of that lake. You've seen it too, I know. It was just like the lake way, way back.
My goodness.
It was just a treat. I took it way up on that road in front of Dunwood. It's a lovely picture.
It's a shame that they couldn't put that lake back again.
Mm-hmm. And maybe someday, who knows what will happen. Not in my day, I know.
I'll have to get that from the farmers now.
The farmers won't let it go now, you know.
It's
They
too
won't
bad.
sell it back. They won't give it back or sell it back or whatever they do with it. I don't know how it's done. What else would you like to know? Oh, when my father was, the day of my father's funeral, the school children from parochial school got flowers. I think the teacher or someone was responsible for what's going on. And they walked from our house across the street from the church, you know. They walked in front of my father's coffin as they were carrying it across the street to the church and strewed flowers in front of it, way up to the church and into the church, way up to where they put him up by the altar.
When did your father die?
1939.
Well, it was.
Mm-hmm.
And there were
In
still
1939.
and there were still children in parochial school in 39?
Otherwise, if it wasn't the parochial school children, it must be the Sunday school children. There could be two children that knew him because he told them stories.
Yeah.
That could be true, but I thought there was a parochial school in 39. I would,
Palmer and Elsie, or Elsie, I'm sure could tell you, but wasn't she the last teacher there?
Elsie was?
yeah, but I almost think that she was there before my father died.
I have sort of a
Short
feeling
time
that
before.
was probably the last spring or the last year that ended in 39.
Could very well be. I know Elsie could tell us. I'm sure she was the last teacher. That might be. Maybe she was.
Now, your father, he built some other houses. You know, the house up by the church.
Yeah, that was his first house. That's where Mother and he lived. Right after they were married.
And then he built some other houses.
Built a house right next to it, south of it,
Yeah,
where Mildred and Early Newtoft lives.
yeah, that's where Gents live.
Yeah, where Jensen Carn lived for a long time too.
But then, in between the first house and the second one, didn't he build another one?
This wasn't the second house. This was the third house right south of
Yeah.
it.
Where was the second house?
The second was way down a little ways, where Swandua lived. It's a little farther back than the rest of them from the road. That was the house he lived in when I was married. He built that. It's quite a big house, you know. And he and Mother had planned it before she died, you know, how we're going to have it. So he kept going with it and built it.
Even after your mother died?
Mm-hmm. A year after. And then he couldn't afford to varnish all the wood, get anyone to varnish the woodwork. So we lived in there with unvarnished woodwork. But then I was going to be married, and I couldn't think of having all, the woodwork wasn't even finished, you know. So I got busy and varnished all that woodwork and doors and whatever. I was in that got so much paint smell, you know, that I got sick
You're
in the
sick.
stomach.
Yeah.
But I got it done nevertheless.
The whole house?
Mm-hmm. I'm not upstairs, I'm not sure if we got the whole house. I can't remember. Downstairs, I know. And then we had a girl, maybe I've told you this before, not a girl, but a woman, married woman that was going to cook for my wedding. And we're going to be about 200 people at that wedding.
For dinner?
No, for a nice lunch, you might say, luncheon after the wedding. The wedding was at 4 o'clock, I think 3:30 or 4, I'm not sure.
Where was the luncheon going to be?
Over in Gym Hall. So they put up long tables up there, over there, and they used a marvelous cook. She made a big concert car. And that has to be decorated, a concert car, you know. And so I think she put some flowers up on top or something. And then she, or maybe no, she used a rosette of ribbon, as far as I remember. And that ribbon was red, white, and blue. And I can remember I didn't like that, but I never said anything about it. I thought, a wedding cake with red, white, and blue ribbons, I thought that was just for 4th of July, you know, or something like that. But I still have those ribbons that decorated my cake. So many years ago. There's some place at home, in my apartment.
Well, now then your father built another house, the one where gents lived.
Yeah, that's the 3rd house.
When did he build that then?
Well, it was built about shortly after we got to Arco, I think.
Why did he build that?
I think it was built when we were living in Arco, as far as I remember. Maybe about 1930. Let's see, 30. Can't say it now. What else? Sure. Not 30, I mean 30 some.
Why did they build that? Why did he build
He liked to build, I guess.
it? And then he sold the other houses.
Yes. There he had the barn down there too, and a silo, and
It was close to the first house.
right behind us, to the west.
He had a barn and silo and all those things down there.
I remember that all those rocks they had piled up that was going to be as the foundation for this new house, put in the foundation. I remember it was full of snakes. In the summertime, they'd get up and lie up under the rocks up on that pile of rocks. It was a great big pile.
This was for his 3rd house.
No, for the 2nd
The
house.
2nd house.
Right. Right.
Which house is that 2nd house? How many houses from Falmers is it? It's south of Falmers, right?
Yes.
Isn't it the 2nd house?
There's a one house between Fulmers and that house.
And that's Ernest Matson.
That's right.
And it's the next house. Okay.
Exactly.
Or it was Ernest Matson.
Yeah, it was.
When did your mother die?
1910, the 10th of August. No. Excuse me. 1910, the 13th of April. That's when she died. In 1910. And we had such an early spring that year that the crocuses were out in March. In March, imagine.
It was warm that spring.
Yeah, and it was nice for her funeral too. But just a few days later, it got so cold. and snowed and real cold weather, and everything froze that was blooming. Everything that was blooming.
She had been sick for a long time, hadn't she?
Mm-hmm. She was never well. I remember one night I sat out, and mother was so sick. I was a teenager. I sat out on the steps. I must have been about 15, 16 years old. I sat there and on the steps like this, you know, when all the kids had been down at a party with John's folks, Hans Johansson's down south. Now they were coming up to Dannenberg for a Sunday evening for...
Hans Johansson lived on the farm.
Yes. They were coming up...
On Hopedale Farm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That time they didn't call it that though. We gave it the name of Hopedale Farm. And it's a registered name, so nobody else can take it.
Why did you give it that name, or how did you?
I don't know. I think Bedstefar was the one who thought we should call it Hopedale Farm. And I thought that was awfully nice. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Go
I
ahead.
was just going to add, when you said that your mother died on April 13th, do you remember that was the day I was confirmed? On April 13th.
1910?
No.
I know better. I'm just kidding. Yes, I know it was 1913, Gunver.
No, April 13th.
Oh yes, I didn't, not 1913. Yes. Petra's laughing a little bit too.
Well, anyway, all the kids came from Hans Johansson's farm.
Yeah, I went up to Dannenberg for they always had a young people's meeting every Sunday evening at 8 o'clock started. And I can remember, it was still daytime, it wasn't dark yet, in the summertime. And I sat and I thought, oh.
And this is the 19th of March, 1977. And Bedstemor is visiting me here in Tucson. And I've asked her tonight to talk about the tornado and what she remembers about the Tyler tornado of 1918. What do you remember about that night? What was the date?
The date was August 21st. I can't remember the year.
1918.
Oh, was it not? Yeah, that's right. It was 1918. Good thing you remember. And it was a sultry day and a sultry evening. And we had some guests for dinner that evening from Arco, Minnesota, L.C. Pearson and his wife and 2 children. And after the dinner they left. They had other obligations. And the boys and the daughter, their son and the daughter, they could go to the movies in town. That's what they would like to do, so they had permission to go to the movies. And after these people left, shortly thereafter, about 9 o'clock in there, we heard a rumbling sound, John and I. It sounded like a freight train coming to town. And John said, I think it's a freight train. I said, oh no, it isn't a freight train. It sounds different. It must be a storm or something. And so let's get into the basement. But we had a hired man that was Sip Martinson that year. And we talked about, John went up to call him to come down so we could get in the basement. We have a little square basement only. Square, I call it a cellar. But by the time he got down, the rumbling was over. And we thought, let's go down to the barn then and see if we can see any sign of any storm out northeast.
Could you see the lightning and that kind of thing
No.
around you, or did it look stormy around you? Or?
No. It didn't.
It didn't look stormy.
I don't think so. I hadn't noticed any, but because I was busy, you know, after I had company, getting the dishes out of the way, and I remember I had some big cucumbers I had to fix and put into salt and what have you that evening too. But I didn't think of it as a storm, but it was a very sultry night, very, very sultry.
Can you remember what time of the evening it was?
About 9 o'clock.
About 9.
So there we saw that funnel-shaped cloud when we got down to the north end of the barn and we looked out to the northeast. There was that, we'd easily see the funnel-shaped cloud.
Was it dark?
Oh yeah, it was quite dark, you know.
You saw it
Well,
from the
cloud
lightning?
You mean the cloud was dark?
No, the
No.
sky condition.
I suppose, I don't know, we just saw the cloud.
Yeah.
And John said, it looks like it's been, must have had a storm out north of town. So he said to Sip Martinson, let's go drive out and see if anything has happened out that way. They got in the car and left. I think Sip left in bare feet even, as far as I remember it.
They were in a hurry.
They went out just to see. They thought maybe they'd be back again. But they didn't get very far. When they got down to the railroad tracks, they saw the damage the storm had done. The whole block of our main street was down. The houses, or not the houses, but
The buildings.
yeah, all the stores, I meant to say. Stores. And there was some of it was standing, but some of it was ruined completely, but some was not. You know, that's the way a tornado usually works.
Well, what happened then? You said that at Bedstefar and Sip they left in a hurry and went into town, and
Well,
you
we-
stayed at the farm.
I stayed with they went as far as the railroad tracks. Then they saw the damage. And then they turned around and went back to tell me how bad it was. And I'd better come along down to.
What about the other people that you told me about that came in the car and were talking loud?
Yeah. As I was alone home, a car came past from town going south, and the people in that car was talking, almost hollering out loud. They were hollering, and I thought, oh my, I was afraid it was some drunk people or something. That's the way it sounded. So I was hoping they wouldn't turn into us, and they didn't. They passed by. Being I was alone home, I didn't like it. And a little while later, about 10 minutes later, they came back. The same people, I could tell because they were hollering yet and talking loud. And I thought, again, I hope they'd just pass by. But they didn't. They turned into our driveway and came in up to our driveway. But thank goodness, right behind them came John. He'd come back from town to tell me how bad it was. And he was going back. He wanted me to go along down to his folks in Tyler Street, where his folks live.
That was in Tanana's house, or what I would know as Tanana's house.
Mm-hmm. That's where, what's his name? Jens Jurgensen's live now. They bought that house. They bought the house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I wrapped up the children. They were in bed, but I picked them out of bed and wrapped them in blankets and took them along down there to his folks. And Obi was just a little boy, but he sensed there was something very bad had happened, of course. He's old enough to sense that. So when we got down to his folks, I wanted to go along with John downtown. But Obi wouldn't let me. He clung to me and he would not let me go. So I stayed home with him up there with the
Hans Johansson.
Hans Johansson's, yeah, and John's folks. And Yeah, and what? And John went to town. That's what I want to say.
Okay.
To help down there. And John stayed down all night and helped dig out people from under bricks and what have you that had fallen down and trapped them in basements and such. And there were a lot of people that lost their lives that evening.
How many?
Not just on Main Street, but on that stretch, the width of Main Street, of a block. The width of a block.
How many died?
And all after, they just didn't die that evening. Some of them were very critically hurt. But we had some 30 people die entirely because of the storm, the tornado. And I remember that, should we tell a little bit more about the other first? But I remember that funeral, I'll never forget it. There was a long row of coffins standing out on the northeast corner of our church that day of the funeral. And all the people that were hurt, you know, and were because of the tornado, were put up in the Dynamo College that was used as our hospital for quite a while there.
What happened to the other hospital in town?
The other hospital in town was on top of the bank building right in the corner there.
That's
The
where the
bank-
bank is today.
Yeah, the bank stood there. The bank didn't fall, or didn't ruin, except the top of it. The upstairs, we could see the upstairs was gone completely except the floor. And there stood some beds up there because that was a little hospital that had just been started with Dr. Wadheim and his sister, who was a nurse, Louise Wadheim. But she had just been married to Chris Mawson the day before, and they had left. Another little girl, young girl, had taken over her place. Her name was Ruth Nelson. No, Rose Nelson, not Ruth. Rose Nelson. And she was killed up there trying to protect one of the patients in bed. The patient was all right, but she lost her life that night. But the movie hall was right next to Main Street, and that was full of people that night going to movie. I told you how the two
Is
children.
that BB's Theater?
Mm-hmm, BB's Theater, yeah.
BB Nelson.
Mm-hmm. And these two young children from Arco were there, you know. And BB's Nelson would not let them out because they knew they could tell there was a storm or something. So he told them to stay in, and because he did that, none of them were hurt.
The storm went north of the
Yeah.
theater,
It didn't know the storm went south of the theater.
south of the theater.
Yeah, the whole block there, Main Street. I think Tana Anna's little store there in the middle of the block was about the only one that was really intact, almost. It was kind of little, it was a little crooked, sort of bent, but it was not down completely. Drugstore, well, they were all standing part of them, you know, sort of, but all bricks had fallen down. And it was a mess, the whole thing. So after this was all over, these merchants had to get a place for all the goods that they could salvage, you know. So they made up a temporary stores up where the light plant is now. That's where the temporary stores were put.
All the merchants had their
Yeah.
stores up there, moved their
Sort
things
of,
up
yeah,
there.
up there for a while. What else you want to ask me that I forgot?
Well, maybe I could say a little bit about what Tanana told me about her store.
Yeah?
That she was in her store the night. I think it was a Friday night
Mm-hmm.
that the tornado struck. And I think she said she was in the back of the store, and they heard this noise. I think there was another woman in there with her. And they heard this noise like a freight train coming. And all of a sudden then the lights went out. And about the same time, the walls caved in. It looked as though the walls were going to cave in. But then instead of caving in, they went back out. Kind of went in and then out. And there was a lot of glass and plaster and everything all over. And then she made her way to the front of the store. And there at the front of the store was a man who was picking the glass out of the window. And apparently was kind of dazed or not really sure what he was doing, but he was picking this glass out.
That's right.
What about this birthday party that was going on at Augie Jacobson's?
Well, see, that was Eileen Jacobson's, her oldest daughter's birthday. I imagine she was got to be about 7 years old at that time. I'm guessing. I'm not really sure, but I think that's about it anyway. And she had company and not other children, but more than relatives. They were there, their relatives. And of course, all of a sudden, the whole house went. The basement was left open. It wasn't a big basement, it's just a square, a cellar, that was all it was. In those days, people didn't have big basements. Very many of them didn't. And that next morning, they were all blown out someplace outside. The next morning, there was a big white horse down the basement. It almost took off the whole square of the basement. So if they'd been down there, I don't know what would happen to them when that horse came down. But they were out around. And there was a little girl of Elmer Christensen's. Elmer Christensen had passed away. He had been in the furniture business for a while. And his widow was there with both her children, a little boy that needed all her care all the time, and a little girl, a 4-year-old girl. The boy was the oldest. The boy had been hurt in birth, so he was just like a baby in a way. She had to take care of him that way. The little girl was 4 years old, did I say that? And she was very badly hurt in that storm, and she died a couple of days later.
Where was Augie Jacobson's house at?
About where Joe Barham's house is. That's where it was.
Oh, it was over.
Over there next to the church. About
Yeah,
the
it was.
Lutheran church is now.
Yeah, it was east of
I think about
downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just in the middle of the block there.
What did downtown Tyler look like?
At that time,
Yeah, after the storm.
awful. Haven't you seen pictures of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it's awful looking. I tell you, it took a long time.
They called in the National Guard, didn't they?
Yes, and there was awfully a lot of looting going on. They just not from the National Guard, but from other people. Augie Jacobson lost everything they had in that tornado. I don't think they got anything back, as far as I know.
Out of their house.
Yeah, out of the house. That end up with now.
Who else was in the house?
Oh, Johanna Utoft was in the
Tanda.
house.
No, Johanna. Who's
That's
that?
your Tanda Johanna.
Tanda.
Was married Chris Johansson later in life.
Oh, they weren't married yet.
No. I think she was working. in Holman Johansson's store as a clerk at that time, but she also was a relative, you know, she was invited. Not a relative of Augie Jacobson's, but of Elmer's widow. And she had been invited, and she was thrown out, and when she finally picked herself up, she was so dazed she didn't know where she was going. She went northeast. Somebody saw her and got her, helped her, I guess. She had some ribs broken, but otherwise she was all right. Miss Augie Jacobson was in the hospital for some time before.
That's Andrea?
After, yeah, Andrea. Augie Jacobson wasn't home. He was in the store that night. All the stores were open that night. They always were open once a week, one night a week, I mean.
What happened to Augie's store?
Oh, it was also blown. I can't remember. They were just about all gone. Partly down. Partly. Roof was gone, the sides maybe, and everything was standing open. Partly.
What about your cousin?
Oh, my cousin Louise Utoft. She was uptown at that time with a friend, Caroline. What was her last name now? Can't say it when I want to. Her father was a nurseryman, Erickson, Caroline Erickson. Another lady, young married woman. They were uptown, but they felt like the storm was coming, so they thought they'd go east up to this lady's home that was with them. But before they got that far, the storm hit, and they were both killed. The Caroline Erickson was killed, and Louise Usoff was killed. But they couldn't find Louise after the storm. So her father, Nels Utoft, looked for her 2 days. Finally, they discovered her up in a tree.
Now, who is Nels Utoft?
Nels Utoft is my uncle.
Okay. And he is the father of who?
A lot of boys there that had nicknames, you know.
Yeah, but who is around that we would know?
Arnold Utoft lives in Mankato.
Oh, Arnold, yeah. Who else?
And Essie,
Oh, yes, Essie.
she lives up on Oak Street. No, not Oak.
Highland Court.
Highland Court, yeah.
Up next to where Sven used to live.
The same house. Yeah, next to him, yeah, was where Sven built the house. That's Essie Lawrence now. She still lives there in the little home right next to that house.
Hmm.
But she didn't live there then.
No.
I don't know. Remember, Falmer or Elsa lived there when they were first married. They might have lived there that time. I can't remember. They were married even right at this moment.
What happened to the elevator downtown?
It stood there.
What was?
And there's a big, you know how the elevator has kind of a tower, you might say, on, and a big 2x4 had just like it's put a needle through some paper or something. There's a big 2x4 through that tower.
It'd go all the way through,
Mm-hmm.
out on the other side.
Yeah.
And what about the hotel? What was in the roof of the hotel?
The roof was all right. They didn't hurt the hotel.
Wasn't there a soup spoon that was driven into the roof in the
Well,
top?
that could be too. There are many things I don't know about, I tell you. But some of the wounded were also taken to the hospital right away before they moved up to the college with them.
You mean the hospital that was blown off? They took them there?
Mm-hmm. And people that were wounded maybe and were hurt badly. I think that lady that was with Louise and Caroline was badly hurt. She was pregnant at that time and she died in the hospital. She died there at the hotel.
Oh, did they use? You
They
say they
took her
used the
there.
hotel for a hospital
Yeah,
to
for a
start
little
with.
while there, just right at the very beginning. But they didn't set up like they did after. After a while, they set it up in the college building.
Do you remember anything about where the storm began, where it went down?
Yes, it began right. It went down right on the west edge of town, and there were older people. Both the man and the woman were killed in their home, and it went through town in that one block, width of the block, and went all the way through to the east.
All the way through town.
Yeah. Some of the houses were down, some weren't, you know. That's the way a tornado usually does. Jump sort of from one place to the other. Get up and down, go down, hit some more buildings.
You sang about the Diamond Lake tornado a few years later.
Oh, there was a tornado out north town, Diamond Lake. And some of the farmhouses went down then. And one farm was completely demolished, but the radiators were standing there. So when we remodeled our house on Hopedale Farm some years later, in 21 we remodeled, 1921. Bedstefar went out there. He bought these radiators and went out there and brought them back home and put them into our house. After we remodeled and had dug a big basement all over the underneath. I think that must be been a big job. It's heavy radiators and get them lowered and bring them in and put them up again and get them piped in and all that.
They dug a deeper basement or another basement under your house?
Yeah, because what we had before was just a square, very little basement, about the size of this room we're sitting in now, Bert.
Not very big.
No.
Maybe, 12 feet by
12 maybe?
12 by 12?
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, that was really a terrible thing, a terrible tragedy that struck Tyler.
Terrible. I remember you get so nervous from something like that. I was always so scared, and John was too. We both were. Every time there was a storm at night, you know, so often happens. We had rainstorm at night. I'd take the children down the basement. We had a cot standing there all the time, ready. And I'd get down there and sit there with them till the storm was over. I was always afraid we'd have another tornado. We didn't get warnings like we do now. You know what we can expect to watch for.
I remember that when we lived with you, that whenever there was a storm too or a bad one, you were always very much on edge and
I was, you're right.
got us down into the basement.
Yeah.
Always. One time in the house in Highland Court, there was a really black storm coming, and I don't know, maybe I was 8,
Yeah.
9, and little Rasmus was painting the house.
Oh.
And it was really, really black to the west. And we'd been downtown, and we came home, and you told little Rasmus, now we're going in the basement, and you can come along if you wanna, but that's up to you, you said to him. And so you got Barbara and myself, and I think my mother was there too, and you got us all down the basement. But little Rasmus, he just stayed right up there and kept painting.
Well, I remembered one time too, looked like a bad storm was coming. And I said, we have to go down the basement. That was, Ovi and Betty were visiting us then. So we all went down the basement, and I'll never forget what Betty said. Oh, now we can play cards.
Well, that's probably a good idea.
I couldn't play cards for all that was in me, but Betty thought this is a good time to play cards. We had to sit down there.
Well, since we're talking about tornadoes and things, maybe we can talk a little bit about the 1957 tornado in Tyler. You remember that?
That tornado that took Alice's garage?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Tanana's garage.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody
I
was...
do, because that night I remember so distinctly too, because I was teaching Sunday school, and we had a Sunday school meeting that night in the dining room down up at Donaboy. Dining room downstairs. And we were sitting there, and it looked so dark in the southwest when I went up there. And I said to myself, it looks awfully dark. I was kind of worried about a tornado. But then I said to myself, but it can't hit here every time. So I went down and we took part in the Sunday school lessons, and the pastor was there and helped, and instructed us. Then the lights went out. And I got scared, and I went and got my sweater. I thought I'd better get that.
Did you hear anything?
Mm-mm. And so those that were supposed, it's just about the end of our meeting, and a couple of women were out in the kitchen making the coffee. So they found some candles in the drawer up there and lit the candles, and so we all sat out in the kitchen and had our coffee. Then John came out up there, and I could see him coming in the door there to the south, down the steps and coming in, and then he said, "We had a tornado."
What were your thoughts? Do you remember?
Remember his thoughts? How bad was it? I suppose that's what we'd ask. Well, he said, it was pretty bad. It didn't take anything of ours except two big. We only had two big trees on our. One was a big, tall evergreen by the garage, and the other one was out to the street between us and Augie Jacobson's. They both went down, roots and everything, and the one by Augie Jacobson's was lying right across Highland Court Street.
I remember that storm too. That I was in the 6th grade and I was at home with Mother.
Yeah, she was scared stiff that night too, I know.
And although she never let it on to me, she was scared.
No.
But we were in the kitchen and
She
it
was?
was raining very, very hard. And then all of a sudden it quit and was very still. And then the lights went out. And then it just poured again and hailed and everything. And of course we
Your
didn't.
dad wasn't home. I remember your mother was so worried about where he was.
Yes. And I remember later on Mother having said, well, she thought it was good to be in the kitchen because we were behind some inside walls
Oh, yeah.
rather than running into the basement. But she never let on that she was scared. But I remember you and Bedstefar came over and told us about it. And that I was in the other part of the house and it was dark, and I heard you come and saw your car drive up. I think I was in my room, and then I heard you say something, or we're excited, and your voice was excited, and then I got scared and I thought, my, something really terrible has happened. And I ran out into the kitchen, and then you told us about the tornado. And we went over to your house, and they were over there clearing the trees, and the power crews were working.
When your Bedstefar, John, he couldn't get out of the back door. All the trees from the lot behind us were down the back door. So he couldn't get out. He had to go out the front. But he was never scared. He'd all sit and read.
It didn't bother Bedstefar.
He knew I took care of it, I think. I think he did.
It seems to me, though, that there were some strange things that happened at your house in that tornado, You remember?
No.
That you had a milk box by your back door.
Oh?
And that was on the front step. It was just a little box that Bedstefar had made, and it had a cover that just lay loose on it.
Oh,
And that box had sat by your back door, and that was on the front step,
that could very well be.
and with the cover on it.
Oh,
And it was a loose cover that could have blown away so easily. There were no hinges on it,
no.
and it sat there on your front step
Yeah?
perfectly.
I'm sure that's right, but I've forgotten that.
And
That's something Bestefar's told you, I suppose.
yeah, and you remember Donovan's next door? They had this big beam driven into their house.
No, did they?
Sure, George, into their kitchen, came right into their kitchen.
Well, Alice windows went down in the living room too. He sat on the other side of the living room, the north side of the living room, with Margaret, and all the glass flew in, but it didn't get close. It flew all over the room, but not. You didn't touch them.
That was the dining room it flew
The
in?
living room.
The living room.
I suppose the dining room went too, but the windows, some of them. But there's just that window where they sat, the front of that window on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Came right into them.
Yeah. And there were, I don't know
Do you remember Brower's was building a house
yeah, that was,
next to Chaffee's there, and the roof blew off?
yes.
There
Yes.
was no roof.
No roof on it. It was all gone.
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't it, was it Lars Bollison's that also had a big plank driven into their house?
That could be. I don't remember.
It was right up there across from Eilif's.
Mm-hmm.
But fortunately nobody was killed in this storm
No.
or even really hurt.
No, nobody was hurt either.
No. People were a little shaken up
But
maybe.
it started out southwest of Fallon's place. It didn't hurt them. They just kind of maybe went up and down again, and it didn't get down till they got to Alice, and they took Alice's garage,
Yeah.
and then they took some other garage way down and
Tana Anna's garage.
Yes, and then they took part of some houses down on the Bradley Avenue. over
Yes.
there East Bradley.
Yes, I think Reese's house was, Herlif Reese's house was kind of battered
that
up.
Could be. And these were what were the name? I can't remember the people that lived there now. Oh, I think Larson. Hoover Larson, they call him Hoover.
Hmm.
I think their house was ruined on partly.
Did you ever see the straw driven into the telephone poles and that kind of thing that was
No.
supposed to have happened?
The only thing I saw was that straw. Or that's not the straw. Or that plank that went through the 2x4 that went through the tower on that elevator.
After this 1957 tornado, though, I remember that was so much fun when John Utoft and I would play in all these trees that were down,
Oh, were you?
and the leaves were just starting to come on the trees, and this must have been in March, wasn't it?
No, it was in April.
The first part of April. Yeah, I guess it was. It would have had to have been, yeah, middle of April, maybe.
Mm-hmm. About the middle of April. Maybe the 17th, in about there. I'm not sure about the date. First should have written all that down. You never did.
Well, we got them in old newspapers.
Well, that's right. I forgot that. We have.
Sure.
Certainly.
Remember after the tornado in 1918, and who was the pastor at Donnebo?
That's the Thorvald Knudsen.
And what did he say?
I remember he had said he had been thinking, I wonder how much sorrow people really can take. But I guess he said they can only take so much, no matter whether it's little or not, the sorrow.
Yeah.
Is that right, the way I said that, you think?
Sure. Well, maybe this is about enough now on the tornadoes, huh?
Yeah. I was thinking of something else, but it slipped my mind now.
This tape has the disasters of the two tornadoes on it, and it seems to me it's appropriate we talk on this tape about another disaster that struck in Tyler, the Donabow Folk School, when that burned. Do you remember when that was, Bedstemor?
I really don't remember very much about it. At that time we were living in Arco, and I wasn't in Tyler when it burned. We got word to Arco, and somebody called us and told us that college was burning. And I just felt awful to think that I was up here living in Arco and I couldn't be down there when that tragedy happened. But I don't know too much about it. It seems to me that I remember they said that they thought the fire had started between the studdings.
Was this in 1917?
I think it was. I'm not sure, but I think it was in the winter of 1917, maybe in February. I'm not sure. But I know Enoch Mortensen's book, 75 Years at Donabow, would say the date, I'm sure.
What did you say the fire started in between the studdings and the
in
wall?
Someplace, yeah, in kitchen part, I think, I'm not sure. But I know that the students on third floor, they threw their things down out the window. All their belongings were thrown out of the window. And they discovered it, I think, while they were eating dinner at Sunday. It was a Sunday, I think. And they were eating dinner when it was discovered. And because they discovered it so early, they were able to save an awful lot of things. From the lecture hall, the big picture up in front, and it's now hanging there yet. And the statues and all that they had, Pastor Susan had bought after the what do they call it now? The World's Fair, that's what I meant to say, in Chicago. He had gone in there and he had bought quite a few lovely pieces, sculpture.
Those are still in the
They're
folk
still
school.
there now in the folk school, yes. They are. They got them out, and they got all their own furniture and all the Davenports. They're still standing in the
living room
at Donabow. The two first rooms you get into to your right as you walk in from the front door. They stood in a room in the old school they called the Red Room. It was a very nice room, and that's where they had their evening devotions every evening before bedtime.
Well, getting back to this fire, did they try to put the fire out, or what happened?
I imagine they did, but they didn't nearly have enough water for that because there was no other water than from the pump.
That was it.
Mm-hmm. I suppose there was water in the lake, but that was the ice in the wintertime, you know. They just had that pump.
So that was really a sad thing.
It was a very sad thing. But it's very good that they got so much out. Pictures from the walls and everything like that was worth saving. They got out all the furniture downstairs and in their own private apartment too.
And of course, nobody was burned in the fire either.
No. No one was hurt. But it was level to the ground.
Do you know how long it took for it to burn?
No, I don't. This happened at noon, you know, on a Sunday.
Yeah. How fast was it burned down then by supper time?
I imagine it was just about burned down anyway. I would think so. But being I wasn't there, you know, I didn't see it myself.
Do you remember who was pastor there at that time?
Pastor Knudsen.
Knudsen was.
Mm-hmm. He was also the head of the folk school, you know, had all these
young men there that winter.
He was both pastor of the church and head of the folk school.
Yeah, both, yes.
Do you remember anything else about the fire that maybe you were told or anything like that?
No. I know I don't remember little about it, what I was told.
Did you come down to Tyler to see it or
After it was
afterward?
down, not that day. I don't remember when I got to Tyler after that was had burned.
You remember how you felt when you saw that?
I felt sad because I loved Boy.
And you had been there at folk school, had
Yes.
gone to school there.
Exactly. But I didn't. When I went to folk school, I didn't stay there and slept there. And didn't eat there either. I went home because I was the head of the household at home. But after Mother died, you know, that I was there.
Mm-hmm. What about the tree in front of the folk school
I don't know.
and the boat you were talking about?
Yeah, they called it not the boat, they called it the ship.
And that was made out
In
of dirt.
Danish they called it skipet. And that was dirt, and then it was grass growing there. It was a nice lawn, or a little piece of lawn there in front of the school, to the south of the school at that time. Because that was the front of the school. Then, after the new building was built, the front was towards the west. That's where we walk in now.
So they changed that.
Yes, they did. The tower was the entrance in the old building. We walked in from the south through the tower. That was the entrance, and inside that entrance was the upstairs steps to all the upstairs rooms. But it was built pretty much as you could expect. A building being built again, it's just a lot like it was. The lecture hall is where it was, and there were a couple of rooms there next to the lecture hall, and then the front hall up with the steps upstairs, like I said.
After the school burned, when did they make plans right away to rebuild it? And
I think they did. As far as I know, it was built right away. Started to build it.
and that was really a fine building, the new one, wasn't it?
Yes, it sure was. But what the young man said when he saw what it looked like now? Why, it's a castle, he said. I suppose it's because there was a tower on it.
Yeah.
He had never dreamed it looked like that.
Well, the new folk school then served as folk school with classes until the Depression, was it?
I imagine it was, I can't remember.
And then the classes were stopped and the building wasn't taken care of and it fell apart.
Yeah, we couldn't. Yeah, that's right. There was not enough young people so it paid to. And Pastor Clusen left, you know, and he was really. I remember when he left. In one of the classrooms right inside the door to the left before we got into the lecture hall, he had written, "My dear Donna boy," before he left.
Yes.
Written on the blackboard, "My dear Donna boy."
Where did he go then?
To Denmark.
He went back to Denmark.
And then he started folk school in Denmark, and he named it Donna boy. And it's still there.
Is it still a folk school?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's the way I understand it anyway. I didn't see it when I was in Denmark.
Who was the next pastor after Knudsen?
I wonder if it wasn't Højbjerg.
And he didn't do much with the folk school, or?
Yeah, he was pretty good there.
He did. So it wasn't then when Knudsen left that the folk school fell apart.
No, not quite after that. A little later on.
It was back in the 30s.
I suppose it was, because if I could, nothing would work right in the 30s when it's such a big depression.
You remember how that was? Didn't they have doings at Donovo in the 30s? And anything that used the folk school?
I don't remember.
Well, maybe they didn't, huh?
I think it was closed. We didn't use it. I don't.
You used the gym hall and the stone hall instead.
When Enoch, yeah, I suppose when Enoch came, it was hard for him to see that big building standing empty over there, deteriorating.
Yeah, he did
And so
something about it.
Then he got all the men together, the big group in the stone hall, and then they discussed what to do, and they decided that they would look into this and see if it was deteriorating so much that it wasn't fit to put in shape again. And they found out that after somebody looked at it that knew how to go about it, that it wasn't bad at all. It could be fixed up very nicely. It'd take some work, you know, some time. And so they went along with it, all of them. The big group, I have a picture of that at home, of all the men sitting there.
So they went to work to fix it up.
They did, yes. And then we could use it. The upstairs in the summertime we could use it for camps. And we could, in the wintertime we could use it upstairs rooms for Sunday school, classrooms. And that's where I taught Sunday school, one of those rooms up there.
In the second floor.
Second floor, yes. We didn't go up to third floor. Just second floor.
That was really a wonderful building to me. When my mother was sick and we lived in Tyler and used to spend time with Chris and Gook, and they were the caretakers for the building. And there were so many rooms in there and so many places to go and so much to see.
Even down the furnace room, huh?
In the furnace room.
I remember you liked that furnace room.
It was a wonderful building. And then Chris would take me up in the tower sometimes. And that was always a privilege to go up there where you could see for miles.
That was a privilege.
Like a castle.
That's right.
Well, that was after the building was pretty well fixed up.
Yes, it was. Very nicely fixed up then.
You remember how they did that? How they got those rooms fixed and decorated?
Well, you see, they tried to make it as cheaply as they could in a way, you know. So they decided that if anyone in Tyler, those that belonged up there, Donovo Church, if they cared to, they could fix one room upstairs on the second floor.
Take a room and fix it up.
Yeah. And I know we had a room we fixed up. And then we could decide how we wanted it painted and how we wanted the curtains and all that. We had to do that. That was our donation, you might say. So that helped, you see. We got one room in shape in order for anyone to move into.
There were a lot of rooms in there to fix.
Yes, there were. I mean, I can't remember. I know many others had a room they fixed up.
and did the painting and all that. I remember mine was a little more in the red.
It was a red room.
Yeah, more red. Maybe I painted. Maybe we painted the table red and the chair or something. It was red.
You remember where the room was? Second floor, third floor?
It was out to the west, about in the middle.
Of what floor?
Second.
Second floor. This was back in the 40s, wasn't it? The late 40s when they
Can't remember.
began working on this? I think it must have been.
I can't remember when Enix. I can't remember the year Enix came even.
I think that was in 41, wasn't it?
It wasn't. Then it was in the 40s. I know.
Yeah, I think this was late 40s that they were working on this, because I remember being up there with you. And
do you really?
yeah, we went up. We were going to go up in the tower, and we went up on the third floor, and on the way up there, and we were told we couldn't go up in the tower because they were tarring the roof that day, fixing the roof. And it seems to me I could hear people pounding with hammers, and it smelled like paint, fresh paint up on the third floor.
You know, outside too, on the brick, you know, outdoors. It was kind of coming apart too. And don't they call that pointing?
I think so.
That's what that was done too. Not right away, but shortly thereafter anyway. Maybe right away too. I'm not really sure about that. But that needed to be done. There's lots of things that needed to be done.
Yeah, I'm sure there were.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great. The only thing we need now is a little bigger dining room.
It's too small.
A little bit. We sometimes try to figure out how to make it bigger, but it hasn't been done yet.
Well, they could use that storeroom that is now a cistern.
Oh, they've got.
There was
You
a
know what
cistern.
they've done in there?
What?
That there's a room in there, all brick, you know, and fireproof, and that's where they put some of all these pictures and books and what have you. That refers to Danaboy.
Oh, it's a fireproof room now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
It's just been finished now in I'd say 1976 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I think that's when it's ready to be used now.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
when you were at the folk school, what were some of the things that you did that you remember from your days at the folk school?
We had gym classes in the gym hall across the road, but and we had gym suits, you know, that went down to our knees, below the knees almost,
Yeah.
and they were always blue. And when we could dress in our gym suit over in a room over at the college, or at Danaboy. But we couldn't run across the road without putting on a long skirt on top of it. Imagine. And then we took off a long skirt when we got over to the gym hall. And then when we had to go back, we had to put that long skirt on again to run back to this college building.
Didn't they have a dressing room or something in the basement there? The gym hall?
No, we never. We always dressed right there. We were just all girls, you know.
I thought they had showers down there too and things.
Not in my day.
No, maybe not.
They have over the college building. They have showers there. But it isn't so fancy, you know, yet either.
No.
And
So you-
and the beds, they always have, you know, when the campers were there and for the rec camp. There's always something written in their booklet they wrote before they left, you know, about the awful beds they slept in.
I'm sure they are awful.
Some of them were, but they've done a lot to them, many of them since, and got new mattresses and maybe springs. I don't know, but they're trying to make them better little by little.
So you studied gym. You had gym.
Oh yes.
What?
That was great. That was great. Did you know Bedstefar did too?
Yeah,
He even took a course in being a gym teacher.
you did at the folk school.
Yes. There was a teacher that could teach him everything you should know.
That wasn't Norgard, was it?
It could be. I don't remember. Because I wasn't interested in Bedstefar then.
Okay. Well, what other things did you study there?
In arithmetic, like I told you.
Yeah. What about arithmetic?
And we listened a lot to lectures. What about arithmetic?
Did you like that?
Yes, I liked it there, but I never did like arithmetic in the parochial school because I couldn't understand it, and my teacher couldn't teach it, so I could understand it.
Yeah. You got to the folk school.
Then I got to folk school.
You
And
were
they
19 then.
Yes, and I was 19 then, and they wanted me to take arithmetic, the class in arithmetic. No, I said, I don't want to. That's one subject I can't learn. But the teacher was a Danish teacher from Denmark. His name was Skinhøj. And he talked me into trying it anyway. All right, I'll try, I said, but that's all too. I might not stay with it. But he was such a good teacher, and I could understand everything. He taught us. And it got that bit I had there while I was at folk school was fun. I understood it. And I wasn't the dumbest in the class either. As far as I remember, I was surprised. I thought I would be.
You said you also had lectures at the folk school.
Yeah. Oh, how wonderful lectures. Pastor Knudsen was excellent. I wish I could remember right at this moment the title of one of the books he was reading to us and lecturing about too. And I can't now, at this moment when I talk to you.
Well, maybe you'll remember it later.
But his lectures were just so alive that we could just almost live it with him. I think he was better lecturer than he was preacher. From the pulpit, I didn't get nearly as much out of that as I did listening to the lectures. Many different subjects he could bring up.
There were other things that took place at the folk school too, like after you were married, you were in a play there. You remember that?
After I was married, I was in a play. Oh, that first play I was in, you mean?
Which one was that?
A Sunday at Amara, in Sunda på Amara.
You were in that play?
Yes, I was. And that was fun.
Was that outdoors there?
Because that was something I'd wished for. If I could grow up and be in plays, that would be the height of everything. And I was asked to be in this play. And I got the part of the young girl by the name of Lisbeth.
This was a Danish play?
Yes.
Who directed it?
Dr. Thompson.
He directed it.
I think it's one of his first plays he directed too.
And I remember when I got out after the first act, and had been singing some of the songs, and jag was singing, jag was dancing, jag hade hoppat I mitt bröstskruv, hoppsasa, hoppsasa, hoppsasa. And I was singing this, of course, and now I'm just reciting. And when I came out, he said, "Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful," Thompson said. He was so well pleased with me. That was a feather in my cap, you might know.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it so much. But John, your Bedstefar,
Yeah.
he was living in Arco then.
That was before you were married.
So he wasn't there to see me play in the play. But that spring after the play, I went up to see him in Arco. And I remember I played it all through. I knew so many of the other characters, and what the other characters sang, I could sing, and what I could, and my own part, I could sing.
What about the other play you were in?
Oh, I've been in so many plays, I can't remember all of them. I was in a play every winter almost. After I moved back to Tyler, too.
Weren't you in Albahoy?
And that was one of the last ones. Except for a little one that Enid Morrison had.
I wish I could remember. But that can stay with me.
Who was it that married you?
Arco Johnson.
Oh, yes.
And he spoke about a book he had read by the name of Jungfrau Elsa. And let's see. Sammelined, what is that?
That means compared.
Compared, yeah. I couldn't get the word, I know it. He compared me with Jungfrau Elsa in that book.
I see.
I have that book up on my shelf. And I've read it. That was in 1912, Arco Johnson. I just come here. Maybe I could have happened to be the very first wedding he had here after he came to Donaboy as our pastor. He's a young pastor.
You never sent that little poem you wrote about to Kyoko Falk, have you? About that you told me a little while ago.
Yes.
Have you sent it to Kyoko
It wasn't Kyoko Falk.
It wasn't Kyoko
Yes.
Falk. Maybe that's where I saw it then.
It could be. I know. It was. If you open this, it was Kyoko Falk. It was right down here, and that. Right here. Kyoko Falk down there.
No. Let's see.
If you ever get Kyoko Falk, you don't have to page through it. That was me, Carl Riggleson. That was when he was the editor. Kyoko Falk. I don't know what that is.
Why don't you just
This coconut song came to me, I don't know why, but it came to me as I was down visiting Bert in Tucson. It came out of a clear blue sky, really, because I had never sung it for ages and ages, and since I was young. And now some verses came to me little by little. First the first verse, and then the second verse, and then the third verse. And then this part of the last verse. But I knew there were many more verses as far as I can remember. And there was when I looked up and finally found it in my songbook. But this is a song. And Bert wants me to sing in Danish.
no, do it in English. Translate
Oh, I
it.
can't do that. I can't
No,
sing
just
in English.
no, just translate it. What does it tell
Don't you
you?
think I did such a... Why didn't you keep it the way it was before then?
Well, we have that, but you sang it in Danish before, and but
Part
just
of it, yeah.
yeah, you don't have to do it from the book. Just
Oh, all right.
you can use the book to look at if you want, if it'll help you
It'll
remember.
help me. I'll try it without it. It's about a coconut. That had been in a grove in an island in Asia. And while it was in the trees there in Asia, the coconut tree, a big storm came up, and the coconut fell off the tree and out in the ocean. And the coconut didn't know what to do with himself out there in the ocean because, I should say itself, in the ocean because it could not set root in the ocean where the billows were high and it was tossed around. So it was talking to itself. What shall I do? It said. I can't set root here. Where I'm floating around between the whale and the big fish and
Ship too.
the ships and whatever there is in the ocean in the way. And so it was lamenting to itself about that. But God in heaven laughed. What did I say?
Our Lord in heaven.
Lord in heaven laughed. He knew better. Because he knows about every little seed that grows, every little seed that's planted, and little plants that grow out in the fields or wherever it is, and the lilies in the garden. It's his doing all of this. So he knew what he was doing. He knew way back in Asia there was an island without any coconut trees. It was a barren island, but there was good soil. God knew that in that good soil something could grow. So the coconut was thrown out of the ocean up on the beach, and there it set root, and a big tree grew up, coconut tree. And before long, more coconut trees grew. Finally, it was just a kind of a little grove of coconut trees, where there had been barren soil before. So it is with our lives. What we say sometimes can bear fruit. Maybe just one word could do it. To God, in God's work here on earth. So always remember to speak out what you think and what you believe. You never know, maybe some person who's listening will take something with them out in life and maybe never forget it. So never be afraid to speak out what's in your heart. God can use it in some way for the good, for his good too, in this world. That's about what the coconut song gives in all the verses. There are many verses, but that's what it tells us. All of that.
Thank you. Do you want to tell about Shirley, his husband, and the coconut tree that he planted too?
Oh yes, I could say it. And when I was in Tucson, I was out visiting Shirley Shim and her husband. And while I was there, he came home for coffee one afternoon. He worked a short ways away from where they live. And then I told him about the coconut tree that I had been singing and thinking about. Oh, he said, I was in the Marines when I was a little younger, and I was stationed over in one of the South Pacific Islands. And I was on the island where there was nothing growing really. But one of the officers, water was very scarce there. I might just add that first. One of the officers
had a great big barrel or whatever you call it, where he gathered water, so he could water his plants that were growing there. But when I had a coconut, I had 2 coconuts that I'd like to plant, but I knew they could not grow, he said, if they were not watered. So every morning at 5 o'clock I got up and went over to his barrel and took a bucket of water out of there to water my 2 coconut trees with. And nobody knew it. But the coconut trees grew, and if I hadn't done it, they would never have grown. So one day a truck came in, backed up, or either backed up or drove over one of the coconut trees. And it didn't grow anymore, it died out. But the other one was all right, and it was growing yet when I left the island and was transferred other places. Then one day I talked to some people, young people that had been also stationed over there. Oh, I said to them, do you ever remember if there's anything growing, or if there's any coconut trees? Oh yes, they said, there was one coconut tree growing there where we were stationed. That's the one I planted, he said. There was no other tree than that one of coconut trees. Well, so he knew that his coconut tree was planted. So I asked him, do you ever think you'll go over and see it again? No, I don't think I'll ever see it again, but I know it's growing. That's what he told me. How strange I should happen to tell him about the coconut. And he just told me this about this coconut tree that he had watered to grow.
And so what'd you give me for Easter?
What?
What did you give me for Easter?
Oh, yes. I was out in the store just the day before Easter. And what do you know, right over on the table was a row of coconuts. So I said to Gunver, Bert's mother, I'm going to get one for Bert. We asked how much they were, and they were all the same price, so it didn't matter whether I got a bigger or what. So I picked the very nicest I could find and gave it to Bert for Easter, because he liked that coconut song so well. He liked it much.
Do you think if I plant it, it'll grow?
I don't know. I imagine it could in your... Well, of course it could. I'll bet it could. I've never thought of that. Have you ever thought of that before?
No,
But how do you plant them?
I don't know. I have to ask a nursery.
Yes, you will. Wouldn't that be fun?
See if we can get it to grow.
Yeah. It has to have water. By the roots, especially. Not on top, but somewhere down below so it can get the moisture it needs to grow.
Thank you, Bedstemor.
You're welcome.
Well, why don't you talk about when you were a little girl and the time you took a quarter?
That time,
Yeah.
I must have been about 7 or 8 years old. We never had much to spend, you know. We didn't get candy like they do nowadays. We got candy once in a while, maybe twice a year. When Mother went down to shop to buy maybe some goods for us to make some new clothes or sew some new clothes for us, or whatever she needed for the household. Not the groceries, but the household. So when we went downtown, there was a little restaurant, and in that restaurant was at the end of the counter, on top of the counter, at the end of the counter was a big glass surrounded, a big, what you call a barrel, I'll say it, a big barrel surrounded with glass, and he could turn around something that was in the side of the barrel. It was just like some shelves, like it, with candy on the shelves. So he could turn around so he could see what was on the shelves. I imagine there was about 2 or 3 of them, 2 anyway. And we'd go down and we'd look at that candy. There were little pipes made out of chocolate, and there were strawberries hung on a wire, 2 strawberries on a wire. One end of the wire was both another end the other. And there were bananas made like a banana, but it was candy, and there were all different chocolate candies and what have you in there. But we couldn't buy it, we didn't have any money. Well, then one day I don't know what made me do it. My father was the secretary of the Hope Mutual Fire Insurance Company for many, many years. So he had a great big iron safe in his office, inside our door to the left. We had a little entrance, and one door to the left was into his office, and the door to the right was into our living and dining room area. And he never, everyday ordinary people would come to pay their policy, or what you call it, pay what they owed. And my father would put the money in the drawer in the big safe. So that was open. Then I got to thinking, well, if I took a quarter out of there and went downtown and bought some cookies, then I could go back up to the parochial school and treat all the kids. So I went down there. I took a quarter.
You mean he left it open?
It was always left kind of open. It was never locked, with that lock. We turned to find the right numbers, And it was real fun to go down and pick out a packet of cookies and bring them up to school and treat them. And another time, then I tried it once, so I took a little less next time. It was only a dime.
Well, you did it more than once.
More than once. A couple or 3 times in all, I guess. Can't remember for sure. And then I got to think, well, that's very wrong. I'm stealing. And I'm not supposed to steal. One of the commandments is, thou shalt not steal. Isn't that right? So it bothered me so much. I couldn't get peace with myself. I knew I'd done something wrong. So I sat in the living room and looked real downhearted, My mother came in and saw me and said, "What's the matter? Why are you so downhearted?" So I told her what I'd done. Then I had peace with myself. Now I had told the truth. Nothing more came out of it. It wasn't 50 cents, more than 50 cents in all, I guess, that I had taken.
Well,
That's
I
different.
thought your father had found out and
No.
was angry with you.
No. And he never mentioned it to me. Never. Mother must have told him, because he'd be a little short, at the end of the month, or whenever he did up his business. Where somebody else helps him, of course. And it really taught me sort of a lesson then. I remember, too, when I was still younger than that, some of the bigger girls that were about 10 years older than me, I don't think I was even in school yet, I'm not sure I was, but close to it anyway, about 6 years old maybe. And they were all playing down by the big farmer barn down between the college and Deuce's place. There was a big farmer barn then, where the farmers could put their horses in the wintertime in that barn, so they had protection. And the girls the girls in the parochial school played on the east side of back of this farmer barn, we called them. There were two more down south where they now have the playground for the kids when they play balls. There were two of them down there, and one up there, east of the school. Barns, I mean. There they were playing, the girls were they made dolls out of rags, I guess, rag dolls. And they had some boxes, they put them in, made beds for them, and they were having a good time every noon after they had their lunch. Those that were out from the country, you know. And I happened to come over there. I wasn't in school, but they were nice to me. And I saw these dolls, and I thought, oh my, what a thrill that must be to have dolls like that. But they left them there overnight, put them together, you know, sort of in a certain place behind the barn there, so they could play again next day. The next day when they came, there were no dolls that were gone. Who could have taken them? And I was the only one that had seen it, so they wondered if I had taken them. So they asked me, but I said no, I hadn't taken them. I wasn't going to own up to what I had done. I had taken them all right. Brought them home and put them under my bed upstairs. Then there was a girl that lived right behind the church to the north there, the first house. She was older than me too. She was about 10 years older maybe than me, not quite, maybe about that. And she came over and talked to me, and real nice talked to me, and she was my good friend, you know. I'd go over and visit her where they lived and swing there in their swing. They had a big swing over there that was tied way up high on a branch. And when I was in that swing, I felt like I'd maybe fall off because they could really swing me up high. But this girl, Alma, her name was Alma Jensen. She talked to me so long that I confessed, yes, I did take them. I told her I had taken them. And she said, you'll give them back to them, won't you? Oh, yes, I will. And so I picked them out from under the bed and gave them back to her to bring back to the girls. The first time I remember anything like that ever happening to me was once we were out to Musbollison's. I wasn't a very big girl. I must have been a 2 or 3 year old girl, maybe. 2, I imagine even. Can't be 3, but a little girl. And Bollison had a doll I liked so much. So it was the evening we had to go back home. And it's dark outdoors, you know. And we all were in the lumber wagon, ready to go home, sitting in the spring seat. And my mother discovered I had Anna's doll. And she told me, you can't have that doll, that's not yours. Now she was teaching me something here, you see. You can't have other people's property and take it with you like that unless they give it to you for to keep. But she just said, you can't take that. And so she gave it back to someone, I don't know who, but somebody down by I suppose down by the wagon. Oh, here she got Anna's doll with her home. That's the very first time I remember doing something that I wasn't supposed to do. Found out that I couldn't take her doll just because I liked it. That was some of my childhood memories of things I did but didn't understand quite until it came about that I discovered that I couldn't do that. That was sin to steal.
Who did you play with when you were little? Who were some of them?
Oh, I played with Johanna. And I like to make things. And I thought there was nothing as nice as a merry-go-round. So I got a big post and set it down on the ground. Maybe my father helped with that. I'm not sure about it, though. We put that post down, and then we got a great 2x4 and crossed it over and fastened it with a great big spike in the middle so that it could go around. But that wasn't all. We had to have a horse, and we had to have a seat, too, like they have in merry-go-rounds. So the horse we made out of a little bigger kind of a well, I don't know what you call it. Some kind of little pillar or something for something. It was bigger than 2x4. It's twice as big around anyway. And I took a hammer and some nails and hammered it onto the 2x4. And then I put another stick up at the front of the, that was the head of the horse. Another piece of board up. I had been pretty busy doing all this. And then the other end of the plank, 2x4, I put a little box we had. I took one side out of it. So there were 3 sides only, and that was a seat that they had to sit on when they were in the merry-go-round. And so I would go into the center and just run around with it. So it would go around with somebody on it. So Johanna was my cousin. She was going to be the first one to try it. And I think she was on the horse. It doesn't matter either one. I think it was the horse. And so I went in and really twirled her around. And then the horse flew off with Johanna.
She get hurt?
No, she didn't get hurt. But she cried. I suppose it hurt, nevertheless. She was thrown to the ground. She picked herself up and everything was okay. That's the end of my merry-go-round. And then I also like to make something out of a big box my father had gotten with something in it. And I wanted to make.
The organ box.
Huh?
Wasn't it the organ box?
No, not the organ. It wasn't that big a box. I'll tell you about the organ box next.
Okay.
But I wanted to have a surrey with a fringe on top. Not a lumber wagon, but a surrey with a fringe on top. So I got 4 lath box, lath
sticks,
yeah, and I got them nailed onto each corner of the box. And then I got an old window shade, old green window shade. And that was supposed to be the top, and so I put that over the top to each of the 4 laths as it was coming stuck up here. And then I took the scissors and cut fringes all around. So that was a surrey with a fringe on top. And so we took rides. Oh my, fun to go in the surrey with a fringe on top and go out and visit somebody, We sat under the sort of behind the porch, there in the back porch. That was where it was. That was imagination. Know about the organ box. That's one my father sent to Sears Roebuck or Montgomery, wherever it was, for an organ, because he had learned to play a little bit on the organ in Denmark, because he was a school teacher in a community over there. And school teachers always had to be those that helped with the singing in church and the music, the organ music. But my father couldn't sing, but he had learned to play the organ at least with one finger. I don't know much more, I guess. But he had these big books with notes in for all the hymns. They were sent over here from Denmark to him. And when he got them, he sent for an organ. And that organ box was standing down by the barn. And they opened it up at one end, sort of, made a door. And that was my playhouse. But up in the corner there was a little hole. A knot that had been pushed out somewhere or other, so it was open there.
Was the box wood?
Yes. Always wood in those days. And so one day I came down there, I saw the sun was shining in through that hole. So I put my hand up there to cover the hole just for fun, see if the sun was shining. It wouldn't shine in through my hand, of course. And there was a wasp up there, and it stung me.
Oh my.
That I remember. And it was down by that barn. I played with the little red mice, too. in the corn crib. Put them in matchboxes.
Yes. Well, what happened then to your playhouse?
Nothing.
You
It
got
kept
stung?
on playing there. I suppose somebody, maybe my father might have tried to get the wasp out. I don't remember, of course. There were some trees down behind the barn too. We made playhouses down there.
In the trees?
Yeah, and made rooms. Swept, so it was nice and black.
Swept the dirt.
Dust already, and then we took a lot of sticks from the trees. The sticks that had been dried out and fallen off the trees, and we took them and broke them in pieces and stuck them all around each room. This was the living room, and this out here was the kitchen, and then we had some little boxes where we could put utensils of some kind, playing house. We had some little neighbor girls that were very tiny little neighbor girls. They weren't in school age yet. They'd come over and play with us. And I had one of them for my girl, and Johanna had one of them for her girl. We each had to have a child. That was fun.
Where did Johanna live?
She lived right down there where right east of Ernest Hansen's. That little street that comes down way down to Tyler Street.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what they call that street?
No.
Hansen Street.
Oh.
If you find Ernest Hansen's name now in the telephone directory, the new one, it'll say, give it some numbers, and then it'll say Ernest Hansen and such number on Hansen Street.
Well, they've named it Hansen Street.
I didn't know that. I always wish we could have a Hansen Street, because of all that land Bauer bought once was owned by my father.
That's right.
So I asked him, I didn't know there was a Hansen Street already. So
You
I
asked?
asked Bauer if he couldn't give one of the streets the name Hansen Street, because all that land used to belong to my father. Well, I have already named the streets, he said. I thought that street, I said, down from Tyler Street, that goes way up the hill to the east there, west, up that way, and then turns around and goes around out to Highway 14.
Yeah.
They could name that Hansen Court. Or Hansen Drive, not Court. Hansen Drive, I said. Well, we've already named them, he said. And we've named that K Street because of my daughter's middle name.
But they did name one of them Hansen Street.
That was already named,
was
and I
already-
didn't know it.
Did he tell you that?
No, I don't think he even knew it maybe himself. He would have told me if he knew it. But that has already been there for some years, given that name, Hansen Street.
Mm-hmm.
So then I felt better. There is a Hansen Street.
Yeah.
It joins with Tyler Street. And now it joins up there too, which is the other side. Up there, that's where Kester has built a beautiful new home.
Well, maybe you'd like to talk a little bit when you were little and about you used to go out to your grandmother's house.
Grandfather and grandmother's house?
Yeah.
My grandfather had a little dish out in the kitchen, the dining area, too. And he had rock candy in that dish always. You know what rock candy is?
I'm not sure.
It's on a string. It was made then on a string. I don't know if I don't think it is anymore,
It
of
is
course.
now, no.
But I know you know. I don't know if you can get rock candy anymore.
Well, it's
But
hard
that's-
candy.
Yes, real hard candy. So when we came out to see him, he'd give us a little piece of rock candy out of that. We're having a good time. We're going up to this meeting. And I thought, oh, I wish I could be happy like they were. I was so sad because Mother was so sick. I couldn't go and enjoy myself like they could. I couldn't even go over to the meeting.
Now, your mother was in the hospital in St. Paul, too, wasn't
Yes, she was. I went up to see her. That was hard for my dad. He thought they could do something for her up there. Then they told her they could do nothing for her after she's been there a while. They told her she can't live. I remember when Dad came down to greet us down at the station. He looked so sad. I can remember that. And I thought, oh, I thought he was just going to smile and be so glad we came home.
You were with your mother?
Mm-hmm.
You came home with her?
Mm-hmm. He had found out that she couldn't live. That was hard on him. I remember he told me the happiest days of my life were the 19 years I was married to your mother. That's what he told me once.
What do you remember about when your mother died? Had she been really sick before? The day before?
Oh, my mother had been sick for 2 years. She had a stroke 2 years before she died. And she got convulsions. And I was alone with her when she got them the first time. It was awfully hard on me. I ran out of the house and screamed at my father, who had just gone down to the barn down there, you know, where they were going to build.
They were going to build a barn down there?
Mm-hmm. There was a kind of a step up over the fence. My father could just step up over the fence to get down there. So he came running back and he said, go into her. I want you along. I said, come on, I want you along. So he went with me back. And he came along, I waited for him. Just a second, of course. We both went in. Terrible. Then she would sort of be out of her mind for a few days. And talk, didn't know what she was saying even. Then she'd be all right again. Completely all right again.
She could get up and work?
No, she's bedridden. I took care. My Aunt Marie came and stayed with us for quite a long time. I don't know if she stayed a whole year, but she stayed for several months anyway.
Aunt Marie?
Must have been mother's sister.
Yeah.
After she died, she came and stayed with Father and us for a while.
Where did she live then?
Out on the farm. On Utah farm. 3 miles out of town, east. Not Erling. Rudy lives in Utah.
What happened when your mother died then? Do you remember that day?
She died at night at 1 o'clock. The 10th of April. No, I always want to say the 10th. I mean the 13th. I know why I always want to say the 10th. And it was such a hard day. She was in such pain. I know for many days we could hear her moan way over to the church. The windows were open. That night when she died, my father called me down. And he said, I wanted to say the Lord's Prayer, but I just couldn't say it out loud, he said. I just couldn't. And I should have done it, he said, because Syria was there. But I couldn't do it out loud. My mother died at 1 o'clock. After a hard sick bed.
And he had you down there when she died?
Yes. He did. He called me down. I was there for about an hour or more or so before she died. And I believe there was
Do you have a doctor
I
come?
think she had a nurse there that called Sister Karn. That's her name, Sister Karn. Everybody called her that. She was kind of a robust, very low-voiced person. She was there too, I think, that night. But then we went to bed after she died. When we got up the next morning, I got down there in the bedroom to see her. She was in bed yet, you know. She's been there since. I suppose my father closed her eyes. Or maybe the Sister Karen did. Maybe she was there. She might have. And there was such a glorified look on her face, like she had gone into something so most beautiful, indescribable. You couldn't describe it. It was just showing all over her face. I knew from then, I said to myself, there certainly is life after death. Because how could this ever be so clearly shown on her face? Then we had to carry her over in the church. Then my father asked Sven to help. He's a year younger than I am.
Did you have a funeral parlor
Yes.
to take her
No,
over?
no funeral parlor then. No, with the kids, they always stayed in their home till the funeral.
And then you put her in a casket, or?
Yes, we put her in a casket, but nobody helped with that but themselves.
You go downtown to the furniture store and buy the casket or something,
I suppose it was down there.
and then you took it home and put her
It was
in
a
it?
very simple, all very simple caskets. They were not caskets like they have nowadays.
No.
Not all. And he did help to carry her over there then, but didn't like it. He had the same feeling about dead people as I had,
Sure.
but I was getting over it now.
Well, who put her in the casket then?
I suppose Miss Sister Karen did, or some of Mother's friends. I don't know.
And they have to
Maybe
dress
Father
her too?
helped. I don't know who helped her. Maybe Father helped himself. Maybe my father helped. I wouldn't be surprised. He and Sister Karen did, maybe. I mean, when it says Sister Karen, I mean that nurse with that name.
But they didn't have funeral directors or funeral undertakers
No,
to do that.
no,
did they?
no. We had pallbearers. We had to say pick them out ourselves.
Yeah. Well, did you have her in the living room of the house then for a while?
Yes,
In the
a
casket?
day or so, two maybe. The third day is usually, because in summertime anyway, it wouldn't last. It wouldn't lay more than about. We didn't embalm them then at all either.
And then they took them over to the church.
Mm-hmm. And put the casket up in the middle aisle, right up, in the middle of the aisle, in the middle of the church. It wasn't up by the front like it is now. It stood the other way. As we came in, we could go up past the casket.
Was it
In the
open
middle of the
then?
church, yes. If we wanted it open. I don't think Mother's was. I don't think she wanted it. I know Bedstefar Johansson's was.
What about when your father died then? Or is there some more you want to say about your mother's funeral?
No, I don't have anything more to say about that I remember.
You were, how old were you? 17, was it? When she died?
Mm-hmm.
And you were the oldest.
She died the 13th of April, and I was 18 the 29th of April. So I was almost 18.
When your father died, that was in 1939.
Was it?
Didn't you say that?
Yes, that's right. It was 39.
And did they have him in the house too? Did they have the
Yes.
casket in the house
Yes.
then? They probably had a funeral director by then, though, didn't they?
Yes. I know when my sister Karen died, They had a funeral director.
Oh, I remember
But
that
Jens
funeral.
wanted to bring, that was outdoors yet, out by the stone hall.
I don't remember it being outside, but I remember being in the house
Oh,
and them singing Day Spring of Eternity
yeah.
at the funeral.
My father, what was I going to say about that now? Slipped my mind.
You said something about Gents wanted.
Oh, when Karen died, that's what it was. Jens wanted her in the house for several days, a couple of days anyway.
Mhm.
So as soon as she had been brought down to the mortuary and had been placed in the coffin and dressed and so on, he brought her back because Jens wanted her brought back to the house for a couple of days. So that's the way it was.
And then they had the funeral outside.
Yes, because they were remodeling the
Oh,
church,
they were
or
moving
not
it.
remodeling, but turning it, you know, and doing all that work.
I remember that because Sunday church was in the gym hall.
Yeah.
Then I just vaguely remember that.
The
Or
funeral-
maybe even
The
outside.
funeral was right out by the stone hall, by the big tree, outside the door there. That's where the coffin stood.
And that was 1949, wasn't it? Karn died.
I can't remember sure when it was. It was shortly after Ellen was married anyway. The daughter Ellen. I remember that night when she was gone just about, and Jensen asked the children to come down stay with him by her bedside. And we were there too. We were asked to come, and we'd ask Enoch to come. And we stood by her bed. I am so sorry I didn't write down everything about what we sang and all what we did. But we sang. We started to sing a song that she knew. But she was gone, so we didn't expect her to wake up again. But when we started to sing, she woke up. She came back to us. And she was just wide awake. And Jen said to her, we're all here now. The children are here. Esther and Harris and Ellen and Life and well, they're all the children, who they were. Is that all of them? But she said, Ellen, she said. Oh yes, but you know Ellen was just married and she isn't here now. She couldn't be here. And she knew that, of course. And then she said, Sarah Gwen. Then we said, we're right here by your bedside. We stepped up to this bed then. And then I said, and Enoch is right down by the foot of the bed. And she said, Day Spring. And so we sang the first verse of Day Spring. And then we sang a couple of other songs, hymns that I forget which they are, you know, which ones it was we sang. And we said the Lord's Prayer. And she followed it, her own voice too. And then we sang another little song after that. And she closed her eyes, and that was the last. She never woke up again, but she didn't just die then. But she wasn't with us anymore. But just think, all that she had strength to do. And I think if we had not sung, she would have awakened again. Because it took a while after that she died then, but that same night though. And I wrote a letter and sent it to Mrs. Pastor Knudsen in Denmark. And told her everything about it, what we sang and everything. But I didn't write it down for myself. I'm so sorry I didn't. It was the most wonderful death. Beautiful, beautiful death. can never forget it. I think when Carton said Dayspring, I think English started to sing that verse, but he didn't. He stood down by the foot of the bed. Jens and the children up in front, up around the bed, on the one side and Carton on the other.
And she died in the hospital.
I meant Gwyn and I.
That was in the hospital, wasn't it?
Yes.
Did your father die at home?
No, in the hospital.
He was in the hospital too.
The whole hospital where they have this school now. He was unconscious. And he was moaning and I couldn't stand it hardly. I listened to him moan and I asked the nurse, can't you do something for him? The way he must be suffering. She says he doesn't even know he's moaning himself. He was unconscious, but
What did he die from?
I don't know for sure.
Had he been sick a long time?
He wasn't in the hospital too very long. I can't remember just how long, but not so very long.
I thought that was really beautiful about his funeral, about the flowers that they
It wasn't that nice.
spread the flowers. And did that have
The
anything
the
to
little children walked with flowers in little baskets, or whatever they had. I don't remember how they carried them though, for sure. And strewing them in front of the casket, way up to the altar,
Did that have anything to
or
do
way up
with
to the
his
front of the altar.
reputation as a fairy tale man?
Yeah,
That-
they had so
and
many.
that's
He
why
had-
the children.
Yeah, the children loved him. It wasn't just that he told fairy tales, but he loved the children too. The children knew they had a friend in my father. He could play with them and he could make them all feel happy. Is that still going here?
Yeah.
It is.
Well, maybe that's enough said about.
Something sad, huh?
Yeah, something sad. Maybe you can talk
And
about.
Ova has, I have it at home with me, a tape telling about my wedding,
Yeah, I know.
so I don't need to do that again.
No,
That was surely a happy vacation.
unless you'd like to tell it again, you can.
No, it's too long. Well, I did tell a little bit about it though. I told about the lady that cooked for us.
Yeah.
That's because I got talking about the house down there.
What time was the wedding?
3:30, I think, in the afternoon, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they all went over to the gym hall. And then after we'd eaten our meal, you know, up over there,
Was that before the wedding? You ate
after the
meal?
wedding,
After the wedding.
the reception, I called that. Nowadays they call it reception. We had lots of food, good food. And then, you know, John came home a couple of days before the wedding.
From Moscow.
From Arco, yes. And so he came up to see me by the door there, knocked on the door, and so I stood out there and talked with him for a little while.
That's
the
when you
door
were
out.
varnishing.
Yeah, no, I was just through varnishing. We were now cooking for the wedding, and baking and whatever that had to be done. A lot of work. I had to help in the kitchen doing all that. The lady that was cooking had to have help. So when I came in after talking to John for a little while, She says, you can't talk to him now. We're much too busy. You'll have to wait till you get married, then you can talk to him all you want. But not now.
Who was the lady that
I
said
felt
that?
so awful. It was a cook.
You don't remember? Oh,
Yeah, Edie Jensen, her name was.
Okay.
She lived down Oak Street. She lived out on the farm.
She did.
Yeah, and she liked gook. She was a little plump, like a little butterball too, like they say Margie's little girl is.
Yeah. Little butterball.
And then her mother wasn't very well, you know, and so she would sometimes have her out by her, take her along home. And she called her Ida's sausage.
Ida's sausage.
Huh?
Edith Pilsen?
Yeah, Edith's Pilsen. Because we all spoke Danish, you know, that time. She called Gwen Edith's Pilsen. I don't know what could I say other thing, but sausage, isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pilsa.
Can't find a better word for it anyway now. And after we had this reception meal, my father gave a long talk.
Oh, in the gym hall?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
Oh, he said many things.
Anything that
About that
you remember?
knot, you know, the thread. If you ever get a knot in your thread, he said, when you get married, there might be something you don't agree on, and something you don't. If there's a knot there in that thread, please don't pull it hard, so you can't get it open. Take it very gently and get it all loosened up and get it out where it's straight again. Straight. Isn't that good advice?
Yes, it is.
For married life? Can't pull it. Won't do. You have to gently loosen that knot that's there. And then be sure to, he said to him, to sew buttons in his pants.
Oh.
Those days didn't have zippers.
No. So he said be sure you sew them.
So buttons, and if you lose the buttons, sew them in. Sew them on again. He said many other things. I can't remember it all. But then we cleared the tables and cleared all the tables out, and then we danced.
Folk dance?
No, not folk dancing. Dancing was music. A couple of violinists played while we danced, and Bedstefar and me, we danced. Bedstefar and I should say, shouldn't I? We danced the first dance, all by ourselves. Then all the rest joined in. Then I danced with others than just the groom. I think I had danced with my father that night. Quite sure.
This was October 3rd, 1912.
12.
Do you remember in the church you were saying that you didn't walk up in front like they do now, and you didn't have people standing up with you either, did you?
We walked up in front, but not with my father. John and I are together.
Yeah.
From out from the narthex. That's where we joined one another and walked up the front way up to the steps up for the altar. And then we sat down together
On the chair? Or
no,
on the pew?
on the pew. You're right, the first pew to the right, in front, up in front.
You sat together there.
Then the pastor asked us to come up to the altar. And then he gave a little talk to us and married us.
Do you remember what he said?
No. The one thing I remember was there was a book that he had read about Jungfrau Elsa. Jungfrau, that means a Miss Elsa. And he said I can't say it in English now, I don't want to.
Compared or?
Huh? Summerliness. Can't say it. I want it right now. Compared, yeah. That's right. He compared me with young Elsa. This girl is the name
In
of
the
Elsa
book.
in the book. And then I know what we sang, a couple
What
of
did you
hymns.
sing?
Love from God above.
In Danish.
In Danish, always in Danish.
What was the
And
other
then there was
hymn?
another one, your house shall be founded on the rock that stands. You know that one in English too?
Oh, that was sung at Mother's wedding, I think, wasn't it?
Jeg skulle skal I bygge på vores klippegrund.
Wasn't that sung at
You
Mother's
told me
wedding?
once, Mother, that you didn't know that until later years.
What?
Yeah, who's Scully Bugger? That's what you told me once.
Oh no, it wasn't that one either. No, I can't remember how it started. Now I got mixed up on the other one. It was also one about married life anyway. I can find in the hymnal. I know I can.
That one, Ito Skaldandla?
Ma?
Something about Ito Skaldandla?
No.
Hmm?
It wasn't that either.
Well,
Yes, who's Scully Beaker? Was that the one I mentioned now again?
Mm-hmm.
No.
well, that was sung at your wedding, wasn't it, Mother?
Yeah.
Thought so.
I'll have to go and look up my hymnal and I'll remember it, but I didn't think I could forget it, but I have at this moment forgotten it. But it'll come back to me, because you know, sometimes you can remember, you can forget what you really know. I mean, especially when it comes to poetry and hymns or songs or whatever it happens to be.
Who was the pastor that married you?
Arco Janssen.
Håkan Jurgensen?
Mm-hmm.
He was a young pastor then?
Yes.
And he was...
They came as, he had one baby when they came to her. The first child was a girl, Ellen.
And weren't there a lot of pastors in that family? Was Sven
Yes, Sven
Jurgensen a brother?
Jurgensen, a brother next to him in line. And then Otto Jurgensen, who's still living in Minneapolis, who married my second cousin, Alma.
That's right.
And there are two other brothers that are not married, that were not pastors.
Pete was one of them, wasn't he?
Pete, there were three of them then. Johannes and Peter, and there was another one, I can't remember the other one, the name of the other one.
Johannes was not a pastor.
No. Neither was Peter.
No, I know Peter
And then there was one other, I forget his name. Then they had two daughters, old Jens Jurgensen.
Who
Their father, all these, Jurgensen's father.
was old Jens
Håkan
Jurgensen?
Jurgensen is Sven Jurgensen's father, Jens Johnson.
Yeah.
He could give some wonderful lectures.
And he lectured at the folk school.
Sometimes, yeah, he'd come to lecture at Downabo too.
But he didn't live in Tyler.
No. We got so many speakers in, you know.
Remember, what else about your wedding? Anything else that you remember? Were there a lot of people in church?
Yes. Got very nice wedding gifts left at the house. I don't know if it's up in the gym hall, I don't think so. Then, you know, Johannes Johansson
Yes.
and Jana, Jane, his wife, they were expecting a baby.
Well, they had been married already.
Yes. They were the ones that took that, they were just newlyweds when we went across the lake, do you remember I told you?
Yes.
And she had to go to bed because she'd been working too hard in the garden. So the doctor told her to stay in bed. She couldn't get up and go along to the wedding. And that was such a hard thing for her because she was a very good friend of Johansson's. She was too. She's from Sheffield, Illinois. And John told me that when John fell in love with her, Johannes fell in love with her. There was a dance at Danneborg one night when these girls had come to Danneborg as students. And so he had been dancing with her. Johannes had, not Johann, but Johannes. So he came over to Johann, my Johann, and said to him, I'll say it in Danish now first. He said, Så, nu har jeg skudt papegøjen. Nu har jeg skudt papegøjen. That means, now I've shot the parrot. Came over to him, John said, now I've shot the parrot. He was getting somewhere now.
They were good friends of yours, weren't they?
Yes, they were very good friends. His wife was so nice to me always.
Yeah.
I thought so much of her. We often went down to see them before we were married too. John, myself.
They lived in town.
We lived in the house that Ralph Johansson's live in now.
Next to Island.
Next to Island.
Yeah.
Do you know that it's about 5 minutes to 1?
Now we have to go to bed.
Yeah, this is just about over.
5 minutes to 1 is after midnight, so we better go to bed and get some sleep.
Before you do, though, what about the parsonage in Donegal? You said there was that parsonage that was moved out on the hill west of Tyler, and that was done...
Not west of Tyler.
Or south of Tyler.
South of Tyler.
And that was done when Knudsen was pastor.
Yes. When I was a little girl,
Yeah.
I can't believe I dared touch them, but I did. Little red mice down in the
The barn?
no
Corn crib?
Corn crib, that's right. Down the corn crib. I put them in the matchbox. Yeah, I can't. That's why it's so hard for me to remember what I want to say.
That's all right.
Oops. Yes, I put them in a matchbox, and then I took care of them and put a little shelf in the corner in the corn crib so they could stand on that shelf over in the corner. The little board, you know, to hold like a little shelf. There they stood, these little mice that were just red. Newly born mice.
No fur.
No fur at all. Oof.
How long
I
did you
don't
have them?
understand how I could play with them, but when I was little I could. Huh?
How long did you have them?
Oh, not very long. Maybe one day. I don't know. I can't remember that. We also had made playhouses down by the barn. There was a few trees there, a little shady place, and we swept it all off, all the leaves and everything, and put little sticks down in the black dirt to make size of the rooms we had. This was a living room, and then there was another one with sticks around. It was the kitchen, and so on. And then we put dishes down there, and not just dishes, but parts of dishes that are broken. And that was we played house. We had fun.
You and who else?
Johanna, my cousin. And then there were some children over in the corner there on Highway 14 where they sell minnows. That greenhouse. They lived there, and they had three girls, and the two little ones, they also came over to play with us under the trees. And so one of them was Johanna's baby, or girl, you mean, child, and the other one was my child. So we played, we had a family. There were these two girls. I can still remember them. The youngest one was the one was my girl. Her name was Remo.
Reamer?
And and the other one was Asta, as far as I remember. That was Johanna's girl. And then there was an older girl, but she didn't play with us that much. But I don't remember her name. Oh, Helga, I believe it was Helga. Her last name was Nielsen.
What Nielsen family? Anyone around anymore? No.
No. Nobody around. I don't think they had any families around. Other Nielsen's. They were from, these people came from Iowa, I think, from Cedar Falls. Or if they didn't come from Cedar Falls, they went to Cedar Falls after they left Tyler. They had a little brother, Abel. I don't know if he was the oldest or the next to the oldest. I almost think he was the oldest. He was born with only one hand, and then an arm on the other hand, or on the other side, and on that arm was just some little knobs where the finger's supposed to be.
So he had no hands at all?
He had the one hand.
Oh, I see.
One hand was all right, just the other hand. I can't remember whether it was the left or the right, but I felt so sorry for him. He's such a nice, cute little boy. I think it was their first child, too. They had a younger child than those I've mentioned. Her name was Ingeborg. That was the youngest. What else do you want to ask me?
Well, what about in your house in the morning in the wintertime?
Oh,
It was so cold.
see, we children, we slept upstairs. And we had to get out in the front hall and to get up on upstairs and where our rooms were. And they were cold rooms. There was just an
opening on the floor?
yes, opening in the floor with
Stovepipe.
stovepipe going up through to the chimney. That's all the heat we had. And so in the morning when we got up, I had to make the bed. To make the bed, I had to pull with all my might to get the comforter pulled away from the frozen wall. It stuck to the wall. And I just pulled with all my might to get it off so I could remake the bed. We had two beds up there. One side, one the other, but it's usually the one to the north that was the worst. The hardest to pull away get the quilts pulled away from
From the wall.
the frozen wall. Then we had a closet, a small closet built into the room for clothes, and we sure didn't have very many clothes to put there. But one night Sven woke up, and he slept with a little boy on the other side. And he woke up and was very frightened. He said there was a man in the closet. He woke me up, and I said, "No, there is no man in the closet." "Yes, there is a man in the closet," he said. "I can't stand it. I can't stand it. There's a man in the closet." Then I had to light the lamp and go and look in the closet to comfort him. I said, "No, there is no one in the closet." Then he could sleep again. And he was sure of it.
How old were you when you lighted the lamp? Any idea?
I suppose I was about 7 years old. I think so, as far as I know.
You keep warm in your
I don't
house.
think it was a self-heater there. It was a self-heater out on the farm.
What is it you're saying, self-heater or feeder?
Heater.
Self-heater.
Oh,
Heater.
Oh.
But we didn't have that. We had a stove that had only a door into where the coal would put.
Mm-hmm.
And there we could put in the toaster or something if we wanted or put in a big fork to hold the bread and toast it.
This was in the kitchen.
No, in the living room.
Living room. Okay.
The kitchen was right next to the living room.
You had a big cook stove in the kitchen.
Yeah, not a big one. We had a cook stove. Old-fashioned cook stove, you know, where we could open and get the ashes right out in front. There was a kind of a lid you could push away, and there were the ashes we had to pull out from there.
those were the two ways you got heat in your house. Those two.
Exactly, and we had the most awfulest cold kitchen. Everything froze there at night. Then Mother got the stove started, you know, in the kitchen, where it helped,
Yeah.
warmed up.
Whose job was it to start the stove in the
My
morning?
mother's.
She'd do that.
Maybe my father did it before he went out to milk the cow, I don't know.
Now, you said something about self-feeder. Was that a place, it had a place where you could put coal and then it would gradually...
Didn't I ever tell you about the time we had the flu?
That
Out
was
on
on
the
the farm.
There we had a self-feeder. We had to put the coal from the top, and then there were doors to 3 sides, and then there was down below were the ashes, and we had the flu, and we were in the bedroom right next to the living room before we remodeled the farmhouse, and it was Christmas, and everybody, not everybody, but so many people in Tyler were sick with the flu. It was 1918. It was awfully hard to get someone to take care of us, and we were all sick in bed. But we managed to get one. The millinery, the lady that run the millinery store came out and made some food for us, and
That wasn't Anna Peterson.
yes, it was Anna Peterson. And
Did
we
she
had-
later have a toy store?
I don't think so.
Oh, different one.
Yeah. And I got off the track now. Carl Olson came in at Christmas time to take care of the cows out there. Nobody had, they had to get the cows taken care of out in the barn too. So Carl Olson came and stayed with us, and he was our hired man, our nurse. That brought us food and took care of us. We couldn't get help.
Everybody was sick.
Yeah. Your Bedstefar's mother, you know, Miss Hans Johansson. She also had people down there to take care of. There were some men living on the other side of the street, Jens Trees and them. They were also sick with the flu. So they also had to be taken care of, you know. We had to shift around the best we could. So Carl Olson came for Christmas, before Christmas there. Christmas, the day before Christmas Day. For Christmas Eve he was there. And we had gotten some magazines from Denmark, Christmas magazines, and Carl took care of us. And then he got some, I think he got himself some cold hamburger, what we call it nowadays, some cold frigadilla, we'd say, something that was left from somebody else had made and put in the cupboard out in the pantry. And then he finally got himself settled down in the living room where it was nice and warm with the self-feeder going, you know. And he got these magazines out and was really going to have a pretty good Christmas Eve. Then I hollered and told him, "Oh, Carl, can't you please shake the ashes or the coals down a little bit? Shake the coals down a little bit so that the fire can be more. It'd be more of a fire in the heater." And so he did, but poor Carl, he didn't shake just a little bit. He shook so hard that he turned all the grates, so all the coals went down the ashes. That was an awful thing, you know. I felt just terribly bad for Carl. Christmas Eve, all times. And so Carl had to get all the coals out, the ashes away underneath, and start a complete new fire. And that took a long time. That was Carl's Christmas Eve.
Did he live with you out there?
Yeah, just for a few days.
He stayed there.
Yes, yes, oh yes. I don't know if he went, I suppose he slept upstairs. But here he was down by the warm living rooms. You get the best out of a Christmas Eve he could. He got the best. He got the best.
Were there were a lot of people sick in Tyler with the flu?
Yes.
How many people died that year?
I don't know.
Were there any?
Yeah, I suppose there were, but I don't remember.
It wasn't.
They really didn't die from it so much, but they were very sick. And Botham was on the go all the time. He had a nurse with him. Clara Peterson went with him and took care of the sickness while she was there. Maybe give them a bath or something while she was there. And enema sometimes too. I remember that. Yeah. Both Ovi and you, Gunver, were sick at the same time, the flu. All four of us. Maybe three, maybe Adam. I can't remember what year was 18. No, Adam wasn't born then.
Do you know, I sometimes wonder, it seems to me from what I have heard and the feeling that I recall is that it was after I had the flu, and I could not have been very old because I can remember having one of these little toys. They're like a drum that you put on the floor and you roll it. It's a small drum and it has a handle on it and then it makes music. And I can remember having been ill and having this little toy. It was a Christmas gift, and I can remember feeling dizzy. And it seems to me it was that Christmas, but I don't know if I could really remember
Yeah,
that
be.
far, because I wasn't quite 2 even.
Could be there because it was such a magnificent
Or was
thing.
Would I have been, if it was Christmas 1918, yeah, then I
Could
would,
have.
that could be possible, I guess. Yeah.
If it had been an ordinary thing, you would never have remembered it. But
No,
this little thing, that
right. Mm-hmm.
maybe you got it for Christmas.
Yeah, it was a Christmas gift. It was apparently the first time I used it.
That's why you remembered.
Mm-hmm.
What about the time the ceiling fell?
Oh, that was in the fall. But it wasn't cold yet, really. It was in the fall.
Do you remember what year?
No, I have no idea. But it was, at least it was in the old building, not the old building, but in the house before it was remodeled.
So then it was before 1920. You said it was before Belle was born, and she was born in 1921.
The ceiling was cracked up in the living room, not in the living room, I mean in the dining room. And we knew that it might fall someday, it could be. And so one night after we'd just gone to bed, we had that time we had the bedroom downstairs next to the living room. We were sick at the time too, and we had the flu. But it must maybe have been the same fall, and I don't know where we got sick.
You think you were sick the time the ceiling fell?
No, we weren't at all sick. But the ceiling finally fell down one night, and then it made an awful racket, you know.
A couple of big bangs.
Mm-hmm. And it sounded,
Like
it
that.
sounded like somebody shooting. Bert, be careful, don't break the table. And so we got up, and we noticed there was a light. Bert thinks that I've told it before that it was the same evening. It might have been, but there was a light way down by the horse barn, where we had chickens or two that time.
No, that was not the same time, because I remember that. That was the night. Unless, have you had chicken thieves twice?
No.
Okay. Because I was home babysitting that time. I remember that.
Not that night, because I was home.
Yes, but you and Dad came home from downtown on a Saturday night, and you discovered when you drove the car in, you discovered that there was a light down there and it went on and off.
That could be.
And
I imagine you're right.
And you came in and called the police.
Yes.
And I can
Dad
remember.
called the police.
Well,
Yeah.
I remember that we were in the house and we had all the lights out, and there were other people than the one policeman that came out to
We
help.
called them to come and help us.
Yeah,
So there was thieves,
sure.
something down going on down by
Right.
the barn. So they came out with flashlights, a couple of them. And they were searching around outside with the flashlights to see if they could find something. But they're not way down there
No,
because the thieves got away, but they went way across to the east and over Christopher Jensen's place, maybe where Marty and John live now, and get over on the road someplace over there with their chickens.
Was the lake there in that day?
No, it wasn't. That's why they could cross over that way.
but I remember too being in the house and it was dark, and there were people, we knew there were people outside, and all of a sudden we heard some kind of a small crash, and apparently somebody had bumped into something outside, a pail or something, I think we thought it was.
This was after the police had come.
Yes. And, go ahead.
No, are you going to tell about Fulmer in Oba?
Yeah, but you better tell it.
Or was it Oba?
Yes, it was Fulmer and Obie. They had been out of town, I think,
Someplace,
for a convention, or
something or other, yeah.
I think. And they came home and
About 10 o'clock.
drove up the driveway, and here they see the silhouette of a man carrying a gun. So
And a flashlight. No, that.
I think they turned around and drove away, didn't they?
They got so scared they just backed up out the driveway and got away.
I don't remember how.
How they came back later, I don't remember.
Obie probably does.
Well, I bet he does.
Yeah.
Of course. He'll remember it. Palmer too. Palmer can
Yes.
make a bigger story
Yeah.
out of it than it really is.
Yeah.
Tell us it's just in Teesfield. Well, you remember that.
Yes, I do.
Well, it's a good thing you remember, because I'm not the best one.
Of course, we didn't call it babysitting. We didn't know what babysitters were. I
No.
just stayed home with the children when you and
Mhm.
Dad went
Down shopping
Yeah.
or something.
Mhm.
Town, there was all Saturday nights were all open then. Stores, I mean, were
Right.
open.
Yeah. So that was the ceiling falling down was quite a few years earlier.
It was earlier?
Yes.
Quite a few years.
I don't remember that. Yes, because that happened before Val was born,
Oh, yes.
and this was when I was
About the ceiling.
probably around 14.
When
So
you had chicken
This
feeds.
would have been probably around 1928.
What?
That we had the chicken thieves.
Well, that
Maybe
could-
I was
no,
younger.
because
Maybe I
we
was
were
only
still
12.
sleeping downstairs.
No.
Yes, we were.
Okay.
Well, maybe we weren't. I can't remember for sure. I think you'll take your word for it, Gunver.
Well, I could be wrong too.
But I know at the time the ceiling fell, we were sleeping downstairs.
I don't think I
That I
stayed
remember.
alone home with the children when I was that young.
No.
See, I was 5.5 when Val was born. And I wouldn't have stayed home with children.
No, you wouldn't.
Well, what else?
What else? I don't know what he wants to know now.
What about when the ceiling fell?
Nope.
I
We had to clean it up
remember hearing
again.
this story though about it, and you were sleeping, and all of a sudden you heard these two big bangs, and you got up.
Yeah, we
and-
didn't know. We were so scared somebody
Yeah.
had shot, you know. So, but then we got out and went through. To get out, we had to get out through the dining room, and that's where the seating was down. It was down on the table where our dining room table.
Is that also where you ate?
Yes. So we had to get all that plaster out and cleaned up. Yeah.
Did you do it that night?
I can't remember. I doubt we did. Maybe we wait till next morning. I don't know. That I don't remember.
Well, maybe it was Bedstefar who told me that, but that was really a good story, and how scared you were, and
Yeah.
you finally, Bedstefar said, well, I'll go call the cop and see what I can get him out here. And so and you didn't turn on any lights or anything, and he opened the door and had to go through the dining room to get to the phone, and then he saw it.
Right, that's right. The phone was in the dining room at the other end.
He saw what it was then.
You think he saw it? Was there light enough from the outside, probably, or did he step in the plaster?
Oh, I think he saw it. I don't think he stepped in.
Oh no, he knew what it was right away when he got to the dining room. That was what it caused this.
Yeah. Well, then it at least was not pitch black, is what I'm wondering. You know, if you didn't turn on the lights, which you wouldn't if you thought
To
somebody.
begin
was
with, we
outside.
did not have electric lights out there.
No.
We had these gas lamps, you know. We had to pump up, you know,
Oh, yeah.
to get some air in there.
Yeah. They call those things white gas lanterns.
With a mantle.
With the mantle, don't forget the mantle that fell off sometimes.
They were tied on, weren't they?
Yes. There's a little string in the top. As far as I remember it.
But what about the lake? When did they drain the lake?
There was no lake there when we moved down there.
There wasn't. They drained it.
It had been drained.
I didn't think that was until the
And
30s,
we moved down there in 1917.
after Arco.
I can't remember there was any lake there when we lived there. I know you, Gunver, and you and Bert Bert.
Obi?
You and Obi ran down into the big lake bottom where there's a lot of long green grass.
Yes,
you
but that
know.
was much later because I was a year and a half when we moved
Yes.
down there, and I
It
was.
wasn't then, right
No.
then. But there was no lake there when we moved down, as far as I remember.
Well, I thought there was because I remember a picture of, I think, Dad holding me down by the barn, taken down over the lake, but that was probably before we moved there then.
Yes, it could be.
Well, what about the time Bedstefar saved those people that were drowning on the lake?
Oh, that was way long before we moved, before we were married even. Before we
Oh, it
even
was?
before we even had anything to do with one another.
I remember hearing he was such a good swimmer.
Yes, but there were some teachers from Donaboy that were out in the sailboat, and it was Axelson and Kemps and Sigurd Peterson. And then the boat capsized. It was a sailboat, remember? It capsized right out there by Johansson's barn. So John had to get out and rescue them. So Sigurd Peterson wrote, he was an editor of a paper then, I believe. Or maybe he wasn't, but anyway, he wrote some verses about it. The only thing I can remember is it said, a young Johansson, a second Nansen in bravery was he. Just 1, 2, 3, and safe and sure they stood once more.
Was Sigurd Peterson was one of those who was rescued?
Yes, he was one of
Was.
those that were rescued.
And who are the other two?
Axelson and Kemps. They were both teachers at Donaboy College. Donaboy Folk School, call it that now.
Yeah.
I don't know why they started calling it the college, because there never was a college. And still goes by Donaboy College sometimes yet.
Yeah.
Sometimes use that name for it on postcards or whatever they make.
Well, after you were married, you went to Arco, or to Osco first.
First to Osco.
And how long were you there?
Well, best about excuse me, had already been there about 2 years. In the harbor business. Maybe not quite 2, but it's about that. We were married in October 1912.
October 3rd.
Mm-hmm. And what was I going to tell you now?
You went to Arco, and Bedstefar had been there first.
Yeah, we drove in a buggy, Florence, and took the train from Florence to Sandstone. And then somebody had to get us in Sandstone.
That's how you got there, on the train, huh?
Yes, that's how we got there.
What was it like in Arco?
It was a very small town, you know. There was a depot and a couple of stores, but there was a nice creamery.
Compared to Tyler, it was a small town.
Oh yes, no comparison.
And where did you live there?
Well, you know, Bedstefar had the hardware store, and we lived upstairs above the hardware store. In the wintertime, it was very nice and cozy up there because they always had a fire going downstairs. But on Sundays, it was so cold, foot cold.
Did you have your own stove too upstairs there?
Yes, we had.
A cook stove?
That was all, a big cook stove.
Did you have anything else for heat?
Mm-mm. No. I suppose we had that going day and nights.
Did Bedstefar help you with the wash?
Oh, you know, we're newlyweds, they always have, the man's always willing to help. But he kind of forgets a little later on.
What did Bedstefar do?
I had to wash, and we couldn't wash like we do nowadays, you know. We didn't even have a washing machine. I had to wash in a tub with a washboard and rub on the washboard to get things clean with soap. And then all the white clothes were put in the big washboard, which we put on the stove.
Boil them?
With soap in there, huh?
Did you boil it then?
Yeah, and then we boiled the white so it got nice and white. Clean and white.
You had soap in there?
Yeah, good strong soap. And so when day we were washing, I went down to hang up the white clothes down the back way in from our home upstairs and downstairs, took it out back to hang up my clothes. Our harbor store was close to the railroad track, but we just so you know where it was. And while I was down hanging up clothes, John was going to be real nice to me. He gave me a lift, so he took all the dark clothes.
Put it in the boiler?
Yes.
Did
And
you-
when,
What?
Were you telling about this so you know what he put in the boiler? I thought you were
yes, dark
telling-
clothes.
Yeah, but I
Colored clothes.
didn't think the tape recorder was going then, was it?
Yes,
Okay.
I got to
I don't know how much of it on the end it
I know I
got.
ended up in the boiler then. Okay.
Bedstefar was going to do you a big favor, and he put the...
I hadn't told him about it. He did it on his own. Put all the colored clothes in the boiler and boiled it. And my nice aprons that I had made before I got married were not white and green anymore. They were sort of a dull green all over, with spots. I sure was not very happy when I get wet. I said, don't you even know that we can't boil the colored clothes? No, he always thought everything had to be boiled. So Found out anyway. Couldn't do that next time.
That's good.
Of course, it had to be rinsed too. You know, it couldn't just be hung out before. After it got out of the boiler, it has to be rinsed several times and get the soap out of it.
Must have been an awful lot of work.
Huh?
Must have been an awful lot of work.
Yes, it wasn't what. It isn't what now. What it is nowadays. Electric washing.
Did you have electricity in Arco?
No, we didn't. We had lamps.
So you were in Arco how long?
I was out in Arco from October, right after our wedding, and until mid-July.
You weren't even there a year.
Or maybe not. Maybe even the latter part of July.
You weren't even there a year then.
No, I wasn't. We moved back to Arco then.
Why?
Oh, because John's father and mother, of course, would like to have us closer. You know how parents are. And there was a man in Tyler by the name of Nellis Peterson who would like a partner.
You mean in Arco? A man in Arco?
He was in Tyler.
Oh, he was in Tyler.
And he's waiting. He thought it'd be a good deal up there if he could buy that hardware store, but he'd like a partner. So he talked to Bedstefar's father about it, and then he thought he could write to John's Bedstefar if he couldn't, if he wouldn't like to move down and be a partnership with Nellis Peterson. So John he'd like to do that. But I tell you, people, the man in Arco that likes to sell people homes and farms up there, sure didn't like that we were leaving like that. He'd just gotten some good people in, he thought, and young people too, you know.
You mean?
And they shouldn't. He didn't like to see them leave.
You mean the man who he was renting the store from, or what?
No, the man who was the head of the. Well, what do you call it?
Commercial club or something
No.
similar? I'm sure they
He was
didn't
the
have
one
one.
who was the.
Real estate?
Yes.
Oh,
Real estate. I just told you he was wanting to sell farms and,
yeah.
and property and get people to come in.
Sort
And
of.
do you know what he said in Danish?
No.
Det koster en smule hårdt arbejde, men det giver sundhed og kræfter. And that was hard work, you know. But
How long had Bedstefar been in Arco then?
a couple of years before that,
2 years before.
something like that.
Had was the business his? Did he buy it or start
Yes,
it?
he bought it. And he had good business because all these men, people that came to Arco, had been living other places and had little money, so they could afford to buy machinery to do their farm work with. And he sold quite a bit of machinery, I know. I have a postcard at home where he's standing out with some of all that machinery he just sold to a farmer. If you come to Tyler, you can get my postcard album out, and you will find out a lot if you see that.
I'd like to see that.
You know, we're getting into an era that you told me something about the other day that I had never heard, and that was something in regards to cars. You told me that my Bedstefar, Hans Johansson, got one of the very first cars in Tyler,
It's one of the very first.
or was it the first?
Not the very first.
Okay.
The Dr. Cox had a car, big kind of car, some kind, maroon colored. I can remember that. And then there was the other man by the name of, well, what was his name? Now I can't remember it. He bought a little car that was open, completely open all around. He could sit up high on the front seat and drive it with a kind of, I don't know, maybe it was a wheel, I can't remember. And I always thought, he always, after his work was over in the day, he'd take his car and drive around up to Donegal around there and turn around and go back. And I always thought, oh, I'm afraid it might blow up. I was glad I wasn't sitting there.
But then you did tell me that you had a ride in one of the very first cars when you came back from Des Moines?
Yes.
Okay.
That was Bedstefar who bought a car.
Oh, he had his own
He
car
bought it,
then.
yes.
Oh.
So John Bedstefar, your Bedstefar,
Oh.
my
oh,
John,
Okay.
you had to go and meet me when I came back from my trip to Des Moines where I'd worked all summer. And I tell you, it was really a car, you know. There was a lot of brass on it. And these boys, they kept going on that car all the time, keep that brass polished.
Now, do I have that right? It was my Bedstefar's car, Hans Johansson's
Yes.
car, but the boys were
Yeah.
the ones that
Do you know
drove
what?
it sometimes.
Do you know what? Your Bedstefar?
Hans Johansson.
Yeah, he's bought it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But your
Father?
father was very proud of this car, and he wrote to me in Des Moines before I came home. I have two loves. You're the first love in the car, and my second love. That was what that car meant to him, you know. Boy, it was something.
But the thing that I didn't know about was that you had to have special clothing, some kind of
Oh yeah.
coat. What did you
The
call
boys
it?
always had some kind of more like we'd call a raincoat now, you know. Those
Duster.
dusters, yeah. That's what you would call it too.
They were long,
Long, yeah. Not way long, but down below the knees anyway.
and that was.
And they had a cap, the same color, you know. And
and that was to keep.
gloves to hold steering wheel with. And boy, it had to be fancy.
Yes, but that was to keep their clothing from getting dusty.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
But they had, plus they had their side curtains, but they didn't do too much for them when it's really windy and the dust was blowing.
Did you have a long coat too then?
No, but yes, I did too. Hmm.
And then you told me that when you got into the cars, or when the cars came along, and you had to, the styles changed in as much as you had to have a scarf around your hat
Hmm.
to keep it on.
With a big veil that was long enough to tie in a bow under your chin to keep the hat from flying off, because the hat always sat right on top of your head. Yeah,
So you moved to Arco.
yes, we did.
What year was that?
1917.
No,
No, 13,
Yeah. Okay.
because it was shortly before Owie was born.
Born.
I think we got to Tyler about a good month before Owie was born. He was born.
So Bedstefar and Nels Peterson went into business in Arco,
Hmm.
in the hardware store.
Yes. And before that, Bedstefar would walk to Tyler from Arco on the railroad tracks on weekends to come home to see me.
what?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
That little while there, you
I
know.
see.
And you lived in Tyler then?
Yeah, I stayed with his folks.
Before Bedstefar had a
Before-
place?
Yeah, then Bert, I say. Owie was born.
Well, when you have more than one child or grandchildren, you mix up their names.
Yeah.
That's what they say everybody does.
Well, what about this house that you had in Arco?
We built it.
Right away when you got there?
Well, not the first, we rented a house. So we moved in the next summer. It was built in the spring.
You had a man build it for you.
Yes? Mm-hmm.
You remember anything about that?
I can't tell you, but
Well, Bedstefar sure
yeah, he can tell you, but he can't tell you now.
sure could tell it about how.
Put a lien in the house, I don't know what that means. But
Yeah. And he was always this
and he
man.
locked the door so we couldn't get into our own house, and we had to crawl through a window and try to open up the door. We got it open.
He was always drinking.
Hmm.
Was gonna
He was drunk.
come
all
and
the time.
fight Bedstefar.
Yeah, I know it. He wanted Bedstefar to come out behind the store and he'd give him a good licking or something.
Yeah, he'd square
But
away.
he didn't do it though.
But Bedstefar didn't do it. Didn't go
No,
out.
nothing happened. We got it all arranged so we could keep our house and everything.
What kind of a house was it?
2-story. 3 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom and kitchen and dining room and living room and den below on the first floor.
It really had a bathroom with the fixtures and everything.
Everything with the fixtures.
Had electric lights?
No, I don't think so. Not yet at that time.
But it had running water.
No.
Must have if it was a bathroom.
Well, it must have. I can't remember.
I think you said it had electric lights too.
Could be. We'll
It
have to
was-
look at the postcards I have of the living room and see if there's electric light. No, I think we had this with that.
Well, you've got postcards of this too.
Yes, I have.
When you all you said was those, you meant those lamps that you had to pump
The
up.
pump up, yeah, the air into them.
Right.
And that little, what do you call it now? Hanging there.
Mantle.
Mantle.
But what I liked, don't know if I like it, but the stairway, tell about the stairway in the house. How it came out when they built it.
There's the only thing I could see that wasn't right in that house was the stairway upstairs. At the very end up there, it wasn't quite right. It was a little lower than the floor up there. So there was about half an inch maybe, or an inch. No, not a whole inch. Half an inch.
Where it didn't come out.
Where it
even.
didn't come out.
I wonder if that's still there,
Oh well, sure it is.
that house.
Mhm.
I'm sure it is. But I haven't seen the house since I moved out of it.
I haven't.
But I planned it myself the way I like it.
You drew the plans
And
for it.
plans, and had him come and build it. Yeah.
And no, Petersons lived right next to you.
Yeah, they built a house right next to ours. They were next door neighbors. We were there 4 years, but else Peterson stayed a few more years before he moved to Tyler.
How did you keep warm in this house?
We had radiators.
You had a real furnace in the basement.
Yes, we did.
No more self-feeders
Yes.
and
Then
that
we
kind
moved.
of thing
Then
for
we
heat.
moved down to the farm, and we're on the farm for 15 years. Had outdoor toilet, no running water. We had to get down to the pump. We had a little cistern underneath the house where we could have soft water if there was enough
This was
to use for taking baths and what have you.
this was on the farm. You had a cistern.
Yes.
How about an Arco?
Oh, we had a big cistern there, plenty of water. But the one on the farm wasn't very big.
But there's one thing you probably don't realize, the self-feeder came after the radiators in Arco, because they moved to the farm.
Yeah, you went backward in once, conveniences when you
did.
moved to the farm. It wasn't like living in Arco where it was nice.
No, it was a completely different thing. But we used all our money we made an Arco and fixed up the farm, put a new barn in because it was just an old barn that was built into the side of the, or where we had, with the lake, by the lake bottom. We built a nice barn and got
That's the
Holstein-
barn that's there today, isn't it?
Yes, and we had Holstein, purebred Holstein cattle, and we put a complete basement under the house, turned it fourth around so it faced, the long side faced the road.
That was in 1920 you did that.
And then we got the Depression, which we hadn't figured with.
22 you fixed the house.
In 21.
21?
Well, Val was born in November
Yes.
21. You started it before she was
Oh,
born
no.
then.
No.
Okay.
22. That's right.
Where did you live when you were turning the house around?
We slept upstairs and sometimes on the floor, and when we it was just awful.
That I don't remember, but I remember we had some kind of a car. It was smaller than a regular railroad car, but some kind of a something park where we ate.
We had a kind of a, yeah, how do you say it, a house built on wheels.
Yeah.
Where we had to walk up 3 or 4 steps to get up to eat and cook in there and everything else while this was going on. That was when Helga Sorensen worked for us.
It was.
Yes, it was.
And you must have fed a lot of people. I suppose you fed the people that were building the house, working?
I think so.
Yes.
Because in those days we did that. They didn't go home to eat.
No.
Why did you leave Arco?
We didn't care to stay up there. It was kind of a little rough town that time. We didn't like to think of bringing up our children in that town. We'd rather go back to Tyler and know how to bring them up with other children, you know. And if we should live there, I couldn't see bringing them up, and
In Arco.
no, we couldn't, either one of us. Neither one of us.
So it was 1917
So,
you left?
Hmm?
What year did you leave? 17?
Yes,
And moved to Tyler?
12, 17. And those prison called us babies because we wanted to go back to Tyler, where our folks lived. But it wasn't because of that. It was really because of our children.
Did he buy out Bedstefar then in the store?
Yes, he did. So you see, we had a little money then, but we put it all on the farm.
Yeah.
And then then everything went. But had I kept our money and put it in the bank, we'd have lost every bit of it. And I remember my children, this was over, I suppose. He wanted to go downtown and see that busted bank.
See what it looked like.
Yes.
No, I don't think that was that because Ovi was about 15 years old? Could be.
Maybe some of the other children then.
Yeah.
One of the children anyway wanted to go down and see that busted bank.
Well, now, when you were in Arco, too, before you left, you taught Sunday school there.
Yes.
Where was that at?
It was up in the German church, a little ways off. Not very far from where we lived. And after we went down,
Do you remember where that German church was?
yes,
Is it still there?
no,
How about the church that's there now? Was that there then?
no.
That's a Swedish church, or was a Swedish church.
The church there now is, belongs to our synod.
Yes, but back then,
Oh, that I
it
don't
was
know.
the former Augustana
That
synod.
could be. It could be.
So Bedstefar really fixed up the house in
Do you know how we got the
1921.
radiators for that house after it was remodeled, or after we had moved it around like that and put it on the big basement?
It come from a tornado somewhere.
Yeah, there were some people that had tornadoes south of or north of Tyler in Diamond Lake. And their house that was demolished. And there stood all the radiators in that house. So Bedstefar made a deal with them and bought the radiators out of their house and hauled them back to Tyler. Put them in the house. Piped everything up so we could have a furnace.
He did all that work himself.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a furnace then?
Yes, downstairs, down the basement.
And then you had running water also put in?
No.
No running water all the time we're there. We fixed it up with pipes upstairs to that first room right above the steps. It was supposed to be our bathroom. But at that time, we didn't have enough money to do all that with. So that was supposed to be done later on, but it never got done. We didn't have the money till the Depression hit us, and we lost the farm and everything. It had to start over from scratch. But the people that live there now, of course, has got the bathroom fixed and everything. And they were taking good care of it. We had to pipe in, but we couldn't buy we didn't have money to buy the fixtures with. So we kept on taking our baths in the tub kitchen.
You had the farm fixed up real nicely, though, didn't you? You had
Oh,
a
yeah.
tennis court out there.
Yes, Bedstefar put in a tennis court for our children.
And you had a garden, too, with walks in it.
They were there before. They were there before we moved in. That was Pastor Knudsen who put that in for Johansson's. Made it the way he wanted it. Because he was had been in England and learned the trade
Oh, in England?
being a gardener.
I didn't know that.
So he was very well posted, and he sure knew what he was doing. And there were many other places that got walks, like for instance Brody Peterson's farm out there. That was his father's farm, Soren Peterson's farm. They had so many trees, and he made walks in between the trees. And he put many more walks in out there on our place. There was left, and was left in front. They went into the grove in there back, where you had that big mound of dirt you know, play in. After we had dug the basement.
That's what we always called Leelbakken.
Leerbakken. What do we call that in English?
Clay
back.
Hill. Or
Clay Hill.
that was fun playing on
I bet it was. That was where you played.
Yes, we did. The boys probably more than I did, but I sure played there too.
You must have played tennis too, didn't you?
Some, but there were too many that were so much better than I was that I know I couldn't have been any fun at all to play with.
And now it's a croquet ground. But they keep it real nice, and you should see the house inside and all around the place. It's well kept, and it's a joy to see it.
So, when you had to leave the farm then, because of the Depression, what year did you leave the farm?
1932.
32. How
Fall of
old,
1932.
how old were you, Mother?
16.
15, weren't you?
16.
Were you 16 when Vita died?
Yeah. But I can remember some of the preparations getting ready to move. Our furniture had to be painted so it would look nice, you know.
I had to do something. It was so hard. I remember when I
Yes.
lost Vita that I just
Yes.
had to do something
Sure.
with my hands.
Yeah.
He died the same year you moved, though.
He died in October, and we moved in November.
That must have been hard. But I do remember we painted them green and orange quite a bit, didn't we? Some of that. I can
Yes.
remember helping with some of that anyway.
I remember those chairs.
And a table.
Oh yeah, that table.
What happened to them?
We put them on the porch, weren't they on the porch after we moved to town?
I can't remember.
Maybe not, but it seems.
Down, you mean Jessen's house?
Yes.
Could be.
That's that house up there in Highland Court,
Hmm.
up there in the,
Right across from where Dr. Thompson's lived.
yeah, that boulevard.
That's right.
Right there. And that's where you moved to.
We lived there for 6 years in that house that we called Jessen's house because they owned it.
Did you rent it from them?
We rented it. It's the only house there was for rent when we moved to town. We paid $22 a month for rent. And what I was going to say about that was that Jessens had lived there, you know, and they left in the closet upstairs, right above the steps.
Sort of
Was
a big storeroom, really, wasn't it?
Huh?
Wasn't it more than a closet?
Yeah, it's more.
Kind of a
It
big-
was not too big, but it's just kind of a storeroom. It's just
Yeah.
not finished completely. And there was a lot of magazines, an awful lot of magazines piled up on the floor in there. And so one day I thought I was going to go in and make that look better, push up the magazines, you know, and not let them throw it all over. And then there was a little chain sticking out, so I just put my hand in and pulled. And then I pulled out a purse. And when I opened the purse, there were $30-some in it.
My goodness.
And I knew that they must belong to Jessen's daughter, who had kept house for him. So I couldn't wait to get out there and give it to Jessen, this money.
Was she
that
still
I'd
living?
found.
The
No,
daughter?
she was dead.
Oh.
She had died.
Their daughter had
Yeah,
died?
she had died. And so he's living out with the family out in the farm now. Son. And so I went out with it. Somebody asked me, it was Charlie Sorensen, asked me, what did you get for finding it? Nothing, I said. He thought I should have had something for finding it. No, I said, the next month when we had to pay our rent, he upped it.
He upped your rent?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, is that on that tape?
Well, it's just for us.
Yeah.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. But I think it's about 24 we had to pay then, a month.
this furniture.
And then Bedstefar thought, well, if we had to pay $24 a month for rent, we might as well see if we can't build a house and get an FHA loan. But they want so much a month, and that would be about the same as we had to pay in rent. Pay a little more, about 25 or 26, I forget, for sure. And that way, paid off in 19 years, it would be ours. So we got that loan. But it didn't take us 19 years to pay it off, because we bought that hardware store and times got better and business picked up, and so
What did Bedstefar do when he first came to Tyler, then after leaving the farm?
You delivered milk.
we delivered milk first. We got the milk. I don't know what arrangements he had made with Carl Olson, because Carl Olson rented the farm. And he'd made some arrangements, so we had cows out there yet, you know, too. And some arrangement was made so that we could get the milk and deliver it. And Bedstefar thought they were asking too much for their milk in town, more than it was worth. So he thought, I can sell this milk in town and deliver it for 5 cents a quart. And then he got that printed on postcards and sent it to different people around town, to different people, advertising his milk for 5 cents a quart. I think they were getting 11 or 12. I don't remember though for sure how much they got at that time. The other people that had milk for sale. And then our children delivered it. He drove the
Truck?
car down there, or wherever he put it in, I don't know.
It was a car, it wasn't a horse.
I don't think so.
No. That he started while we were still on the farm,
What?
to deliver milk.
When we're still in the farm?
Yes,
He did.
yes, I'm sure I can remember you're talking about
Yes.
probably really developing
did
the
too.
business. Yes.
I remember that, because I told him if he wanted to try it, I'd wash the bottles. And that was on the farm. I washed bottles to begin with down the basement.
Well, now you said Carl Olson rented the farm then?
Mm-hmm.
Did it still belong to you or to Bedstefar?
No. I don't know all the details about that.
Did the bank get it?
Dad never told me the details on things that had anything to do with business, I know. He took care of the business himself.
But he didn't rent it from you then, Carl Olson.
Apparently not.
I don't know. How
Obi
that-
might know.
He might.
That furniture that was painted green and orange, did you have any of that in your basement on Highland Court? Seems to me you had a table.
No, there was, don't you remember
the
down there,
pantry.
right down where we had the shower, you know, that
Yeah,
right inside the door was a chair to sit on
yeah.
when we, after our shower, you know? That was that chair. I painted like that before we moved to town.
And wasn't there a table
Where's
in the
that chair
pantry
now?
too?
This fella? Is it in storage up in your sixplex?
I don't remember. We haven't gotten him down here yet, have we? But he talked to the man in the moon about it. And he gave him permission to go down, as I told you. If you'd be a nice little boy, just like the children down there were. They were always so nice. These little children. They never forgot to say thank you. They never forgot to say please. And they were good to the other children. They played well together. Had lots of fun together. Do you think you remember to be just as nice as they are? The man in the moon said, yes, I'll try my very best. That's good, then I'll let you go down. You better get your little red balloon ready now. So he went and got his little red balloon. Up there in the moon, they have big craters, you know. And in that big crater, that's where they live. So he has to, when his little balloon is down the crater, so he has to fly right up like that, straight up. And then down to the earth where you are. That's right. So he got it ready and he went. Up he went. Down he went. But the man in the moon has said, you better see Siri first, because she'll know where all the children are and she'll tell you where to go. Oh, I'll try and see if I can find her place where she lives. And don't forget one other thing, he said. Be sure to tie your little red balloon to a big tree or something, so it won't fly away from you and you can't get back home up to the moon. I'll do my best, he said. So he went down. But, do you know where he went the first time? He wasn't very well acquainted, was he? He went down in an empty swimming pool. It was empty, thank goodness. What would have happened if it wasn't empty? Boy. And that's what he did. And then he couldn't get up to the swimming pool. It was way down. He was this little Gagoon, you know. What'll I do? He said, I can't get up. So he started to holler, help, help, help. And my little grandson, Bob, was there in the yard by his grandmother. She had a big yard. He thought he heard something. Somebody said, help. The sounds came over from the swimming pool. So he ran over there, and he peeked down. Oh, there was a little, well, he didn't even know his name, little fellow down there. He was crying for help. So he ran up to the house where his grandmother was and his mother too, and told them, hurry up and come, there's a little fellow down in the swimming pool and he can't get up. And they hurried out of the house and went down to see what that was. My goodness, Dad, how we ever get him up? We have, grandmother said, there's a ladder up there by the garage. Let's go and get that. Maybe he can get up. So they brought a big, long ladder up and put it down in the swimming pool. And little Gagoon could hardly get up with that big ladder, but he crawled. Finally, he got up, and he didn't forget to say thank you. He said, thank you for getting me up. I was so scared I'd never get up. But how'll I ever get my little balloon out of there? Oh, we have some boys coming home pretty soon. They'll get that up. You don't need to worry about that. That's the first time he ever came down. But then the next time, then he went back to, of course, he went back to the man in the moon again, you know. Because he had promised he would come back, and a promise is a promise, isn't it? We promised something, we better keep it. It's a good promise anyway. So, the next time, he asked again the man in the moon, can I go down again? I had such a good time down there with that little Bob. I want to see some other children. Maybe there's an Anthony down there, or maybe there's a Luana. Could I see them? Or others, maybe. Sure you can. You promised me last time you'd be a nice boy, and I know you'll be a nice boy this time, too. And maybe you can play in their sandbox if they have one. Or maybe they have a swimming pool, who knows? Ooh, a swimming pool! I hope there's any water in it. Oh, yes, but you can be careful. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. So he took his little balloon and went down again. Came right smack down in your backyard. How do you know about that? How could he find it? Well, he was just lucky. Sometimes we're lucky, you know, and he was lucky. He got right down the right place where they live. And he tied his little balloon to one of the posts up there, the fence, wherever the best place was, he looked for it and tied it real securely. And then he went over to the door. Knocked on the door. Nobody came. He knocked again. And someone came. Who are you? I think that was both of you. Didn't you both come? Yeah. And they asked, who are you? I'm Gagoon from the moon. I came down to play with you. Oh, come on in. And they opened the door and said, come on in. You're Gagoon from the moon. Come on in. And so he came in. Aren't you hungry, they said. Oh, a little bit. Oh, I will get a sandwich for you. So they got a sandwich for him. Oh, that was a good sandwich. It was just very good. Have you got any water, he says, down here? Oh, sure, we have water here. We have water on the moon, too, he said. Can I have a little water to drink? You certainly can. And he didn't forget to say thank you. But he said, please give me a little water. I'm thirsty. So he had water. Now he felt like playing. Now he felt real good. So they went out in the backyard again and had fun. Why, that's a little hill over there. What is that? It's not a crater, he said. No, it's not a crater. It's a sandbox with some sand piled up to play in. Can we play in it? Sure we can. We can play in it. So he started to dig in the sand, and you've made big houses there, and a street that ran around. We haven't got any streets in the moon. No, you haven't. I suppose you haven't. But you have here, and he thought that was great. And then they were playing around, and then all of a sudden, he got so excited, and he got real close to the pool. And he fell right plunk backwards in the pool. And he couldn't swim. So what'd you do? You called your daddy. Daddy, come out here. Hurry up, come out and help him. So Daddy came running out the house in a hurry, I tell you, to be sure he got him out in a hurry. And he fished him out of the swimming pool. And he was dripping wet. Oh, he's dripping. Dripping wet. But Luana ran into the house and got a towel, big towel, and she wrapped it around him and rubbed him so he got nice and dry again. It felt so good. And Anthony was there and said, if you need some clothes, you can certainly borrow some of mine if you want until you get dry. Wasn't that nice of him to offer that? It was very nice, but Luana had already wiped it off so well that he didn't need any other clothes. It was a hot day, you know. You have to have more clothes on. Now, should I end pretty soon with this story that I've been telling?
No.
No? Would you like to see what he looks like, Gagoon? Well, little Gagoon is green. You are not green, are you? Oh, no, we're not green. He's all green. And then he has bright red hair. And a ponytail. Would you like to see him? Then I'll tell you a little more about him if you want to like to. If you see him, I've got him with me. Put him in my purse. He can't be very big, can he? But you know it's a fairy tale I'm telling anyway, so that's all right. Oh, it's right here. Here he comes, out of my plastic bag. All right, little Gagoon, we'll open up for you. I know you're so tired of being down here, and you're such a nice little Gagoon. Do you want to come out now and see the children here? And get it, so this is Gagoon. If you'd like to meet them, you've been playing with them out in the backyard, you know. There he is. See his ponytail? Mm-hmm. It's kind of fallen down. But he's been put away for too long, you know. But you know, where I live in Tyler, where he was out every day, because the children on my street, they always came down to see me every day. And they wanted to have me tell me stories about Gagoon. Them stories about Gagoon, I mean. But out here, where I live now, aren't any children in the neighborhood. So that's why he's so happy to come to see you today. See, he has a little ring around his foot. You can ask questions if you want. Do you know how he got that? From a little girl by the name of Lisa on his birthday. His birthday is the first day of summer, 21st of June. That happened to be the day I decided that was his birthday. And I was telling stories to them. And there was a girl at camp up at Donaboy. She listened to my story, and she felt so good about Gagoon. She went and made him a little scarf to put around his neck. So that's where he got the scarf.
Is he a girl or a boy?
He's a boy, just like you. But you know, look at little Gagoon. He has only 3 toes on his feet. We have 5, and 3 fingers. And he has no ears. What do you know? But he can hear just as well as we can. I guess the skin must be real thin in there, so he can still, just like on a drum, you know.
It's cute.
But where's his mouth? How do you suppose he can eat? That's pretty hard when he has to eat under his chin, huh? Isn't it? He has to lift up his head so he can get it in his mouth. In his mouth.
Cute.
Do you want to try and hold him?
What's that?
I take good care of him, you know, because I want to keep on telling stories about him. I'm sure he'll come down to you sometime again, don't you think? Now he's had such a good time with you, and you got out of the swimming pool all right. Oh, sure he wants to come down here again.
Story.
Yeah. He's got eyes, though, hasn't he? He can see you. Do you think you can remember his name until he comes next time? Do you? Gagoon from the moon in his little red balloon.
I think I remember.
You'll come pretty soon.
Cute.
Yeah. Is that enough?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Huh?
I didn't see it.
Oh my goodness. You sure got to see it too. Don't you? He likes you, I can see that. He's so glad he came down here to see you. So glad. There was a...
Why don't you ask her some questions about who you want? Don't you have any questions?
You ask him questions?
Maybe Anthony does.
Hi.
What can you ask me about? I must be awfully hot in the moon, don't you think? Why? Well,
It's not hot on the moon.
he doesn't wear any clothes. It must be hot enough for him.
It's cold.
Yeah,
It's cold on the moon.
but you know he's
It's hot.
got a thick skin, maybe. Don't you think he has? Huh? So he doesn't get cold as fast as we do. He likes you. Oh, I've got to show you something else then. There was a boy at that birthday party, that first birthday party we had over at my house. And, where's my, where is he? And when he heard it was his birthday, he got so excited. And he had been out on a mink farm. I have a son who has a mink farm. And they'd been out there.
What is that red thing in there?
There's these. Oh, there were two boys of my relatives that were at my house. And I heard about Gagoon too. But they didn't have anything to give him for his birthday. The mother said maybe we can send him something when we get home. So they each sent him a balloon so if he should ever lose his balloon,
Who's born?
then he could blow this up and get down or up, and he could get up to the...
Oh.
He would not be without a balloon.
I see
And
the
this
red
boy
one.
wrote his name on it, and then I got a letter, you know. It says, Gagoon, Mrs. John Johansson. Gagoon, care of Mrs. John Johansson. That's what it says.
There's the red balloon.
As in care of Syria, better say it that way to you. You know my name. So I got this through the mail in case we needed it. We have it. Oh, so glad. Don't have to worry about that anymore, do we?
What's that white thing? What else did you got?
And this looks like a big tooth, dinosaur tooth, doesn't it? Oh, must be a big animal.
What's in it?
What do you suppose?
I don't know. Beats me.
It's a birthday present for Gagoon. The little boy that gave it to him, his name was still lost. And he had gotten it out in the mink farm, and he'd gotten a long string of mink. It was just like a rope string.
What
you know.
is it?
So he went over to his mother, who sat in the davenport, and whispered something to his mother. And do you know what he whispered?
What?
Can I cut a little bit of this and give it to Gagoon for his birthday? The mink.
Can I see that?
You can. You can open it and pull out the mink that he gave him for his birthday. See if you don't think that's a nice gift.
It's nice. That's what we
You can
got.
take it out. I use it for a trunk, you know.
We have one of these on our couch.
And you can put it around his neck. Can't you, Luana? Don't you think it'll keep him warm?
That's cute.
It'll keep him warm, won't it? Oh, yeah, he likes you.
Cute.
I think next time maybe he'll turn somersaults with you. What do you think of that? Wouldn't that be fun when there's grass out here?
What you just...
Yeah, somersaults. Start already. You better train him now, so he knows.
Look what I can do. Oh, I
Is he dancing too? Dee 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 dee. He's dancing. Oh, nice. Can you teach him how to dance? Can you, Anthony? That's it. You can sing him a song too, can't you? What song would you like to sing for him? Haven't you got a nice song you'd sing? Maybe you can teach him to sing too. If he hears you sing. You suppose? It's going to be hard to teach him to sing, I think. Have you got a song? Hey? Oh.
Smaller after all, it's smaller after all.
Go ahead. More? Sing it once more then. You have to sing it many times for him because
You do the one.
Sure, you do it. Uh-huh.
Do I have to?
You sing, then we can hear it better. You can sing together. Hmm?
Okay. Sounds funny.
That's good. Go ahead. All right. Oh, do please. I said please, didn't I? Just like the goon has to say please. Please, he says, please, Luana, please. Please, please. Sing me a little song. Then I'll go back and tell the man in the moon.
It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small, small world.
I like that. That's very nice. Thank you.
It's a more to it. It's a more to it.
Well, sing some more then. Sing it all.
There's just one moon and one golden sun, and a smile means friendship to everyone. The mountains are high and the rivers deep. It's a small. Wait a minute.
Small world.
I goofed it all.
More yet? Keep on as long as you can.
It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small, small world. There's just one moon and one golden sun, and a smile means friendship to everyone. The mountains deep are high, and the oceans are wide, and the mountains divide. It's a small world after all.
That's good. Now he can go back to the man in the moon and try to make us get to sing. Maybe he can sing a song that it's about the moon, like you sing about our world. It's a small world. The big tooth can run up my sleeve, can't it?
Huh?
Sing it's a small moon after all.
Huh?
Sing it's a small moon after all.
It's a small moon after all.
Try it that way.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a small
Okay.
moon after all. Sing
Okay.
it that way.
It's a small moon after all. It's a small moon after all. It's a small moon after all. It's a small, small moon. There's just one moon and one golden sun, and a smile means friendship to everyone. The oceans are wide and the mountains are high. It's a small moon after all. World, that's where he lives in.
That's right. That's where there's a big crater up in the moon. True, isn't there? You need to get something put together about the crater.